Mr. Campbell.
Find my note here. First of all, I'd like to welcome everybody to the board meeting of the State Architects and Engineers Board. Notice of this meeting of October 3rd through the 5th was posted on the website for the Board of Architects and Engineering Examiners on September 26, 2018. And this is going to be a little bit different meeting today, which is okay. And I'm sorry I'm looking down and not looking at the audience. I'm making sure that I get all my notes taken care of. But at this time, let's go ahead and have a roll call, please, ma'am.
Susan Ballard.
Here.
Robert Campbell.
Here.
Ricky Bursai.
Here.
Grant Minshew. Claire Parker.
Here.
Brian Tibbs. Rick Thompson.
Here.
Frank Wagster. Kathy Ware.
Here.
Alton Heathcote.
Tickled absolutely to death to be here.
Stephen King.
Here.
Have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So what we'll do, a couple things. I want to welcome everybody here, and I want to welcome Mr. Frank Wagster here, who has decided that national traffic was probably not exactly what he anticipated. But
Thanks for that.
no worries. I figure if you want to look like a movie star, I need to give you a movie star introduction. Want to thank all the deans and academic folks that are here today, assistant deans, associate deans, all that stuff. This is an important time for us as a board to be able to talk with you all about things that are going on. Again, we get to see 5 or 6 years afterwards the fruits of your all's labors with our registrants and continue on with that. And so we certainly appreciate the foundation that you lay for them coming forward. It makes our job a little easier on the back end. So, and we always are interested to hear what's going on in your universities, because that a lot of times helps us to, as we make decisions about certain things and that we do as a board. So thank you for being here. Kind of for everybody, this is going to be an informational thing, and well, I know we've got some presentations. 2 or 3 things I would like to ask as we do presentations. I have a sign-in sheet, and I'll leave it up at the podium. Blair, if you want to pass that down, please sign that in with current emails. I think we had a couple glitches back and forth with people that have moved around, changed emails, and we want to try to get as up-to-date list as possible. Make sure you introduce yourself, and I know some people have PowerPoint presentations. Some are just discussion or from the podium, and that's all well and good. Again, we're here for information. We're here to listen to you, ask a few questions, and you can certainly ask anything of us that you want to. After this session is over, we will call our board into a recess at that time, because we'll again have our regular board meeting tomorrow morning here in this same room at 8 o'clock. Now, I have had a request, and I don't know how firm a request it was, for that to be moved back just a little bit to like 8:30 to allow us to check out of hotels and, again, fight the bear that is national traffic, especially for our central time zoners who are still on central time zone. Eastern people were fine, but anyway.
I think we can actually move it to 9. Liz and I talked about it.
Okay.
We should. We've done a lot of preliminary board business and committee things, so I think we would still wrap up by 1 tomorrow for those that are heading out of town. So is 9 okay with everyone?
That's fine.
Okay,
Like I said,
so 9 a.m. we will start tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, at this time, and I don't know, I've got a list here. I can go in order on that list, or we can go in order. I don't know exactly how we want to do this, but since I've got a list, I'll just go down that list if that's okay with everybody. That keeps us from having a anarchical type thing going on in the audience where survival of the fittest gets the podium first or last or whatever. So, yes, ma'am.
Since we have Vanderbilt on the
Well, if
screen.
we've got, I can't see behind me, so that's fine. So if Vanderbilt wants to go first, you're about third down the list. So, we'll go in reverse alphabetical order. I think I got that right. I don't see any X's on here, or Y's, or
Start with Z, so
Yeah.
V is okay.
trying to ATUVW. Okay, I got it. Okay.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here. I would be sitting because the computer is here. My name is Philippe Fauchet. I'm the Dean of the School of Engineering, and I also had to fight traffic to go here this morning. I left home at 6:30. Problem here. I just wanted to give you a couple of pieces of information about the School of Engineering at Vandy. And then my Senior Associate Dean, Art Overholzer, will talk about the fantastic things we have done with your very generous support. Vanderbilt is perhaps a fairly different place in the state of Tennessee, in the sense that we are one of not too many private universities with a School of Engineering. As shown on the screen, the university has about 7,000 undergraduate students, and that number is kept fixed. It doesn't grow over time. And 1,500 of which are in the School of Engineering, and we have about 6,000 graduate and professional students, over 500 of whom are in the School of Engineering. Nationally, we are ranked number one among the schools with fewer than 100 faculty members. Top 15 in the U.S. in funding per faculty members, which means at the undergraduate level that we offer tons of real research opportunities to our undergraduate students in our labs. This year, our freshman class in engineering is 39% women, which is, I think, a very good number. Not quite 50% yet, but moving there. And we are over 22.5% underrepresented minority. And you would say, why don't I have an exact number? Because we have about 5% of our freshmen who designate themselves as two or more races, and I don't know what subgroup they are. So we could have about 27% minority, which is, I think, for a school. And the result of having a fixed number of freshmen every year is that this year we had over 25 applicants for every slot. So this is a tough landscape. The school, as I said, is about 100 tenure-track faculty member, to which we had 35 research professors and 25 professors of the practice. The professors of the practice usually come from a life in industry or in the startup world, and then they've decided to come back and share with our students their experience in the real world. And that is usually appreciated by accreditation, ABAT, for example. We have 5 different departments, but what's important is we offer 8 undergraduate majors: biomedical engineering, chemical engineering, civil engineering, computer science. Computer science is in the School of Engineering for us. Electrical engineering, engineering science, and mechanical engineering. Engineering science is italicized because it's not an accredited program. We have about almost 1,500 undergraduates and so forth, and you see those numbers. This is a snapshot of our freshman class over the years. As you see, we kept the number of freshmen essentially constant between 325 and 344. You see the number of applicants that have almost doubles over that period of time of 8 years. It gives us an incredibly high application to acceptance ratio. What's also important is we have, and then that number varies from year, but let's say 10% of the freshmen are from Tennessee. And interestingly, at the output, about 10% of the seniors take their first job in Tennessee. The first thing is that it's not at all the same student. So we have tons of students from other states that decide to stay in Tennessee, and it's mostly around Nashville, I would say. Lots of our freshmen who come from Tennessee are scattered all over the place. This is the most recent graduating class. This is a pie chart showing you that, not surprisingly, like in many other schools of engineering that has CS or computer science in it. Computer science has become the most popular major, and its popularity keeps on increasing very fast. And for us, this has consequences because we keep the class about constant. And if computer science, the number of computer scientists increases, that means by definition some other departments are shrinking in size. And you see it's a fairly uneven distribution. I do show to my alumni, and so before graduation, 80% of our domestic students who are seeking jobs have an offer. Actually, most of them have multiple offers. That's before graduation. That's not measured 3 or 6 months after graduation. Average salary was up last year, and not surprisingly, for those other academicians here, if you do the survey of your student, that's the average, but the distribution is very wide, even for the same occupation. Somebody going to the West Coast receives a salary much higher than in the Southeast. That doesn't mean their buying power is higher. Probably not. All right, but that's not what is counted. These are the top 10 recruiting companies for last year. Big change from last year, and that's a random glitch. For example, Amazon was number 2 the year before, and these are ups and downs after numbers. Finally, all the students who were seeking admission to graduate school were admitted. So that's a good number. And this is my last slide. We pride ourselves in having a very strong, robust senior design, capstone experience for almost all the majors. We are also in the process of modernizing the curriculum such that hands-on experience starts at the freshman year and continues throughout the curriculum and eventually ends with the senior design. These are several pictures, from some of the sponsors, the event, an example of a project. And Senior Associate Dean Art Overholzer will give you examples of what we did for the senior design experience with the grants that we have received. Are my slides. Be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
How do you feel like the students benefit from the grant
I think
money?
they benefit greatly, and again, Senior Associate Dean has Overholzer, I think, has examples, and we'll talk to you about that. Yeah, and especially since it's moving towards a more hands-on experience. I think our reputation a number of years ago was to be focusing on the basics. We are still focusing on the basics, but with the type of students we get, they can do the basics and the hands-on. Yes.
I think the increase in computer science is a major. Is it mainly pulling away from what would be traditionally electrical engineering, or is it coming from all the disciplines?
Well, it probably has pulled a little bit more away from electrical engineering than others, but I think it's pulling from everywhere. Now, not shown here, and I know this is a recorded session, but I won't leave you any written document. We have what is called negative attrition in the School of Engineering, so our sophomore class is significantly larger than our freshman class. Significant transfer from arts and science, kids with STEM background, math and physics and so forth, move to engineering. I want to say at least 50% of those who move to engineering go into computer science. Thank you
One
so
other
much.
question.
One more. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
On the trending data, is there a particular discipline within the school that seems to be trending downward as computer science trends upward? Do you see any of that?
There is none that's really trending upward, obviously, because computer science is increasing so fast. I think that the past couple of years, and there is a reason that is not necessarily related to the transfer to the increasing popularity of computer science, but we have seen a larger decrease in chemical engineering. But this is related to some other program that used to be in place that we discontinued about 2 years ago.
Thank you.
With what looked like around 4,000 applicants every year for 300 330 to 350 spots. Have you considered expanding the School of Engineering?
So it's not it's 8,500 applicants for 325 spots. So, no, because Vanderbilt is a policy that all the freshmen live together in the freshman commons, and they have exactly, I believe, 1,601 beds. Freshmen. And the of engineering has remained constant compared to, say, arts and science and the two other undergraduate schools that we have, which is the
Do the other schools enjoy the same 25.4 to 1 ratio?
comparable. We may be slightly ahead of the other ones because engineering has become a very popular. I would say including computer science, right? But not just computer science.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your attention. I hope you have a great meeting.
Thank you very much. Let's see. I was waiting for Dean Overholser to come up before we gave the final Vanderbilt clap. But you're next, I thought. Overholser, why don't you go ahead and finish up Vanderbilt? That way we'll.
Sure. Thank you. My name is Art Overholser. As Philippe said, I'm the Senior Associate Dean. I've been the liaison with the board for many years, and I want very briefly to report to you on what we did with your money. Start handing. Maybe we could go this way, man. I'll wait a moment for that to be going around. While it is, indulge me in a personal note, if you will, for a second. I've been at Vanderbilt a very long time, and I'll be retiring in December. It's been my privilege to hold active registration in this state since 1975, and I've had the privilege of working with this board not that long, but for quite a long time. I wanted to tell you I have a deep appreciation for what the board does, for our citizens, for our professions, and it's been a great privilege to work with you. Thank you. We spent the money in two ways, as we usually do. We bought a printed circuit milling machine upgrade, which sounds sort of boring, but what it does is to enable senior project students, as Philippe mentioned, to construct prototypes of all sorts. Many of these designs in all disciplines involve computer control, and these people are building their own printed circuits to operate their complex devices. Very impressive. Those top 6 bullet points give you some examples, even biomedical diagnostic and pico balloon flights, whatever that means. So that's fun. And we have a few pictures of the students there. On the back, finally, is what we do to subsidize our seniors to take the examination, and partly as a consequence of the computer science burgeoning that the dean mentioned, we were seriously down this year in the number of students that we funded to sit for the fundamentals of engineering exam. Computer science students and engineering science students, computer science is accredited by ABET, but by the Computing Accreditation Council, not by EAC, so they are ineligible. So we funded only 38 students, and of those, almost all of them passed, as you see there. But we have been as high as 90 over the years, so pretty disappointed in that. It's part of my job to with the help of other people, to really impress on the students the importance of professional registration. So that number somewhat disappoints me. But we will continue to work on that. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we've enjoyed getting to know you over the years, and thank you for everything you've done with us. Appreciate it.
And congratulations on your retirement in 43 years. That's awesome.
Thank you. All right. I can't do this backwards alphabetically in my head.
Start at the top.
And we've got a lot of U's that I think would go next, and I don't want to go down to the third letter to work that out. So let's just go with Christian Brothers. We'll start at the top of my list here. Christian Brothers. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Pong, I didn't. Should have yelled.
Good morning. I'm going to sit over here so I can forward my slide. My name is Pong Malastri. I'm Dean of Engineering at Christian Brothers University. I've been at CBU for 30 years. This started my 31st year. And I was Dean. This is the second time as Dean. I say that when I was Dean the first time, I lose half of my hairs, but this time I'm going to finish up the rest of them. Okay, now I have two parts of my presentation. First is the program update, and then how we use the money from last cycle, which is under that contract number. Program update, look at our undergraduate engineering enrollment since 2005. We're on the upward trend. Especially in the last 4 or 5 years. This year we dropped slightly from 357 last fall to 343, but it's still on the trend. It still look good. We hope that next year it will continue to grow. Our goal is to have up to 500 undergraduate engineering. Okay? We have chemical engineering, we have civil engineering, electrical computer engineering and mechanical engineering. And about 10 some years ago, we also add engineering management, which is not an ABET. So it doesn't have same math and science requirement for ABET. It have only one calculus, one physics, and one chemistry, but they take a lot of business classes. So that's a different type of program, but it's under school engineering. That new development that we have, because of our enrollment growth in the last 4 years, our lab building, which is the gray one in the middle over here, the red one over here, that one was renovated back in 2003, roughly about 20,000 square feet, and at that time we have only 206 students. We estimate that we can accommodate up to 300 students at that time, but now we are about 350. So our lab facility is pretty crowded in the last couple of years. So we've been looking at funding and how to expand our lab facility. So now we are in the design phase. We haven't got all the money yet, but we have enough money to do the design phase. Roughly, we got about $3 million donated already. Our plan is, currently this is a parking lot. We're going to build a new building, 2-story building, roughly about 27,000 square feet, bigger than existing building over here. And we're going to expand the existing building on the front part that give us another 5,500 square feet. When all of this is done, we're going to have go from 20,000 square feet to a little bit over 52,000 square feet. So we think that we can handle up to 500 students. That's our goal. Okay. So now in the design phase, we already did the site survey, the soil boring and sampling. Phase working with a local architecture firm. Once they finish the design, we will know exactly how much it costs, and we move forward with it. As, we hope that this we can accomplish this in the next within the next 2 years or 3 years at most. What's new again? Last year, in our department of civil engineering, Dr. Louis Lin, he's been working with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for years on different projects, and also worked for City of Memphis. And he was on the mayor task force a couple of years ago, and then the task force recommend that City of Memphis to have it at CBU. So we established that last October last year. And so far we already attract 3 big grants, 2 from City of Memphis and 1 from U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which give us a lot of opportunity for undergraduate research, especially in civil engineering. Briefly about engineering management, this is the growth area that we have. Currently, we have 40 students out from that about 350 students. This year, we add 2 new concentration. The first one is construction management concentration. It's under Department of Civil Engineering. And the other one is data analytic concentration. It's under our graduate program, MS in Computer Information System. That's also a new program. So we have we expect these 2 areas are going to grow significantly because of the job market. Packaging concentration, roughly about 8 or 9 years. About that 70% of that 40 students in engineering management, they are in packaging. Because Memphis is a major distribution center, we got a lot of big players. Opportunity for CBU. FedEx is there, International Paper, Evergreen Packaging. Quite successful with packaging. And we place our graduate in a lot of this big company in the past several years. So roughly about 70% of our enrollment is in that packaging, but we see construction management and also data analytics going to surpass that packaging enrollment in the next. That's just a quick update. Now, I did not put on that, but we have made significant improvement on FE exam and both participation rate and also passing rate. The way we did last year, we tried something new. We give incentive to student chapter, AICHEME, IEEE, and ASME. The first half, we give each chapter $750 maximum toward their chapter based on their participation rate. If they enroll, if they're senior, enroll in, sign up for FE exam by December, by the end of the year. If 50% sign up for that, based on their senior population, they got 50% of that 750. If 100% sign up for that, they get 100% of that 750. And then sometime after commencement in May, so in June, we look at who passed and how many percent passed, and they get another percentage of that 750. And we see and we reimburse for those who pass the exam too, about $150 some. Seem to work very well, and we use the same method to motivate students to do that. In the past, we tried to promote that, but it doesn't seem to work very well. But this time, this formula seemed to work well. Okay. The equipment that we got from the state. A&E board last year, this split among 4 departments. The first one is solid gas, mainly on the part fluidized bed. That's for chemical engineering program. Hydrone upgrade, that for civil engineering program. The previous year, we got part of our hydrone come from the state funding too. Okay, and this one is the and unmanned aerial system, okay, that one is for electrical computer engineering, and then milling machine is for mechanical, but it's pretty much used by everyone, okay, because in the machine shop. So from the grant, we received $15,770. We put a matching fund close to that we spend on this 4 pieces is about $21,000. Now, this is the first one that done by our chemical engineering department. In order to get a ready-made equipment like this, it go beyond what we can afford, more than $20,000 that we allow to. So our professor, Dr. Ali Pohashemi, he bought components and then he put things together himself, and it's a working system. Total, we spend less than $5,000 for that. That include a new air compressor over here. I have a video over here. This one should work. The video doesn't work on this particular machine here. Okay, never mind. This one, what you see the fluid bubble up in that tube. Okay, and this is all made in our lab by our student and professor, which is a good project. Drone upgrade. The previous cycle, we got part of the funding from Tennessee A&E grant to buy this drone, and this one you can put survey equipment on that. What it does, you can let it run just like drone, but it's a water drone, so it can scan the bed of the river. Okay, so you don't have, for example, you want to look at the bridge scouring. Instead of sending a diver into the river, you can send this one and it will scan that for you. This is just one application. So for this cycle, what we did, we used the money from the grant to buy this upgrade over here that we can put on that unit. Yes, coordinate in that. This one is, you see, next item is unmanned aerial system. This is for electrical computer engineering program. 2 years ago, we start experimental elective class on unmanned aerial system. It's become very popular. A lot of student interest in that. So we bought 2 units of this from the grant, and then it control. This is a handheld control unit. When you fly the drone, you can put iPhone in here, you can put iPad. This one we show iPad, and you can see video recording on that. You can take a snapshot, whatever you want to do with that. Okay, so we've been, before we got this, we have other system. This is a demonstration system which is less powerful, and this is student, they build from cardboard, okay, as part of the course. But it's the low-end system. The new system is more professional. We can do a lot more with that. The quality of the image that you got is excellent. This one, I don't have the video, but this is just a snapshot. Now, CBU is near the airport facility, so we can't fly it outdoor in that area. So we have to go out east of Memphis, and we flew that drone. And then this is the picture, the capture from the drone. Quality is excellent. So now students can see the real commercial grade. There's a lot of application this day with drone. The last piece is milling machine. This is the most expensive part. We spent about almost $7,500 for that milling machine. About half of those come from the state. We use in our mechanical manufacturing program. It's used by all departments, basically. I think that's all I have in terms of updates. And yes.
I do have one question. On your drone, are you able to use that for rescue of drowning victims?
Yeah, I don't know what type of thing it scanned. It probably can detect that if you have something submerged under the water.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
I
you
think
can
that
just
might be
let it into the water.
a different application, perhaps. Y'all could research that. Thank you.
Other questions? Are you sure the gray hair's not from the association with Philip Lim a little bit more?
Actually, we are brothers.
Well, I did not. I mean, he's caused a lot of my gray hair, so that's why I was asking. Thank you very much. It was very, very impressive. Next on my list, I have ETSU.
My name's Dean Isom. As I joke with my dean of my college, I'm the real dean, and I'm the one that's more permanent in the college. Deans come and go, but I tend to stick around. So thank you for having us out from Northeast Tennessee today. To give you a quick synopsis on what's going on since we last met with ETSU Interior Architecture Program, it's all about growth. 2 years ago when we met, we had just gone through our CETA accreditation, hadn't received the report back for them yet, but we knew the visit went very well. But after we got the report back, we have 14 standards that were looked at, and 9 of those standards were seen as strengths. So that's pretty unheard of for a program getting its initial accreditation. So I congratulate my faculty, my one other faculty, and an instructor that they worked hard for that. The growth, I think, really starts to come from that. The accreditation opened up a lot of doors. So over the last 2 years, we've had about 25% growth. This year, we're at 33% growth. So that was the largest percentage growth in the university this year at ETSU. And that resulted in my freshman class now is larger than the whole program was when I got there 7 years ago. So growth is really what we've been going on. Tied to that growth to help that growth along is over the last 3 years we've had 100% placement of our graduates. Most of those graduates are placed before graduation, and all of those then within 3 months after graduation are coming out with good jobs in a wide variety of areas, ranging from into architectural firms, facilities management. That seems to be one of the big ones. Right across the street from our university, if you're not aware, is a VA campus. All the facilities people there are our graduates. Ballad Health, their facilities people are our alumni. So we tend to feed right in that local area, and that's part of our mission that our president really does, is we got to impact that region right around us. Another part of that growth is targeted, as we have a very unique program for a program our size, is we do a semester of study in Rome in the summer. So we've done that, and that's when we interview freshmen coming in, that's one of the things. It's like, yeah, I won't go to Rome. So we spend a semester there in Rome. They study they have 4 different classes there, from architectural history, Italian materials since World War II. They have a design studio, and they have a sustainability class where they're comparing and contrasting European outlooks of sustainability with how we do it here in the U.S. So a pretty robust program there. We've used your money to help address these is mostly with graphic output. We've replaced all of our printers. We've upgraded from laser, just black and white, to all color. We've bought a real large plotter to help augment our poor little old one that was limping along, but now we have 2 that can do that. This year's proposal was all about trying to set all these freshmen in a drafting table, so it's going to be all, I'm sure over the next few years those grant monies will be for those types of equipment uses. We take those monies and our department head matches them 50% up to 70-80% of that money's matched coming out of the department, so we can really leverage your seed money to get a lot done with just that $3,500 we get. So we appreciate that. Any questions?
Anybody? Okay, Frank.
I have one question. When you changed from your program being called interior design to interior architecture, how did your curriculum change?
Well, we really changed our technical output, our technical type classes, so we really upped those requirements. CETA accreditation, the last change, and Jessica maybe or Dave, I think it changed. I ran the numbers a couple years ago when they first came out. I think the technical standards, which are building systems, sustainability systems, lighting, those rose about 20% of the total. So they reduced some of the others and rose those standards up. So that's driving some of it, but we did more on our own. We take 3 classes with the engineering technology students. So they have a construction fundamentals class, a project scheduling class, and what's the third one? Out off the top of my head, but they do take 3 with those students. The freshman class, with our grant money, we did replace a bunch of equipment in our wood shop, so now the freshmen are in there building things, building stud walls and those kinds of things. So that's how we're addressing that. One of the part of our growth is in our male population. Before, we had less than 1% of our students were male. 1%. We had 1 male in the program. Now we have 16 in the lower division. So that's really helped our growth that way.
Questions? All right. Well, thank you, and thank you very much, and thank you all for keeping a Halls graduate employed with Scott Carter up there. We appreciate that. So, thank you. Next, I have MTSU.
If we want to wait a minute, she's got a Mac versus ours, and so we're going to do a thumb drive to present it. I don't know if you want to go
Yeah, let's go to, I think University of Memphis is
next.
next. Let's do that, and then we can get our
Okay.
technical stuff set up.
Sounds great.
I'm sorry, I've got University of Memphis Engineering. I should have more specific.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Pizek. I'm Chair of Civil Engineering Department at the University of Memphis. Our Dean, Rick Swigert, could not be here today. And this is marketing as well for the college, so I don't have much about the college. I'm just going to focus on what we use the money that was provided to us, and we very appreciative of it. A little bit of background: the way that the funding was provided to us at the University of Memphis is that all the faculty and the departments to provide proposals for the funding based on the proposals and see how many students are impacted. What's the best we could get from the funding that we received, proposals, and then they submit it to the board. So, civil engineering, and in the focus area, water is one of the important items, and we have the best water in the state, and we try to protect it. And because of that, there's a lot of emphasis on research and water related research, both the groundwater and the surface water. And we have grown a lot in this area, and we have been able to hire some faculty in this area, and we're expecting to get some more faculty. 5 PhD students in the next 5 years in the a lot of work and research going in this water area, and also our undergraduate program is we put a lot of equipment that the funding we received to buy equipment in the water area and put it in the list of the equipment that purchased or in the final stage of being purchased is listed with some of the prices. Whatever was not provided, we're not able to. The quick review of some of the equipment that we got was the current meter. It was is a very small currently is used in one of our classes, 3182, which is hydraulics and hydraulics. Other equipment was an acoustic Doppler velocimeter and is mounted on our teaching flume. Velocity in 3D to find the turbulence concept. Other equipment is the rain gauge logger that was purchased. Is the precise logging of the rain gauge for gauging stations. Held in Bull Creek, ongoing research field working with the 3 undergraduates. Small enough to fit in a laboratory fume, so continuously log water depth. The other equipment is the rain gauge and data logger, gauge able to measure rainfall intensity every minute. Are working with the MLGW, which owns a piece of land right next to the College of Engineering. As local high-resolution rainfall data will be used in the hydraulics and hydrology course that we have. And finally, water quality sonde. This is used, most common water quality variables is listed here. Is useful both in the laboratory and outdoor, including shallow lakes up to 10 meter depth. And according My part was to provide a quick summary of the equipment we purchased.
Questions, yeah.
Quick, this come a long way. When I was at Tennessee Tech, our rain gauge was an old Del Monte bean can. I'm just curious from a personal perspective, the current monitor, is that suitable for permanent installation? And if so, what's the expected life of it, and what's the maintenance requirements?
Question. I'm not technical in this area. I'm a structural engineer, so I don't know.
Thanks for your honesty.
We have few faculty that work at this area. They know what they do. I don't know.
We've got a lot of applications for that. I'd be curious. I'd like to talk to whoever that is.
Dr. Claudio Meyer,
Meyer
is our professor.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much. Very informative. Appreciate it.
I have one comment.
Oh, whoa.
One comment. While all the marketing presentations are appreciated, I like to see the proof in the pudding. And you know what I just saw on your slide, it's encouraging that our grants are going toward actual research, which all of the universities do. But this is interesting to me, hydrology, and given climate change and quality of the atmosphere and water, it's important that we keep a good track on that. So I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Okay, we got it. Good deal.
Being a Mac user for so many years, I'm not learning this new Windows yet. So my name is Erica Hu. I'm a faculty member in the mechatronics program, which is currently still under the engineering. And our chair, Dr. Bose, cannot be here today, and I was called kind of last minute to replace him. But being a faculty member in mechatronics, I mean, I probably would be the better person to present anyway. So there I am. And we first, this very short. So I'd like to give you guys a background of our mechatronics program. And since engineering is kind of a new to MTSU, and probably you don't know much about our new program yet. So we started this program about 5 years ago, and we started with kind of a lot of doubts around, and they were not sure, people around, that if we can bring this program to success. And today I think we can very proudly say yes, at least for now. So we started this program, we had 20 students in the first year, and we've been in steady growth, actually I would say rapidly steady growth. Since then, and today we have about almost 400 students in the program. And partially I think it's due to we do have a quality program and our graduates can get jobs, and the reputation out there seems good. And the other half I have to say is timing, because the industry, especially the local Middle Tennessee industry, have a very high demand on our graduates, the students who have the skills of doing automation, doing robotics for the local, automotive industry, and also some other medical equipment companies, or, for example, if I talked to our advisory board meeting a few days ago, like ABH, and they would do a lot of engineering designs, and they would like to have students have kind of a very well-rounded background, who knows mechanical but also knows electrical. So that's kind of skill set, which is, I think, what the industry is looking for. So that's also contribute to our growth. And here I'm showing kind of this flow chart to let you see everything is connected. So right now we have several articulation agreements with the community colleges in Middle. Because they all have some sort of mechatronics program, but it's like the high school version or community version of community college version of that, which if I use like a Siemens interpolation, they call it level 1, level 2, level 3. So in high school, it will be level 1 mechatronics. In community college will be level 2, and then university they consider level 3. So that kind of works very well with the high school and community college, that we have our course aligned with their level, and then the student can have a very smooth transfer over to our program. And also in support of all this, because that's kind of their model of how they see the mechatronics should grow, and partner with Siemens on that as well. And also very good news that our faculty celebrate this year is we just get a credit by ABET, and that's also a very positive accreditation. I mean, there's good, it's okay, and I think we're in the good or very good range based on their feedback. They didn't really point out any weakness on any part, especially said you guys probably need more support from administration to help you gather more resources for students and things like that. But regarding the program design, the course design, and all the other perspective, they're very happy with what we present. So that's a good news. And currently, we also in the progress of proposing other engineering programs first to the university board, and then to if we can get further support. And as far as I know, right now, environmental engineering proposal is already submitted, and our faculty member is also considering master programs in engineering as well as the next step. And our dean and also on the university level, we all get some support because it's not officially approved or yet, so I cannot claim anything, but we think we get a good start on that. Our long-term goal is eventually we're going to have a lot more engineering programs, and eventually we can have a college, hopefully, but that's a very long-term goal. And I would also like to thank for all the industry and some government support on the growth of our program, including the grant E&E board provides to us. And we have a very active advisory board who constantly kind of gather information for us and give us advices on how should you adjust the course. And this partially oriented from the background of our program, which originated from an engineering technology department. And as you probably know, ET, they tend to be more industry oriented. They like to know exactly, what type of technician the industry likes. So because of that, we have this long-term relationship with various companies, industry leaders, from Nissan, Bridgestone, AVH, just all around this Middle Tennessee area, and they would give us feedbacks on like course designs, like what you need to teach and things like that. That has been very helpful, and we also have a few champions in our advisory board. I like to call them champions because they can get things done we cannot, and they really take leadership on doing that. For example, right now there is this kind of special group within that board trying to push for a new engineering building, and as I could call, I think that's like on the list of the governors to build whatever, I don't know what that list called, but it's like the 10th place or something, so they're trying to push it forward that we can have it done one day sooner. And we're just blessed to have those people to champion for us. And the next is we also get some equipment donations from local industries. They don't use it, or they want the students to learn prior they come to their companies, and they just give. I would like to say, and that's especially helpful. And also with the AE grant we got, we use it to purchase big equipment. And that's kind of what we're lacking right now, because with automations, especially that our students we train them to support the local industries. And local industry, as you guys know, is automotive, is all this type of industry. I very heavily on those big equipment to the automation. So if our student can get access to those, sooner when they were students and doing projects on those, and they will be much more prepared when they come to the workforce. So that's why the industry like to support us with those donations, and also if we get grants from wonderful people like you guys, that's like our first priority. We would spend on those equipment. And so that's kind of, what brought us here today. So talking about what we produce. Okay, so our graduates. So far, our graduates has been very blessed, and majority of them choose to stay in this area because how much jobs are available. So very high industry demand, and we do have people working out of states, and if they have some particular interest, we have students going for NASA of our students are locally with the industry here. Starting salaries are pretty impressive too, as far as I'm concerned, because I feel like mine was a little low on that compared. But happy for them. And also, another thing we did with you guys' support is we encourage our students to take FE exams when they're in school. And we actually have 1 credit hour just dedicated to the FE exam. We have a called FE exam preparation course, and to help students get geared up. And we tell them, if you don't do it now, you're never going to do it again, because once you graduate, you're going to, drag and forget. And we also have a policy, and with the support of this grant money, we reimburse students pass the exam, so that kind of make them like, oh, I can get a chance to, if I'm really good, I can get a chance to pass and get paid. So that also has part of the role of our high FE passing rate. So I don't want to call it cheating, because it's kind of, you encourage a good student to go take it. Bad student might be, I won't be reimbursed, I won't take it. But we do have a very high passing rate. As of this morning, because I was called the last minute, I tried to get the exact number from our department, but I don't know how to connect the emails to here, so I haven't checked my email. I think they probably sent it to me, but I don't know. If once I connect to internet, I'll update this information, let you guys know. So yeah, that's all my commercial. And now let's see what we get. So with the grant we got spring, I think we purchased basically 2 big equipment. Okay, so one is this CNC router machine, and it's currently already kind of in a ready shape, and our technician was about to use it. He actually said, I'm going to make a part and then you can show it to the board. But then he found out like a rotor motor was burned out and he had to order for replacement, so I'm not ready to show you guys like an actual part today. Function already. And the next kind of big equipment we get is this CNC milling machine. As you can see, they're all, requires a lot of capital. It's not something we can pull out very easy. So with the support of the board, we're able to buy equipment like this. And we were going to use it earlier, but then we had this big renovation in our building, so that was postponed. So all the equipment has to be stored for the summer. So right now it's still in storage, but it's going to come out of storage as soon as that renovation is done. So hopefully our student will begin to utilize this machine. So talking about some potential utilization of these equipment, these are all the people who can benefit. So we have an EVP program. It's called Experimental Vehicle Program, and I'm sure some of you guys might heard about it on the news or something. It's pretty impressive kind of student club thing, and it's started by our vice dean, Dr. Frustan, and our students compete in national competitions. Very competitive, and they spend a year of time, all of their after class hours to be in that lab to build, vehicles such as solar boat or Bajas and things like that. So it's very well recognized within MTSU. Of course, all our mechatronic engineering students, especially the seniors who are doing their senior projects. And we have our senior project demonstration at Nissan every year, and I would like to invite you guys, if you're interested, to come and see it. It's a pretty big event, and like that because we want students to see, this is like an industry, not presenting in a classroom, you're actually showing it in a stadium, and people, we make them to hold their project bar high. And unfortunately, I did not include a video of all the student projects, but they're available on our website, our department website. So just Google, I guess. Some are pretty impressive. They're all kind of automation, robotic type of projects. So every year they have different topics, and they would build different type of robots, like robots delivering mails, a robot to make pancakes. I like that. And ask me what flavor you like. Try to brag me, I guess. So all kinds of things like that. And of course, our ET students, engineering technology students, they're also, they can utilize this as well. And there's a couple hundreds of them as well. So it's a very big student population who can benefit from this equipment. So this is my technician. Nicely put it together for me, even though it's all in capital letters I don't like, but he knows more about these machines than me. My background is electrical engineering, so I don't know as much, but about how exactly these machines are going to be utilized. A little hard to read, but it's on there. So this is the end of my slides, and I hope next time when I come over I can bring the parts that's actually made by the machine to show you guys, but unfortunately this time is not available yet. But thank you very much for you guys' support, because without it our student won't be able to have access to such equipment. Thank you.
So I'll jump in first, and then first of all, thank you. I was here a few years ago when you started the program, and it's great to see that it's gone along. A couple things, the way you listened to the local industry was impressive, and you found a niche within the engineering community that didn't just duplicate another engineering program across the state. So I'm appreciative of that, and being able to serve the people that you're around. That was impressive, and I'm glad to see the success that you've had so far. That is also. Can you also send us maybe to Roxana the dates of the demonstration?
Yeah, sure.
So that way we can kind of have something to put on our calendars, because most of us, if it's not on something like this, we don't remember it. So anyway, but thank you very much. I'll shut up. Alton.
I just wanted to ask what the degree is in. It's not mechanical or electrical, is it mechatronics?
Yes, it's mechatronics.
Okay.
I know some, other schools might have mechatronics program as well, but that's most time is piggyback on a mechanical or electrical. So it's kind of, okay, you're in this major, but you kind of get a minor in that. And for us, we designed this to be mechatronics. So from the very beginning, we give students the mindset of how you portray the full system. What does the system, the energy flow looks like, how the parts flow looks like, and what every part plays in this entire system. And we teach them simulation classes, involving with mechanical and electrical knowledge. So they grow along the way to be a mechatronics versus kind of as a second. That's kind of what we see our advantage, and we put a lot of emphasis on automation just because of the industry demand here.
I think that's an exciting program based on where we are with Nissan and General Motors and Toyota, of course the new Toyota, and then the NASA facilities in Huntsville. You're feeding a big market.
Yeah, that's what we feel when we talk to the industry people. That's like, yeah, I like this approach, and we had one student tell me when he sent out the resume Florida with like a space type of company. Hundreds of resumes from all over the country, like university, like First is he was the captain for one of those EVP teams, and he won the national, so that stands out because that kind of proved his. Second is, the guy was just really intrigued by mechatronics. He's like, I'm gonna see what these people can do. It's like something different. I want to try it out. Yeah. So.
And one last question: I don't know how many of your students have set for the PE, but if they do, which discipline do they sit in? Mechanical, electrical?
Yeah, that's a good question. So as of now, our students are still far away from that. I would say depends on their future career. So if they're in a position where it's more leaning towards one or the other, they would probably. As of now, we don't have that data yet, but that would be my guess.
Very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to tell you I am very impressed. I think it's just a very unique approach to an educational curriculum that is automation is absolutely where it's at, right? So did you create this in your mind, or are there other mechatronics programs across the country that you've modeled after, and if so, where are they? I'm just curious.
So first, of course, we'll do some kind of background research, so we'll see what's available. Most we find is that kind of piggyback approach.
Right.
So we would take notes from there, see what kind of a course they offer, but we develop a lot of course ourselves. It's kind of just from scratch.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to consider three things when we assemble this program. One is the ABAC accreditation. You can be the best, but if you don't ABAC credit, employer would not want that. And the next is the Siemens level 3. So all our graduate students, our seniors would take the Siemens level 3 certificate. And I think last time I heard about passing rate is like 90-some%, only one student fail. That's also like an industry certificate we would like them to have, even though as of today it's not that popular yet, especially in the United States. But we see that.
So if I go online and I search for mechatronics programs at major universities, if I search on that, mechatronics at major universities?
I think you would probably find, for engineering, you would probably find another one or
Really?
two.
Is that right?
For engineering technology, there will be a few more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
Well, congratulations. I'm very impressed. Well done.
Anybody else?
I think she had a third element she was about to.
One is FE exam. Yeah, so we have to make sure that's all covered, like all the topics. Before we had one not covered, I think was fluid something in the general FE exam, and then we like put a partial of a course to just cover that. So we'll make sure that's covered.
Thank you very much. Very good. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and University of Memphis architecture. I apologize again for the not looking at my list correctly.
It's okay that you skipped over us.
We-
I won't hold it against
Well,
you.
actually, if you want to know the truth, I'm moving you up the list because
Oh, okay.
of Memphis. So, I mean, go ahead and slam if you want to. I've been
And this is
falsely
my
accused
first time,
before.
so that's probably not a smart idea. Yeah, so I'm Jenna Thompson. I'm an assistant professor of architecture at the University of Memphis Department of Architecture. So, and I too was called up at the last minute to represent our department. And a funny story, I was rushing after studio to get here, and at about mile 143 outside of Memphis, I realized I forgot my outfit for today. Called me last night. I'm wearing the same thing that I wore yesterday. But
I've done that too.
yeah. Yeah. So anyway, first off, on the behalf of the department, we'd really like to thank you for your generous funds that we have received. And without your support, we would not be able to continue the great work that our students do in our community. Community engagement is embedded in the mission and goals of our department, and the Memphis community is very diverse and in a lot of ways underserved. So therefore, our department is uniquely positioned to contribute to this community based on our own makeup of our students, and that we represent the individuals, the groups, and the nonprofit organizations that we work with. Our students come from across the globe in the Mid-South region, and they are traditionally first-generation students, and in most cases, and for these reasons and many more, we are very grateful for this support. So, to highlight what the funding has helped us do, and I kind of feel like these are base needs, which kind of goes back to the community that we serve. We received an alarm system and keypad codes for our graduate studios and our support spaces, so that nothing walks off that you supported us to get in the past, which that's good. And that support is currently building on previous support for furnishings, blackout shades, and AV equipment. We've also had improvements to our imaging center, so we have a nice laser printer now that supports our graduate and undergraduate students in printing out great marketing tools for our department. And those are also used as leave-behinds for our communities that we serve, so that they can go out and hopefully get funding to help support any projects that we've helped them design. We have improvements to our resource library, and the last funding that we got helped. We call our library the Living Library, and the reason for that is we are moving to all sustainable products. And we actually teach our students where the sustainability attributes come from, whether it's social, water, energy, material composition. And so this year we now have the Means Building Construction Cost Data resource. We have 30 years of architecture and perspective history, and we received a laptop. So thank you for that. And finally, and most importantly, we received new construction equipment to continue the support of our Design and Build Studio. The Design Build Studio works over the summer, and it works in a community that is disenfranchised. And we have been able to build community gardens, stages, pavilions for their students to go after school. And I think that that's one of the things that really is a hallmark of what our department does. So we are also NAB and CETA accredited, so the funding that you provide helps support that and meeting those standards. And with that, thank you very much.
Questions from anybody? Good. Thank you very much. Your architecture program, I think we were down there a few years ago and saw some things you were doing, and we appreciate what's going on down there.
I apologize we didn't have slides because we're a visual, department, but well, next time.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've been here about an hour and a half. Let's take about a 5-minute break so we can make sure all this goes in the right place. Yeah, Lipscomb's next. I'm sorry, they're on the list. So Lipscomb, and then on decks UTC, and the holes UT Martin. That's what I've got.
Perfect. Careful, please. Please.
Outside and warm up. Damn.
Hi, Jean. It's
Would they
Susan
expect
Ballard.
to hold,
I
like,
was
200
just calling to
people
see
in
if
here
you were
today?
going to go to the McManus's this morning. Uh-huh. Well, he's leaving at noon, and so he was calling to see if you would be able to make it.
Oh, you better quit that. What is this?
We are back on the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Everybody can kind of find their seats, and I can get my board to get back up this way.
Just a quick reminder, if you haven't signed in to update your contact information we would appreciate if you would do that. This clipboard that's going around. Thank you.
All right.
Morning.
Thank you very much.
My name's David Allwright, and I'm here for the Raymond B. Jones College of Engineering at Lipscomb University, and appreciate the monies that have been provided through the grant program to Lipscomb. Share a little bit of how we got to this point. Just Lipscomb only recently established an engineering program, but starting back in 1938 had some pre-engineering studies, engineering science, engineering physics, kind of things along the ways, with just a handful of graduates in each of those programs. I was a student at Lipscomb in the 1970s and wanted to be in engineering. There wasn't a accredited engineering program there then. I was a physics major when I went through, but have come back only 8 weeks ago to rejoin the school and serve as its dean in the College of Engineering. Today we have 203 students enrolled in the program in the three major disciplines of mechanical, civil, and electrical. About half in mechanical, about a quarter each in the civil and electrical disciplines. 19 total faculty and staff there. So the School of Engineering has grown significantly in recent years and is doing well. We're working to continue to grow that college. In terms of just quick differentiators about what Lipscomb does, clearly it's a faith-based school that emphasizes spiritual growth. We're clearly interested in academic excellence through the accreditation or the FE results or placement of graduates. We have opportunities for service as a way of learning for students, both abroad and here domestically, and I'll touch a little bit more on that in just a moment. Lipscomb historically has not been a research institution, and I think it will always be principally a teaching institution. The key focus is in equipping students, but we're beginning to serve in research domains and leveraging that to help enhance the experience that the students have and the currency of faculty. So there are 4 research grants underway right now totaling about $1 million. And one of the interesting stats is that the faculty and staff believe in what's going on. 100% of those on faculty and staff contribute to the work of the college, and I just appreciate that as a newcomer to it to see that the folks there truly believe in the mission and effort. I mentioned the service projects. I think this is a key area in which students get to experience applying their engineering skills to needs of mankind around the world in a way that really helps them, not only leveraging their engineering learning, but also in building their character. Over the past 10 years or so, there have been 52 trips made to 6 different nations, several in Central America, as well as a couple over in Africa. And the students have, through their studies here, designed and engineered bridges or drinking water systems or sanitation systems or communication and power systems, and then will go and deploy those at these remote sites. And if you're like me, when you're working on a project, I often will end up making more trips to Home Depot than I should make to have the students be put in places where there's not a Home Depot to run to get parts, and they have to make do with what's there and have to really understand that what they are leaving behind and what is put in place to help these populations must be sustainable, must be safe, must work well and effectively, be accepted by the folks they're serving. Those are all key parts of what they learn, and it's really a rewarding way in which they learn engineering and get to apply it in the undergraduate program. They also reach out locally through STEM outreach, through the Music City Best competition that is supported in part by Nissan and TVA and has help from Vanderbilt as well, and from Bison Bot summer camps for students in the high school down to elementary school ages. mention that October 20th at Lipscomb is when the Music City Best competition is going on, where 15 area schools will be competing for with the robots that they are making. It's a good program. So highlight what the funds received from this board have been used for. One of the principal things of the $14,000 or so that have been received has been to help encourage and subsidize the funding of taking the FE exams. And the algorithm that Lipscomb has used is to basically pay in part a stipend for the students who attend all the review sessions, and then pay the remainder contingent upon them passing the exam. 100% of our graduates are expected to take the FE exam, and we use it as a means of assessing the quality of the education and consistency across the entire program. So we value the results and value the engagement of students in going through the review process for it, and what it does in helping to make sure our curriculum is balanced and covers all the different topics that need to be covered. And the actual expenditures this year, you can kind of tell from the numbers at the bottom of the screen. We had, I think, 33 students take the exam. 29 of those 33, or 88% roughly, passed it on the initial pass. So we appreciate the use of the grant to support that, but other funds from the grant have been used to purchase equipment. I'll highlight 3 specific pieces that are in use. We bought 2 of these strain gauge indicators for our solid material labs, for being able to instrument structural members and be able to understand, measure the actual strain experience versus what was calculated. We bought a set of 12 sieves for the civil engineering program to use for assessing different materials, and purchase a dry well, a calibration standard for use in the instrumentation lab for a temperature measurement device. So those are the 3 pieces of equipment that have been purchased and are in use supporting the engineering studies right now. So that's a quick overview of what's going on at Lipscomb. Any questions that y'all may have?
Buddy?
Personally, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I wrote that down correctly. You asked that 100% of your students take the FE. I really appreciate that. And I know now you've got several students out practicing. Do you know of those that have gone on to practice, about the number that have gone on to take the PE, or do you have any way to trace or keep that record?
I don't have the stats on how many actually went on to take the PE. I'll look to Ford or Chris in case y'all know. I'd like to know that as well. We'll see if we can learn.
Just grateful that you encourage them to do that, and thank you. I personally have spent a lot of money at Lipscomb University educating 3 of my 4 children, so I'm grateful for what you do.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate y'all's support. Any other questions?
Just a comment, and again, I've heard this from a couple others. I'm grateful to see the way the money's used to promote the FE, and I really like the fact that there is an expectation on the student, and then there's more available if success is had. So I really appreciate the way that you've put some accountability into. And I've heard that from a couple others too, on that money, because I think that's a great real life lesson that money with success comes some accountability and stuff. And I also think it's a good way to use our funds. So I appreciate that interest on that. All right.
Up here, if anybody else wants to use it.
Anybody else? I'd make sure. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Looks like I've got UTC Interior Design.
morning.
My name is Jessica Etheridge, and I'm the undergraduate program coordinator for the Interior Architecture and Design program at UTC. And just to give you just a really quick brief background about our program, we are accredited by the Council for Interior Design Accreditation, and we maintain approximately 95 students throughout our program, majors and pre-majors. And our current budget is very limited, as you might hear from other programs as well. And so a lot of times our budget maintains our classroom equipment and printing and buying ink and supplies and those types of things. So we really appreciate the funds that you guys grant us as well to kind of advance our technology, for that matter. And so some of the things that you'll see on the handout attack some of our program goals that we have. And the first one being that we want to provide our students with the graphic and verbal communication skills necessary to contribute to our ever-loving profession. And as you know, the trends within our profession and disciplines are always advancing, and so virtual reality is one of those things that's top on the list right now too. So some of our funds have gone to purchasing a PC desktop computer that can hold, I guess, the memory and the programs and everything that we require so that we can use the virtual reality equipment. And we've started to use those in some of our computer automated design classes. And what's really interesting is over the last 2 years, some of our interns have also been exploring their use in their firms that they're working for. So it's kind of come just at the right time, I would say, so that students are starting to get a little taste of it in classes, but they're also using it for client presentations while they're doing their internships. And another thing that we have purchased as well are the Wacom tablets, which allows students to strengthen their sketching skills. We found that over the past, well, to tell you a little bit about our program, we strongly believe in the hand drafting skills. And so we definitely make sure that our students are introduced and well knowledgeable about hand drafting in their first year, and as well as being able to sketch. We want our students to be able to sketch any type of ideas visually on the spot if need be. And some of this information comes back from our advisory board as well. So that's kind of where we get some of the ideas of what we need to purchase in the future. And what we've seen, and you can kind of see in one of the images there with the student that has a couple of computer screens, is she's using a tablet to kind of sketch over a Google map, but also add other graphics that make the Google map more appealing for her project and for her presentation. So we feel like this is another improvement for our program as well. And then lastly, another one of our program goals, of course, is to encourage the acquisition and maintenance of professional development, certifications, and licenses. So this basically addresses the professional registrations. Like we see, basically we got the idea from a lot of the engineering programs in their presentations that they're having their students sit for their exams. So we feel strongly that our students sit for the NCIDQ as well. So this is our licensing exam that identifies the interior designers have met the minimum standards, the education, and so they are allowed to sit for the fundamentals exam. And so we offer, through your grant, we offer so many funds to at least sit for and apply for the first part of the fundamentals exam for the students to take. So there's 3 parts, so we feel like if we can get the students just to sit for that first one, they'll be encouraged to continue on in the future. And the fundamentals exam basically covers the building systems, construction standards, and design application as well. So some of that fundamental basic knowledge that they're using in the class. And so we thank you for the opportunity and for the funds that you've provided us. And are there any questions? Well, a surprise.
It's really interesting that you're emphasizing the hand drafting skills, so it makes me feel like my time is coming around again. Thank you. No, it's great.
A lot of people argue it, and there's some other programs that maybe jump right into computer skills. We still feel like there's a fundamental reason to understand line weights and just the terminology that goes along with drafting, so that when you do move into the computer, it just catches on.
I think it is very helpful at times to be able to do it and have that skill. It's just another kind of weapon in your arsenal. But it's also things are mixing now. The manual drafting and computerized drawings is coming together. So.
Well, and that was the cool thing about the Wacom tablets too, is that we've seen a lot of students have these great presentations, especially if they're really good at sketching and using the tablets. They've integrated maybe a Revit perspective rendering where it's this blend of just one image, but their sketch that blends with the actual computer itself. So it's kind of this seamless transition.
Yeah, I agree.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Robert, Sarah's presentation is going to be the special grant, so we'll
Okay.
skip over her. Okay.
Awesome. Good deal. So UTC Engineering, I think, is next.
Morning all. My name is Wei Dong Wu. I'm a faculty member. First, we would greatly appreciate your support. Because of your grant, we were able to purchase drone and thermal cameras. And the picture on the right side shows two of my graduate students. They used the drone to fly under a bridge over the Tennessee River. So we use the drone to take images from the bridge. Then we use AI or deep neural network to process the image to identify and damage of the bridge. So this is for bridge inspection purpose. So we hope that we may combine the drone technology and deep learning or AI technology for bridge inspection.
Just a quick, I hate to interrupt, I apologize,
sure.
but that drone looks like it's in a vertical position, not a traditionally horizontal. Is that correct?
No, it should be hard. That's because that's the way that we take a picture.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's pretty impressive. Either way,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's a very exciting project that we are still working on that. So, and the second purchase is we bought some wireless smart sensors and also the shake tables. So the image on the right side bottom, the other one shows some of the smart sensors that we bought. So we use those smart sensors for an undergraduate project. So so that project is about using the wireless smart sensors to collect the acceleration and displacement data. And we also have a shake table. So we use the shake table to apply earthquake load. Then use wireless smart sensors to collect acceleration and displacement sensors. So hopefully we can apply the wireless smart sensors for any structure monitoring. So then we also use the money buy some computers, so Surface Pro tablets. And because of your funding support, and we presented and published one peer-reviewed full paper at IEEE Smart City Conference in middle September in Kansas City. And we also have the second paper, which is going to be sent to a journal. So all these papers are about using drone technology and AI for bridge inspection, for pavement condition assessment. So these are very exciting projects. So we are still working very hard on that. So and also we supported one undergraduate interdisciplinary project. So that is the one that I just showed you. So students build that small building and use the wireless smart sensors for health monitoring. And we also supported in this semester, okay, so we use drone and also the deep neural network and allow students to assess the pavement conditions, that is, to identify the pavement distress, so pavement distress. And also use the tablet, but developed an online course that is probability and statistics for engineering. The tablet that will allow you to use a stylus pen to write on the screen. So that is very handy. And this online course, every year, the enrollment is more than 100 students. So lots of students benefit from these online courses. And also we plan to use the Surface Pro to develop FE review lectures. So with the grant support, we develop a new graduate level course, that is what I'm offering in this semester. So that is intelligent infrastructure, and also with this fund support, and we are working on a graduate thesis. And we have the equipment in there, so those equipment will continue to support our students and research also. Thank you all.
So, questions, comments? Yes, ma'am.
I got a question relative to the Raspberry that you're using. Is that at the undergraduate level or the graduate level? Who's using those, and are you coding? Are you actually writing code for them?
We actually wrote the code.
Okay.
So one of my graduate students is working on that, and also for the undergraduate interdisciplinary project, we have undergraduate students also participate in the project.
I think that's
it's
great.
Very exciting.
It is. I mean, that is just fabulous. That is
it is
something.
No cost.
Right.
So it's just $100, less than $1,000.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Our idea is this. So we use the drone to take the image from the bridge or pavement. Then we use the Raspberry Pi to run the AI code.
Process the data.
So you can do real-time detection.
Right, right. Very cheap. Very cheap. Yeah. That's great. Congratulations.
Anything else? I will say one thing. I've seen 2 or 3 DJ2 Phantom drones. There's one in a tree in Pittman Center that if anybody can go find it, one of our guys lost, so that may augment your drone fleet. So if they can find it, yeah, we could. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, we tried to track it and never found it. All right, sorry. The UT Martin, I believe, is who I've got next.
I grew up at the convention hall.
Okay. Well, good morning. My name is Bob Lamaster, and I'm the interim chair of the Department of Engineering. I have with me today a new dean for the College of Engineering and Natural Science at UT Martin, so shout out Dr. Robinson, and so you'll be having communication with him in the Martin, Tennessee. Anybody ever been there? A few of you? It's a town of 8,000 to 10,000, depending on the day you count. It's 2.5 hours from anywhere. If we fly to anywhere or come to the big city, this is a big deal for us. But UT Martin is focused on undergraduate education. So we don't have, we have some master's level programs, but they're by far the minority. Our engineering program is 100% undergraduate. We have a Bachelor of Science in Engineering degree that was created 26 years ago now, I believe. We have different concentrations in it, and these concentrations we believe are just as strong as any separately accredited degree, such as a BSME, BSCE, and so forth. The concentrations are mechanical, which is the largest, electrical and civil, which are the next two largest concentrations. Then we have industrial and manufacturing that make it up. One of the unique things about the UT Martin program, I know of only 3 other degree programs in the nation that do this. Our students are required to pass the FE in order to graduate. I get numerous calls, probably one a month, from a school that's heard about that, and they got questions. What happens if they don't pass it? It's an easy answer. They don't graduate. Do you have students who don't pass it? Every now and then, but not very often. Our pass rate this past year was 93%. We had 4 students who, 3 of them took it a second time and passed it, and the other guy, he don't really have his diploma yet. He's not taken it yet. He got him a job and he's off working, and someday he'll decide that his degree is important and he'll take it, and we have every confidence he'll pass it. When we first started, when the program was formed, one of the concerns was that here it is, we're a small university out in the middle of nowhere, and we start an engineering program and we start handing out degrees. People, the faculty back then were concerned about, how do we know that their degree is worth anything? How do we make sure that they have some external source saying that they've learned something? And that's where the idea behind passing the FE came about. I interview all of our graduating seniors every year, and invariably I get comments from the seniors that like the requirement. They think it sets them apart, that they haven't just been passing a bunch of courses, they've been prepared and they can walk in cold and pass that test. Have review sessions and things like that. Students quit coming to them. The word got out that they didn't need them, and so they don't come to them. They just go take the test. About 50% of them will walk in cold and take the test. They'll register for it and then worry about it maybe that night, but they take the test and have no trouble passing it. The others start worrying about it 2 to 3 weeks in advance, and they might get a review manual that's floating around laying in one of the study rooms, and they work a few problems here and there, and then they go in and take the test. So we don't really do anything unique or special in order for them to pass the test, which there's a number of things going on at UT Martin that we think will be very positive for the engineering program. We have a new 120,000 square foot facility being designed. It's called the Latimer Engineering and Science Building. It is about 3 years out, we hope. It's in the design phase right now. It will provide a lot of very much needed laboratory space. Right now, the engineering department is really crowded in our labs and so forth. So we're looking forward to that. We think it will provide some growth opportunities. A lot of people, when they come and tour our facilities, we're currently working out of a 1950s type concrete block building, and we think that it will over the years, since the A&E board has started this grant program, I think UT Martin has probably benefited to the tune of $100,000 in that ballpark. And that has been very important to us. As a small university, it's something that, quite frankly, we've come to count on, and sometimes in our planning, somebody needs a particular piece of equipment or whatever, we send a dollar value we think we can acquire, we kind of wait and then propose that. So it's something that's very important to us as we go. I have some slides. Last year, one of the things that we have is a fairly new manufacturing concentration. This manufacturing program came out of conversations with a lot of the manufacturers in the area. And so one of the labs that we have is a machine vision lab. And you can see a student there working with a camera and a PC, and they're learning to calibrate the cameras that are being used and integrated with PLCs and other devices to implement an imaging decision-making process that would be used in manufacturing. Most of the money from last year went to that particular set of instruments. We have 6 PLC workstations, and so we had 6 cameras and the associated software and hardware that went with that. Lego bots. One of the challenges that we have, and I've talked to other engineering professors, and they seem to have similar things, is that when freshman engineering students come in, it's a few years before they get to take very much engineering. They're hit with math and physics and chemistry and all kinds of things. And so it's really, they don't get a lot of engineering courses till they get into their junior year and so forth. And so it's during that, what do you do with freshmen to try to get them, make them feel like they're part of an engineering program, not a math program? And how do you kind of get them excited about the things that they will see and learn downstream? So we have a freshman studies program in which we encourage students to enroll in it. It's not part of a graduation requirement. It's something where we try to teach them about what they're going to encounter in college and how to calculate a GPA and how to, just get around and do things. And so we've started implementing projects for the students in those freshman studies courses. We have mechanicals working with Lego bots. They really, most of them don't know how to program or do anything at that time. So I haven't had a C course, so it's fairly easy for them to come in and in a short period of time get something working and see how you would go about interfacing. Also bought a 3D resin-based printer. One of the surprising things to me is that 25 years ago, we were using this kind of technology at NASA in Huntsville, printing wind tunnel. $500,000, and only government agencies could afford to buy one. Along the way, people figured out easier ways to create 3D models or 3D printers than maybe the resin. but we were able to purchase that resin printer for like $3,000. Same technology they used 25 years ago, but it's certainly much more affordable. One of the students there is working on a geared drive system for a SAE Aero team. We have one of the best SAE Aero teams in the nation. Last year we were going to win the advanced competition till they lost their telemetry in the last flight, and they came down kind of hard, and that prevented them from scoring on the last flight, but they were in the head. The other two teams that were anywhere close to us was Georgia Tech and the China national team. We don't even have, we got an airplane team and a rocket team and other things. So in any event, the students here are developing a geared drive system where they can take a 40,000 RPM motor engine and slow it down to where they can use a bigger prop and get better performance out of it. This year, what we've requested is actually a lot of equipment would be used in our electrical labs, oscilloscopes that have USB ports. We have quite a few oscilloscopes, but we only have a few that have USB ports. And then the upper division electrical labs, the collecting of data, downloading it to a computer, and then using that data in reports and things is a lot easier if they have USB ports. So students will instead of having it connected to a computer, they'll just plug a jump drive in there, and then they'll take it home with them, and they got the data. We have 16 stations in our lower division electrical lab, and we replaced last year 6 of the prototyping systems. This will enable us to do the remaining 10. The prototyping systems were used so much that the connectors weren't to circuit into those things so many times before they quit working. Then our civil folks wore out their soil sample extruder, so we were one last thing I'll comment about UT Martin is often envious when I see statistics from someone like Vanderbilt about how many students they have. A few of those, but not many. Probably 30% of our students start out in college algebra. Go from college algebra to trig, then they get into the calc sequence. So there's a year of prep work that they have to go through just to be able to handle an engineering curriculum. A lot of the students, we get students from all over the place. We got students from overseas in Boston and Memphis and other places, but the vast majority of them come from rural West Tennessee. They're lucky to have a algebra teacher, let alone somebody who can teach them trig. So it's not that the students are not capable of becoming very good engineers. In fact, some of farms make some of the best engineers that we graduate. They understand how to work on things and which end of a screwdriver they've got, and you know they can tear it anything down and rebuild it already. What we don't have is the opportunity to have the kind of education that you sometimes get around the bigger cities, and so typically take a student, not all of them, but about a third of them that come in, they have to start at a lower level. It takes them a year to get ready. But when they graduate, they're just as good and sometimes better than the students who came in with the third. I had a graduate this past year who had come from that kind of environment, flunked out of the community college. Daughter, he said when he looked at the daughter for the first time, he decided he had to change his life. And so he comes to UT Martin, headed up our rocket team, and SpaceX for 2 different jobs, and finally took a job with Aerojet Rocketdyne designing rockets. He graduated with a 3.8, but that's after he take a different student, and I think the value we add as faculty to get them prepared and ready to compete.
Questions?
Isn't a question, I have a comment. I can attest to the quality of the engineering students that UTM produces because several of them work for me, and one of them is a partner. So y'all do a good job.
And I also appreciate your comment about some kids from rural areas. My family's all from rural areas. My dad was from a small Claiborne County and would not have had the opportunity except, in a lot of places. So I appreciate that. I'm not going to say he didn't almost get kicked out a few times, but whatever. Thank you very much. Dr. Hargrove, TSU.
Still morning. Good morning, everyone. I bring you greetings from the Nashville's only public state university. I do want to acknowledge the previous presentations and those to come, the different engineering programs. We take a major charge to expand and produce engineers and technologists, to move into a workforce, whether it's entrepreneurship or whatever, to make an impact on this U.S. economy. I say that in the scope, if I may, by giving my colleagues and this board a charge. I was talking to a couple deans earlier, and you may or may not know this, but the U.S. only produces about 110,000 engineers per year. In the state of Tennessee, that number is about 1,400. So the question is, how do we within the state or even this country try to meet, I believe, a growing demand for STEM professionals and engineers? And so it's a big task, it's a big charge, and by our engagement with K-12, promoting STEM education and getting more industry engagement as well at all levels is a way to meet that challenge. Again, I come to you as Dean of the College of Engineering at Tennessee State University. Just for the record, TSU, being in this great city of Nashville, has about 8,000 students, and about roughly 600 to 800 those students are undergrad, and the rest are graduate students all the way up to the PhD. Within the College of Engineering, we have approximately 1,000 students. When I got there about the same time my friend got to the board about 8-9 years ago, we were about 650. And so within that 8-year period, we got to a top of about 1,100 students with some aggressive strategies and recruitment that we did over a number of years upon my arrival. That number has stabilized right now, and so that's probably a good thing for now, because I'm not allowed to hire any more faculty. But we will look at some strategic ways to address that. There are 4 accredited engineering programs in our college. Architecture engineering, which is like one of, I think, 18 or 19 in the country. Civil engineering, mechanical engineering, and electrical engineering. We also have a technology program, and I want to commend MTSU on their initiative to promote mechatronics. in our technology, bachelor's degree technology program. We've also have a concentration in mechatronics to respond to the growing need for automation experts and technicians for the growing demand here in metropolitan Nashville. And we also have an ABET accredited computer science program. Believe it or not, only 25% of computer science programs are actually ABET accredited. We sought that out 7 years ago, and we produced, I believe, an outstanding comp sci graduate, so much so that we started a master's program in computer science 2 years ago. And as most of you know, there's about 1,600 IT-related jobs that are not being filled here in metropolitan Nashville, and so we're trying to meet that need as well. I do want to make a couple comments with regard to our college. And I do want to be honest with you, most of our graduates do not stay in the state of Tennessee. They just don't. If you ask me what are the top 5 employers of our students, 4 of them are probably all defense related. From the Boeing to the Lockheed Martin to the Raytheon, those are the major companies that are recruiting our students. However, we are trying to make an impact on that, and with some local partnerships with Altria and Nissan and several other companies, we are looking at expanding that workforce pool, even with HCA, with our computer science graduates staying there. But in addition to that, we have a very aggressive study abroad program in the College of Engineering. And our goal is what we intend to produce what we call a global engineer. And that's an engineer that can work anywhere in the world with the technical competency and leadership skills to do that. I just got back from Japan. We send students to China, South America. We go to Turkey every year. And this broadens the perspective of a lot of our students who for the most part, live within a block all their lives from a city in Detroit or Chicago, and expands their vision of what they can possibly do, as well as a global awareness and consciousness. And so it's because of that opportunity, many of our students do finish and go to work for some of these companies that are all over the country. And we think that's a good thing as well. I would also add that our college has been very aggressive in promoting STEM education in K-12. In fact, we received an award last year based upon our efforts as recognized as one of the best STEM programs based on the pre-college programs. We host one of the largest science Olympiads in the city with over 400 students. We did the STEM Expo, which was about 800 high school students here in the city. TSU hosted that in our gymnasium. So, those kinds of efforts has always been, in my mind, a mission of the institution, not only being a TSU grad, but also from graduating from TSU and going to institution like the University of Michigan, go Big Ten, and other places to do things like that. I heard that, right. So on that note, we've been very fortunate with your support to really enhance our architectural and civil engineering program. We have 2 separate programs, a architecture engineering program that's ABET accredited, and a civil engineering, but they are in one department. They are in one department, but we do provide 2 different degrees, and they are required. So the funding, since I arrived, again, thanks for your support, I have to say all those funds have been directed to that department, and in this case, more specifically to architecture engineering. That program has struggled, mainly because of leadership, But I can't tell you how relieved I am that I've been able to hire a new department chair that started, 5-6 weeks ago, and I am so optimistic on him leading that department and addressing some of the issues or challenges that it's had for a few years. So the funding for this past year was focused on construction and building efficiency initiative. Recognizing, as many of you know, the construction boom here in the city, our architecture engineering, our civil engineering program, the focus on the construction management or construction opportunities within those two fields. In architecture, most of those students go into more of a facilities type of engineering. Then in civil, of course, can go into a number of areas, including transportation, as well as and design. So, but this particular focus for the funding was focused on building efficiency. And so we identified 4 particular courses that we wanted to target that include civil and architecture, but also mechanical engineering. One of those courses is mechanical systems for buildings, energy conversion for buildings, lighting and power systems, and an intro to HVAC as well. And so as part of the curriculum that kind of overlap all of those courses, we've designed multiple exercises or projects that's focused on doing building audits for energy efficiency. And the students, of course, get in teams, and they will do these building audits and make recommendations to improve the energy efficiency. So looking at illumination, HVAC systems, the equipment that was purchased included loggers, illumination meters. We bought 2 compressors for an HVAC system. We also have a 6x6x4 miniature house that the students built probably about 10-15 years ago. But within this house, we run a miniature HVAC system where we can test and do energy audits on that. And so we, as part of the project, many of the students will go through exercises and experiments related to operating that facility. We've also collaborated, or we do collaborate with the College of Agriculture. The College of Agriculture has a number of plant growth chambers that they use. And so they called on us to help look at some of those plant growth chambers and analyze the efficiency of those chambers, whether we're talking about humidity and those type of metrics that they use. And so that's a good thing, believe it. College of Agriculture, College of Engineering, we probably had not always worked well together, but this has been an excellent opportunity to do some thermal systems analysis and evaluations on that as well. So in addition, purchased multiple data recorders, and we also bought some software, some Bentley thermal system modeling software for that department. So we're very excited about the program. I am, as Dean of the College of Engineering, with a new department chair. That department has research efforts, mainly supported by the Tennessee Department of Transportation. But as from a strategic perspective, our goal is to grow the architecture engineering department and to be at a level, if not grow even larger than the civil engineering department. Mainly just because, as I mentioned before, architecture engineering is not a well-known or popular program across many of the 350 engineering programs across the country. but a very unique degree, whether they go into design or facilities or construction or any one of those areas. So on that note, I will end there and entertain any questions.
Questions? Ricky?
It's great to hear you have an ARC-E program. We've got a graduate whose work came from Kansas State and works for us, and we'd like another one, and we just don't want anybody else from Kansas coming to our firm. We think one's enough. He's a character, so it's good to hear.
I'd like to see if we can meet that need.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's good. I wondered if you established some relationship with the local engineering consulting firms in terms of internships, or whether they can help you teach some of your classes or whatever. It seems like such a natural relationship with local consulting engineers.
Great question. So probably more than any other discipline, most of our adjuncts and temps are for civil and architecture engineering. And so many of them are out of some of the local construction companies. So the answer is yes to that, including some of the students do work there for interns, whether it's Turner or a few others. However, for example, during the construction of the convention center, Music City Convention Center, when I first got here doing that, we had like 6 students actually were hired and involved in that. However, because and when they get that experience, they get offered opportunities that, unfortunately, out of state, and many of the students, I wouldn't say many, don't choose to stay in Nashville or Tennessee, but we struggle with that. Whether you go to Dallas, Texas, or stay in Nashville, or go to an offer in Atlanta or DC, and DC is a big draw. But I appeal to the local construction companies to make those opportunities. There are great opportunities here in Nashville, even with the traffic and slowly cost of living going up and housing. This is still a great place to live, and so we'll continue working on that.
Dr. Hargrove, I just want to thank you for the incredibly valuable service you provide to your students. It's kind of intimidating, actually, to go to one of your senior project presentations. I definitely bring the IQ of the room way down. The only thing I can think of is how'd you pick the color for whatever that is that you built? And I mean, really, really impressive what some of those students are doing and they're able to accomplish. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I share with my colleague from UT Martin. I would say 80% of my students do not start in calculus. I mean, that's a fact. But I'll tell you this. Our students last year were part of a design project sponsored by the Air Force Research Lab. And it was coming up with a landing gear for a helicopter. We placed third amongst all the teams, and I think it was like maybe 9 teams across the country, including Georgia Tech. We placed third out of that group. And I'm telling you, that says a lot about what we do with a student coming in and by the time he or she graduates. We don't get a lot of credit for it, but that's not what's important. And our engagement with the community, we had 15 female engineering students in Memphis 2 weeks ago teaching middle school and high school girls how to code. I mean, that's powerful. and it's powerful to try to meet that demand for engineers, as I mentioned, as well as provide a more diverse work pool as well. So I appreciate that comment.
Anything else? Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tennessee Tech University, and I noticed she did not bring any Ralph's Donuts with her this morning, so we'll hopefully. That's the only thing that got me through. That and the pizza place down the place. So anyway.
I'm at Scotty's Hamburgers.
Yeah, well, they weren't.
You probably spent a lot of time at John's.
No, trust me, I didn't.
I was married, so I couldn't.
I understand.
Do any of that.
Going in the right way. It's just that it's big. Can we take that one out, or is that?
Good morning. My name is Jessica Oswald, and I'm currently serving as Interim Associate Dean in the College of Engineering. Appreciate this opportunity to be here. Like some of the others, I did not know that we were supposed to report on more than just our grant, so that's primarily what I will speak to. So for the equipment funded by the board this past year, it primarily went to two projects. One was for our Engineering Student Design Center, and the other was to help provide some support for our STEM Mobile. Our Engineering Student Design Center is a new facility that we have. This is an old middle school. It's probably, I think, is being roofed in this picture. But it had a 10,000 square foot gym, and that has been allocated to the College of Engineering for senior design projects. So that we've spent the last year working on outfitting that space. It's still a work in progress, but when it is complete, we should be able to have up to 24 teams in various stages working in that facility. Primarily, these are the ME and electrical and computer engineering. So just a few pictures of the design center. This shows on the left some of the equipment that as it's being set up. And then some of you can still see that it is a work in progress. There's a basketball goal up there that we hope to get removed at some point. And the bleachers are up against the wall and they have to be removed, but we wanted to get students in there. This is an area that has been set aside. This is going to become used for 3D prototyping. On the right are the student workstations. They'll have an area like that for each team where they can lock things in their cabinets. And then on each side of the facility there will be a lab. What we have the equipment mostly for right now is for the mechanical engineering support, but there will also be one for electrical and computer engineering. And there's a lot of crossover between the teams, but the mechanicals use the electrical and the electricals also use the mechanical equipment. So this is the equipment that was funded by the board last year for this facility. It's traditional small machining capabilities, a milling machine, a welder, bench lathe, bandsaw, drill press, and then multimeters, a couple of different kinds of multimeters. Photos of students who are using the equipment. I took a trip to the center, which is located just off campus, last week, and met Corey and Ben and Kurt. And they told me a little bit about their project. They have actually been using some of the equipment the day before that was purchased. So that photo was the mill and a bandsaw. And then the lathe is here, and this is another student I met. She is a freshman who is working in the. She's not working on in a senior design team, but she is working for the center as a. I don't know if it's part of her scholarship hours or if it's a work study. I don't know what it is, but she is actually doing all the wiring to provide power to the tables. And so they have trained her, and she has been a valuable asset to the facility. The other major effort that we've used the funds for is our Makers on the Move, which uses the STEM-mobile. The STEM-mobile was outfitted through a grant, part of that as part of the Upper Cumberland Rural STEM Initiative, and it is primarily designed to go to middle schools and maybe elementary schools. They have all sorts of equipment and projects that can be used, as well as the instructions for the teachers. They can download those instructions, and the students, there are videos that show the students exactly what they need to do, and so I'll show you that in just a minute. But it's primarily aimed at pre-K through 8 teachers and students. But our engineering students participate in Makers on the Move. And what they're trying to do is to reach new students for STEM majors, to provide enrichment activities to high school students. So what you have is a near peer mentor. You have someone who just came from high school going out and helping high school students, so someone that they can relate to very easily. And it's been shown that this is a very high impact practice for retention of engineering students. And so we're using our own students to reinforce engineering, and they're gaining from it as well by becoming more likely to be retained as engineering students. And these are so this is the result of last year's efforts by Makers on the Move. They reached almost 6,000 potential students through 15 events and 28 outreach days and 29 schools participating. Almost 50 students volunteered. There's very few staff that go with this. It's mostly students who do this, and so we're able to impact students in that way. The activities that they do involve simple motors, and you can read through those. Some programming, and all these are projects that have been designed through our STEM Center with the help of education experts. And to support this effort is primarily to refurbish a lot of the equipment. You can imagine if we had 6,000 last year, and this has been going on for the last 4 years, that a lot of the equipment that was originally purchased was no longer, it needed some help. So we used it for 20 iPads and Chromebooks and some gaming computers, primarily that they're used for simulations, and then to replace some of the televisions in the facility. And this is on the left. We have that's the STEM-mobile with a different skin on it. And so you can see they just climb up in there, and there's stations. You see the stations on the right there are 6 workstations, each one with a television that can project the instructions for doing the project or the experiment. There's some of our Makers on the Move students over there, and this can handle up to 24 students at a time. So typically for the elementary schools, it would be taken out to an elementary school and left for a week, and then would be used by teachers in various classes. Another example shows the video screens, the televisions, and so those were, I don't know if those are the new or the old ones, but that's what it would have been used to replace some of those. The Oculus Rift on the right, we had 4 of those, and that they want to do a little bit more with virtual reality and develop some new projects. So that is what that is being used for. iPads and Chromebooks and the desktop computers. And I told Corey, Ben, and Kurt, the students that I met, they were designing a personal portable power generator. And I told them that I was coming to meet with you, and they said to tell you thank you. And on behalf of all of the students in the College of Engineering at Tennessee Tech, I want to say thank you for
questions. I do have a question on your STEM mobile. I was at the scholarship presentation thing a couple weeks ago, I think it was, and a young lady mentioned she was a volunteer and had gone all the way to Tri-Cities with it. And so how do you get, I mean, is this an invitation thing, or do you reach out to the schools, or how does that work?
It's both. There's some invitations and there's some outreach, but yeah. Hire a
driver
tractor to pull it, and
right.
And so yeah, that's take it and there for a day, and sometimes it's there for a week. So
okay, well, that's an impressive thing. Questions, comments?
I really appreciate the fact that you're going out into the community. And
well, a lot of our students are from rural communities as well as many as several people have said here, and so way to get materials out to them where they don't have to come in.
Very good. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I will UTK Architecture followed by UTK Engineering. We would have had you all sooner, but I had to sit through 4 hours of the Florida game, so I'm intentionally penalizing you for your athletic department.
Thank you. It's great to be here, hear all the stories. Thank you for the grant funding. It's really important for us to be able to meet our mission at the College of Architecture and Design, and I have a lot of news and updates, and I'll also be reviewing really how we've been spending the grant funds over the last 3 years and what it's meant to the students. If you open up, I gave everybody a copy of our annual report, and if you open up to page 4, you're going to get a lot of the sort of thumbnail sketches of some of the statistics that's going on within the school. But right now, in 2017, we had 453 students between the architecture, interior architecture, and landscape architecture programs. This year, after the 14-day report, we're up to 520. We're adding graphic design to the college. They're moving from fine arts to our college, so we'll be adding another 120 students. And we also are working on a draft proposal for an industrial design program. So I'm hoping in 4 years, more years, we'll have over 750 students in the college. By the way, I'm David Matthews. I'm Associate Dean for Facilities and Technology within the college. I'm also the school director for interior architecture. Some of the other highlights, if you look at this, in terms of the number, interior architecture has grown 271%. We've more than doubled the size of our program, and our first-year enrollment continues to climb. What's one of the biggest growths that we've experienced within the college, and we look at our metrics regarding academic performance, and that's moving up from year to year as well. So we're able to grow the college and grow the academic performance, and we're really proud of that. Last year, I'm going to estimate we had about 600 applications for the undergraduate programs, and so we're doing quite well. Sort of as program update news, MLA, Master Landscape Architecture, has their reaccreditation visit this coming November. Interior architecture was reaccredited this past spring, and the architecture program was just ranked 16 in public institutions nationally by Design Intelligence. And it's really important that we are, all the programs aspire to be nationally ranked, and it's great to see one of the programs achieve that. So it's an important part of what we do. Turn to pages, I think it's 36 and 37. Just want to bring some other things to your attention. A big emphasis in the school is digital fabrication, and if you haven't come and visited us lately and seen our Fab Lab, this is on North Gay Street in Knoxville downtown. Some of these things that go to, if you look down here, we give away filament to the students. We want them to be 3D printing, and we use 470 pounds of 3D filament. If you go through some of these statistics, it's really quite robustly used by the students. In a way, it's our maker space, and we feel it's important to contribute to the community and be off campus and be able to be part of the makers movement in Knoxville. The facility, we also have the ability to help local designers and practitioners in the Knoxville area that need to come and fabricate pieces, particularly in the summer when we're not running as many students do. We'll often partner with the professional community and help them in their fabrication projects. We just acquired and spent about $400,000 on a new robot. We have 2 new faculty. They're going to work on woven structures using this robot. It's pretty exciting work. So this funds, grant funding in the last 3 years. I'm going to start with this past year. We purchased 2 laser cutters and some laptop computers. Laser cutter is probably one of the most robustly used piece of equipment by our students. So when I talk about the way the funds are used for the grants, we're often focusing on reaching as many students as we possibly can. We want these funds to really impact the total college in the way that students have accessibility, reliability, and their technology experience. So we're looking for things that are high impact, high use, and a lot of student touches. This year we were able to run all new. We had 127 first-year students, and within the first 3 weeks they were all able to do a laser cutting project and get, their skills built around some of this digital fabrication equipment. In my 25th year as an educator, and I cannot tell you how profoundly education has changed through digital fabrication. I have my students do a project where they build a chair. They have a project, second semester, freshman year, where I have them, give them a problem. They're in teams of 4, and they have a sheet of steel, 16 gauge, 5 by 10, and they're to build a chair or a bench that's cut and folded, no mechanical fasteners, no welding. And they use our abrasive water jet cutter, but they're testing this first by making folded models, working by hand. We are a both-and culture. When the students come in the door, it is digital technology and working by hand. And so we're folding paper, and then we're cutting on the laser cutter, and then they're doing their final prototypes with the abrasive water jet cutter. And it's an amazing process to see students get to outputs and testable full-scale prototypes in their first year of education. And it's a real game changer for us. So when we're able to get the students on this equipment earlier, it really excites their imagination and gets them going in a big way. So we're real thankful to have that. So it was great to see after the first 3 weeks all our students had a project completed on that. We also have been, and give you statistics. We work closely with the students in terms of the student experience. As Associate Dean covering the technology issues in our college, I'm keenly aware of how important it is to have stability and reliability in the technology arena with the students. Every one of our students has to have a laptop computer within the first 3 weeks of their school. We give them the specification. And one of the things, that means we have over 520 students with laptops. And you have every class requiring some sort of digital technology within the design studio. So the reliability of that, I mean, it is what my thing is this: I don't want a student not being able to focus on their coursework. So what we do is we use some of the state funds to buy what we call a loaner laptop program. So if your laptop goes down, you walk into our tech office and we have one loaded up with software and you don't miss a beat in class. And so what we're doing is we're underpinning things that help the student experience be better. I don't want any tears with technology. It's sort of my standard. I don't want people crying because their computer has gone down or whatever. So this is a really important program to keep consistency in the classroom and keep the student experience, focus on the learning and not the repair of their computer. So we've been buying these laptops specifically for that case. The other thing we've been working on is large format printers, and I brought in some examples of what we're doing. Now, we used to have a print lab, I guess we sort of still do, where we house large format 3D printer, or not 3D printers, large format printers, plotters, 42-inch wide. These would be staffed by students. The lab would have hours, and our students groups were complaining that they didn't have enough access to them. So we had to figure out how do we move large format printers out of a controlled environment into the design studios. Not that design studios aren't controlled, but they're not locked at night. Students can have 24/7 access, and it's sort of into the jungle. And I'm proud to say, last year we moving to this, we kept the print center opening, thinking that, well, it's going to take time to transition from one format to another, where when we put them out in studio, it's all self-service. Students swipe their card, they pay for the print, they hit go, and it prints the print, large format. We had less than 100 prints made in our print center last year, and we had 7,599 prints made out in the studio. And so what students can do, we're really trying to serve their need, is they can go when they want the print and get it then. They don't have to queue up. They don't have to wait overnight. If they're up at night, if they're in on the weekend, they can make their prints, red mark them, whatever they need to do, and move on forward. So what we're doing with these funds is really trying to support the student needs, the feedback that they give us about the things that they need to be better students, and making sure they have a good experience within the education. One thing I failed to mention earlier, I do want to talk about, is that I've been working very closely with Jason Young and the faculty in the architecture program. We are going to graduate our first 4+2 students. We have a program, a track in interior architecture, where students who complete their BSIA in 4 years can qualify, if they do a certain track, to go in a 2-year MArch program and earn 2 professional degrees, one in interiors and one in architecture, in 6 years. And we've worked really hard on this. Part of the reason we can do this is we have 7 classes that overlap between the 2 programs. And if they form their electives and spend a summer, they can do this. And we're going to have our first 2 graduating MArch students out of this program. It's gaining some national attention. We had students in from California to our open house this fall, North Carolina, around the nation, because it's a really unique program, and I really want to complement, the integrated nature of the programs within our college and how we work together. We pride ourselves in being able to have these classes that overlap and have the students working together from day one. And so that's an exciting part of what we're doing. So thank you. Yeah. What's that? Oh, the 100th anniversary? You want me to mention that? Yeah, look, so last year, we sort of traced back the history of the interiors program at the University of Tennessee, and we were able to find, we had our 100th sort of jubilee, and in 1916 was the first time a UT class was offered in the home ec program on house planning and decoration. So we're sort of one of the oldest sort of design programs at UT. I haven't sort of scoured the state, but I got to imagine that it's got to be right up there. And so we had alumnus in from around the nation, had a great celebration and a good time. So.
Other questions, comments?
I'll just make a comment about the Fab Lab that presented at the architecture conference, and it is pretty amazing the things you guys are doing. So just
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Yep. UT Knoxville Engineering.
Good morning. I'll go ahead and sit here to be able to change the slides. My name is Masood Parang. I'm the Associate Dean for Academic and Student Affairs at the College of Engineering, John Tickle, or Tickle College of Engineering. As you know, we have been named relatively recently, so I'm really tickled to be here. Say good morning. I was going to spend about an hour talking about our football team's winning streak, but that has to wait next year, I think, for...
We're on a bye and we're a 13-point underdog this week.
Maybe so. That's right. I've been with UT for about 42 years, and like my colleague in Vanderbilt, Art Overholser, this is also my last year. We'll be retiring, so it's a pleasure to be here. I don't know how many of you have been to the College of Engineering, has had a tour of College of Engineering. Please consider this an open invitation to come individually or as a group for a tour of the college. We are in the corner of the state. I recognize that is some traveling requirements, but we would like to invite you there. A few brief comments about the college. Tickle College of Engineering is about 3,200 undergraduate students and about 1,200 graduate students, out of which about 750 are PhDs. Those numbers are roughly correct. We have been growing in very many directions. In the undergraduate program, we have been growing average of 6% for the last 7 years. Last year we grew. This year we have grown from last year for 12%. And now colleges of engineering are generally in a growth mode in the country, but we have had a very nice growth rate. We are a public, of course, university, so we have a minimum standard academic requirements for our students. Once they're accepted to our college, then we will accommodate them. Roughly 20% of our students are not calculus ready, and 80% are. So it's a spectrum of students. Quality of our incoming students are in the top 25 in the country. So we are very pleased with the quality of students we get, and hopefully we're providing good education. We are about 15% of the university. We do about near 50% of the research. We have grown our PhD program by 50%, our faculty by 50%. And some of the new things that has happened last Friday, we had a groundbreaking ceremony of a new building which is 228,000 square foot, 129 million dollars capital investment. It will be half of the building will be a freshman program, and half of it will be our nuclear engineering department. The building actually replaces two other buildings, so the net gain is not 228,000, but state-of-art building. Our nuclear engineering program was long needed this building. They are, depending on the year, they're fifth or seventh in the country. So they're our top ranking, we're our top ranking programs. So they get a very nice research, as well as part of the building will be theirs. And other things that has happened to the college that are new, relatively speaking, is that we now have started a program that is called IBP, Integrated Business and Engineering Program. This is a collaboration between the two colleges of business and engineering, and we have started on that program. This is teaching engineering to our business students and teaching business to our engineering students. Historically, there are many programs or minors, let's say, for engineering. It's easy to teach business to engineering students, but it's not that easy to teach engineering to business. This is an integrated program. It will be as large as 60 in 1 year, 60 students, but we plan to grow that. It's recommended by Board of Advisors for each of the two colleges, so we're very happy to see what happens to this program. It's unique in the country in its content and subject matter. And one last thing that is new is the Innovation and Collaboration Studio that we are building. This is will be in the new building, but we have started in our current engineering building. We are approaching design in an integrated fashion. This studio will serve both freshman design activity as well as our capstone senior design. So there will be a kind of vertically integrated activity in that lab. We are investing in a lot of equipment, and of course that's also applies to the grant that we get. I want to thank the board for the grants we have been able to receive that have been used in a variety of fashions, and we're really appreciative. I have a brief presentation just basically pointing out go through the last 2 years quickly. One of the awards that were used were for upgrading a transportation simulation laboratory that we have in Civil and Environmental Engineering department. That program has about 9.5% of our students, roughly. This is a very nice facility. Has 8 desktop computers, has monitors attached to that, and provides hands-on support for undergraduate as well as graduate students. It has I know the use of it because I bring prospective students to campus, and this is one of our show and tell facilities to our high school students as they sit behind a car and try to drive. And we keep the accident numbers in secret, not letting that. We use a lot of the simulation for a lot of civil engineering classes, some of which are there. Transportation is a tract in our civil engineering program. We also use it for the Center for Transportation Research in our college, as well as in training teachers, and as I mentioned, K through 12 programs. We have a summer outreach program on campus, a residential program, and we also use this as part of one of the projects that high school students get involved in. The grant was used for upgrading the software that is used for this. We had an expired license, and this helped provide that. I put the dollar amounts there. About $10,000 was used. The cost was $21,000. So we encourage departments to cost share with the award that we get from the state, and they contribute. The other part of the one other part of the award was used for FE exam reimbursements. This is back in 2016-17. So the cost of the exam was, as you know, prohibitive. That we reimbursed all but $25 of the cost of the exam, and so that makes it possible for the students to take the FE exam. We use the results on FE exams in assessments and so forth as well. Another, in the same year, another piece of equipment that we purchased is a laser scanning equipment. We had two separate ones. These are laser scanning, as you're aware, is what you use when you cannot efficiently design the software. So it is very easy, quick way of creating models that are put into a CAD program, and you can use it for 3D. We have two facilities with 3D. This is one of the equipment that we use for the both Innovation and Collaboration Studio. As I mentioned, ICS is our new lab, and our Mechanical, Aerospace, Biomedical, and Engineering Makers Lab. Mechanical, Aerospace, Biomedical Engineering are the three programs that are roughly about 34% of our students. I may need to mention that with 3,200 undergraduate students and about 1,200 graduate students, we are slightly above average size in the country, in the College of Engineering average size. But for our size, we offer more undergraduate programs, and many. We have fully 12 undergraduate programs, all accredited by ABET. They rank, they go from Biosystems Engineering Ag Campus to the only IE industrial engineering program in the state. We have aerospace engineering, mechanical engineering, computer science. Computer science came to us from Arts and Sciences 6 or 7 years ago, and also became accredited once they joined the College of Engineering. We have others, of course, civil engineering and so forth. So we do pay attention to making sure that these grants are distributed among different departments, and pay attention to the size of this department so far as the undergraduate activity goes. This is a second piece of equipment purchased. This went to the ICS lab. These scanners. This is a little more accurate, but it has a lower resolution. The cost of these were $24,000, as I mentioned, and this particular equipment is shared between three departments: Mechanical, Aerospace, and Biomedical Engineering, and Material Science Engineering, and of course our Engineering Fundamentals freshman program, which heavily uses the ICS lab. In 2018, we purchased one piece of equipment because of size and expense. It went to to MAPE, the Mechanical, Aerospace, and Biomedical Engineering. It's a thermomechanical analyzer. This is a device that measures properties as a function of the temperatures. It looks like this. Cost was about $41,000. That's on the right. Picture on the right is a sample holder. This is also used for various activities, and these are the classes, ME and MSc classes that students use. You can see the size of some of the design or classes in terms of the student numbers. So we try to maximize. In FE exam for 2018, this is last year, we set aside $8,000 for reimbursement of FE exam. And unfortunately, we didn't exactly make it to 8,000, so we had to return some of the funds. Plans for the future award, hopefully future award, is currently there's 3 items that are shown. A filter dryer for Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering, CBE. That department is about 13% of our college. Teaching lab equipment, this is again for civil engineering, and 3D printers for our ICS. We heavily use these 3D printers from freshman all the way to capstone design activity. And also some money is planned to set aside for FE exam reimbursement. We heavily promote taking the exam in the college, and several departments have preparatory classes to take the exam. I think that's my last slide. Thank you for your attention.
Questions? Comments?
If you ever get the chance to meet John Tickle, he's an amazing person and a great benefactor to the university. So
He sure is. He's absolutely is. In fact, his wife Anne is also spearheading an effort to increase female engineering students. We are about 25% female students of our college, about 15% underrepresented minorities, both groups of which we really like to expand. And she's also helping us in that regard.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your pending retirement. And I hope it didn't have anything to do with you bringing Danny Oliver on the staff over there, but it may have, I'm afraid. So anyway, thank you very much.
So our last presentation is a special. Do we want to take 5 minutes break and then give Sarah time to set up? Is that good for you? Okay. And
Got a little time because I think we're
running tight as usual.
No, I know. I mean, I think we've got lunch at 12 and it's 11:30.
And we've got lunch until 1:30, so we have some flexibility there. I just didn't know about the breaking out into the separate. You may not have a lot of
We
time
still
for
need
that.
to do that too,
Yes.
but I think everybody would like 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yep.
Good. Okay.
Oh, there she is.
All right, Susan, why don't you introduce our?
Okay. So for those of you who were not here
me too.
2 years ago, we presented an opportunity to do a special grants where 4 professions that we represent on this board would have the opportunity to collaborate on a project. You had to have 3 of the 4 programs represented: interior design, landscape architecture, architecture, and engineering. And so we took submittals, and the grants committee awarded the project to UT Chattanooga with their engineering department and their interior design department, and UT Knoxville for the architecture. And so they have completed their project. They've given us updates, so they're here to present their final presentation. And so I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Hathcock.
I'm Sarah Hathcock. I'm actually a graduate student and graduate assistant at UTC, and worked really closely with Dana Moody and Jessica in the department on this grant. So I think everybody has the fact sheets. That's kind of how I'll go along with the PowerPoint as well. So as Susan said, TBAEE awarded a $20,000 special grant to the team consisting of UTC's Interior Architecture and Design, represented by Dana Moody, and then UTC's College of Engineering and Computer Science, represented by Neslin Alp, and then the UTK College of Architecture and Design, represented by David Fox. So with this, we created a community design pop-up studio for low-income residents in underserved communities in the Chattanooga, Tennessee area. We included many partners along the way. So those include John Simpson and John Stone, and I'll talk a little bit more about them in just a second. Widows Harvest, which is a nonprofit in Chattanooga, the Chattanooga Design Studio, which is also a nonprofit, EPB, Green Spaces, Cornerstones Incorporated, and also Habitat for Humanity. The pop-up design studio is located at 1518 Dodds Avenue, and it's the former Ridgedale Episcopal Methodist Church, which is currently owned by 2 of the partners, John Simpson and John Stone. So they operate their business out of that, the church as well. So they let us use some of that space for our studio. So the project began in the summer of 2017 with UTC students from UTC Engineering and Interior Architecture and Design completing multiple work days, getting the space ready for use. This includes lots of cleaning and furniture installs. The students have conducted the work on the building that houses the studio, so taking down ceiling grids, acoustical ceiling tiles, recessed lights, scrape loose paint off the walls, updated bathrooms in order to make them ADA compliant, disassembled bathroom partitions on the second and third floor, removed toilets out of the bathrooms on the third floor, and the middle toilet on the second floor. So that was fun. They also removed carpet from hallways outside of the sanctuary, shoveled gravel off the roof, cleaned the sanctuary, hallway, stairs, and studio rooms, delivered and set up the new items from surplus, brought over, and then put it into the space. So that's on the left and the right are the students working, and then the middle is just kind of the complete space that we worked in. The bottom one being kind of the office area, and the top one being the lounge area. And you'll see kind of the middle room where class was held in just a second in that picture. So during the fall semester of 2017, an interdisciplinary class directed by Andrew Smith began meeting in the studio. Students in the class worked in different committees with a focus on fulfilling the guidelines of the TBAEE grant. So the committees included a public relations and branding committee, a community involvement and design, and then construction and estimation. The first class created a vision and a mission for the studio, and that was a nice little brainstorm session. So that's what it ended up being right there on the whiteboard. But the vision is the community fabric of Chattanooga's underserved neighborhoods will be strengthened by improving the built environment through service and design. And then the mission is to be a service-based initiative, creating solutions that optimize living conditions while protecting the unique character and identity of the community. The class also created a list of goals for the studio. So these include initiate and reuse of neglected spaces, facilitate community-driven programs, define, design, and implement solutions for accessibility and energy efficiency, and provide an interdisciplinary learning environment for the students. In addition, the class also named the studio Bricolage Studio. And then the definition of bricolage is construction made from diverse resources. So we felt like that was a fitting name for the studio. And the logo as well. So the class then identified working with Widows Harvest, a local nonprofit in Chattanooga, Tennessee, to select their clients from their client base. They met a lot of the needs in the underserved communities and already had kind of a client base that we could work with. So during the spring 2018 semester, an interdisciplinary class organized by UTC graduate students, myself, and Alex Hunt, facilitated classes in the studio. We focused heavily on completing projects, both in the building where the studio is located and within the community. So there's just a few of the And then in addition, this spring semester, we also began completing community projects with Habitat for Humanity as well. So not in the new construction, but in the Reconstruct program that also fit in our client's field of work. So as community clients were identified, students used several tools to determine the priorities in the homes and with their clients. So the tools included the Widow's Harvest, of course, and Habitat for Humanity assessment for needed home repairs. EPB has a home energy efficiency audit, and then an accessibility inventory checklist based off of one that was created by the UTC responsive design class, which is taught by Professor Tanya Miller. So based on this three-part assessment, a decision was made as to how the homeowner can best be helped. So we kind of had a checklist of items to look for as far as accessibility. And then, of course, we worked with the clients to find out what their needs were. We weren't telling them exactly what to do. We were working alongside the client to find out what their needs were. Students were able to complete a total of 12 projects between both semesters. I think originally we were planning on 10, and we were able to get 12 in, which was awesome. So we were able to get 2 more clients in. projects, I'm going to go briefly over just a couple, and the fact sheet has all the projects. But this is Miss Wanda Buck. Her grandson was caught in the crossfire of a bullet, which paralyzed him. So he lives with her, and we were able to make the home more accessible with a wheelchair ramp. So that's the wheelchair ramp that she's standing on, and the class is standing on as well in the other picture. Various plumbing fixtures, and even enhanced the lighting with LEDs, not only replacing the incandescents, but also installing missing bulbs that she had not been able to replace. She was unfortunately taking bulbs from one room to the other as she needed it. So we were able to replace and put in all LEDs throughout her house. And then Miss Betty Ray, she has a special needs daughter that lives with her, and both need assistance with accessibility. The students were able to repair a wheelchair ramp. So she already had one, but it needed a lot of help, a little TLC. So they were able to repair the ramp, installed levered bathroom faucets, installed grab bars in the shower, replaced the exterior door hardware to levers as well, and change, replace, and install LED bulbs and fixtures throughout the house. Last one I'm going to talk about is Miss Carol, who is a recent widow, and she would get drenched every time it rained when she would try to leave the house because of a roof that needed to be repaired. You can see in the left picture of the guys up there on the ladder fixing it. And she also needed new gutters installed. But we were also able to install a new window unit that had heat and AC. So she could stay cool in the hot summer and then warm in the winter. So, and then we also replaced the kitchen faucet with a levered fixture for her as well. The students also planned a party for the homeowners and their families. And the students made homemade games to play at the party, and they made goodie bags. That was fun. Enjoyed food and mingling with the homeowners. And we invited not only just the homeowners, but their families to come along too. And we held that in the studio space. So that's various pictures of everybody talking, mingling, and eating. So that was a good time. So beyond the TBAEE grant, the community studio also provided a range of learning opportunities for students. So in the interior architecture and design program, the senior thesis class under the direction of Jessica Etheridge, right behind me, Eunyoung Kim and Catherine Kendall, and in partnership with Cornerstones, created potential revitalization plans for the church building housing and the community studio. And then students taking in the CAD drafting class under direction of Krista Rice used the studio church building to take field measurements and were then converted into CAD drawings. Do you have anything else that you want to add?
It just became a really
And those are a few of the images that one of the seniors did for her thesis. And I think the boards are right here for that as well. So we have those. So that is actually the images of what the church could look like if they did, something different for the community in it. So potential ideas. In addition, the interior design graduate students, under the direction of Andy Smith, used the building to perform a historic preservation study. So we were able to do a part one for the owners of the space for the church. So that's just a few pictures of what we did. And then third year architecture students from UTK under the direction of David Fox were conducting residential design studies around the studio building on Dodds Avenue. And they are creating residential designs for contemporary families in the neighborhood. And they also designed wheelchair ramp systems and collaborated with the students in Chattanooga on these ideas. And then the final phase of their class, the students are designing $10,000 to $12,000 square foot addition to the studio church building. And then David also brought his class down from Knoxville to collaborate in a lot of the studio classes as well. Engineering management and construction management students enrolled in the estimating class priced out renovations being made to the studio bathrooms for the ADA compliance. And then in addition, students enrolled in the construction management design course are pricing the repairs for the interior walls in the sanctuary of the studio building. And both of these courses were led by Professor Paul Baggett. So that's a few of his engineering students in the sanctuary there. The grant and studio also provided several opportunities for additional research and conference presentations for UTC's interior design and engineering graduate programs. So there's a couple of pictures from two different conferences, and there's even more as well that have been submitted to. So it definitely provided more research. So what's next for the studio? We do have an ongoing effort to find additional funding. But as of date, we haven't obtained any just yet. We want to continue the work, but haven't found a bridge grant just yet. We are offering a community-based class out of the studio to engage residents and cultural leaders to identify community needs and inventory and redesign public spaces and buildings. So that's what I have. Are there any questions?
I'll start real quick. First of all, thanks for giving us a little hope for the future. That was all very impressive. Well, that was very impressive. One kind of geeky question. When you go do these repairs and things at people's houses, do you have like an inventory and you go in and kind of do like a preliminary cost estimate? Do you do some of those more, quote, real world type things that we do, or do you just go in and say we need 5 of these, 10 of these? And
you know, I mean, the checklist definitely helped with that, and of course we went in thinking we were helping 10 people $1,000 each, so that was kind of our limit. Now sometimes the clients they only wanted specific things. You know, maybe there was a couple things that they wanted and no more. So that's why we were able to do 12, because we were able to use that money for someone else as well. So I mean, it was definitely, you know, I have Excel spreadsheet going and all the money going back and forth. But I think it would probably be beneficial, I guess, to do some cost estimation. Maybe that works maybe with engineering a little more too, because they did the cost estimation on the church.
And it's good to see. So, second question, I'll shut up. Did you have to deal with any permitting issues for ramps or anything? Or
not currently. Because we were able to work with their clients and they took care of some of those things, but it's definitely.
Thank you.
So one comment I would like to make is thank you all for putting this together for us. And how did you feel working with, say, another program like UT Knoxville is different from your educational setting in Chattanooga? How you all benefited from it or not? So if you'd share that. So not putting anybody on the, you know.
I mean, it definitely was a challenge because there's a distance. So it was definitely easier to work with engineering because they're, you know, next door. So that was definitely easy. But I mean, David did bring his class down and participated, and then they were able to do some design work in the community around the church that also benefited too. But I mean, it was a little bit of a challenge just to have that distance between us. But yeah, I think
that we can learn from, that our students can learn from. In some cases, when some of our students attended as well, so it was a good way for.
Yes. Great.
I just want to say thank you from Chattanooga. These guys are doing a great job. I'm working with one of the students this year, mentoring. It's a project for the Chattanooga Choo Choo. It's another historic type project, and I'm excited about being involved in that. So I think our team's going to win. So, just so you'll know, Jessica, thank you.
I think the real world experience is always good for the students. You can draw anything, but then when you got to put it, boots on the ground, it makes a difference in dealing with clients. And so that's not always a classroom experience. So I think it's a good opportunity for the students to learn from a different perspective. So
learning how to use the tools. I mean, you're designing it and
and the engineering programs that have done community service, this follows right along with what you all are doing, and we want to commend you all for taking the time and effort to go out into the community and work with our general public. So thank you all, and thank you all for the board for supporting this idea. I had about 3 years ago, so maybe we'll get to do it again. So.
You can tell who the creative one on the board is.
All right.
Can we refund projects?
Very good. I'm going to turn it over to the boss to let her tell us where we're supposed to be next.
Thank you. So I think we are interested in still doing a breakout session for about a half hour. So we're going to pause the recording, give everybody 5 minutes. In this room, the engineering universities and engineering board members would be staying. Next door is 1B, and we will also record there, and we will do then the interior design, landscape architect, and architect members and universities will be next door. And right at 12:30, to give everyone an hour or so to eat, we'll be in 1C, and lunch is almost completely set up. So once each group ends, you'll have time to go to the restroom and everybody share lunch. And 1B is right here, and lunch is right down the hall. Yes. Sounds good?
Very good.
Thank you.
Nobody's allowed to sit back there. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, we've got plenty of seats. Come on up here. But this is just, there's no agenda really. It's just kind of a topic of the day or questions back and forth. I'll ask maybe one or two things to get us started. And these are kind of some legacy things that we have been looking at for a while. A lot of y'all had FE things in your presentations, and we appreciate using grant monies for that. What kind of feedback have you been getting from students as far as the FE, the electronic FE that's there, how they like it, any kind of hurdles? Has all that been, are we over the growing pains of students taking the FEs? So I'll start with that one. Okay.
Negatives on it. The one thing that I do hear is that you definitely need to understand.
Yeah, speaking of that a little bit, that way we can hear and it can get
recorded. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That you definitely need to understand the online resource book or whatever it is. That if you haven't looked at that prior to taking the exam, and first time you see it's when you take the exam, you're at a disadvantage. So you definitely need to encourage students to familiar with that before they sit down to take the test. But that's the only comment that I haven't heard anybody give any negative comments on whether it's online.
Out of curiosity, by show of hands, how many of you offer review courses as credit hours? I think there was only one that I heard of. Just one? Just the one? FE review courses. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Is that, I know that there's a challenge to meet the technical requirements of the accreditation process. And you're already cramming a lot of things in, and then you've got the humanities and the social electives that you've also got to do. How are you accomplishing that? Are you incorporating it into some other coursework? Anybody that does it, anybody can answer.
It varies, in our case at UTK, it varies from department to department. Civil engineers have a course and have managed to get within the 128 and 129 credit hours. Some departments have incorporated that in their design, capstone design classes, so they're doing it differently. And some have just quit doing it after that price hike, initial, and do not use the assessment. So it varies from major to major.
It has been very challenging to decide what course to put in, but I guess for us, we have a clean start. We have a new program, so from the very beginning, we know that we need a FE as one of the elements. So we have to somehow combine other elements, but I think for like a
we just have 1 hour class in civil engineering, not the other departments in the college.
Yes, sir. I was going to ask what everybody's using as a study guide. What resources are you using? What are you teaching from?
We had each faculty in each area give a lecture in that review class and cover the material that covers in the FE exam. Mock exam that the students would take the exam on now. We can't do it anymore, so we're looking at different ways to have.
At Christian Brothers University, civil engineering program is the only program that require FE exam. Actually, May 18 graduate, that's the first group that required to pass it. And the way that we have, in a way, it's say for credit, but it's not really for credit because it's 0 credit, so you won't count that. But we have a class called FE review, okay, 0 credit. It's a required course. So students have to pass an FE exam to get a passing grade. If they fail FE exam, then they won't graduate. And last year, we had 10 graduates. 8 of them passed. The other 2, for some other reason, that they not be able to take the exam. Like one student I know, I don't know about the other case, she's a DACA student, and she not even have social security number. So when she registers, I think there's some issue with that. So we have to give her a special, our own in-house exam for her to pass that class. Wow. And the way we do is we provide, this is from school engineering, we provide review book for all discipline, mechanical, electrical, civil, and chemical. And students, they can check that out, but they have to put deposit like $70. If they don't return the book, they don't get the money back. Okay, that's a way to do it. And so that if they return the book, they got their money back. If they pass the test, then we reimburse the exam fee for them. So that's what we did.
Thank you. Thanks.
So for our program, we also use the FE exam as the major field test. Not the real FE, but like a mock-up version. So that kind of forced the student to, not forget about it after the class. Yeah.
Just one logistics thing. We're recording this or not? Yes, sir. Okay, so when the red light comes on, that means everybody can hear you and it's being recorded. So make sure. Most of us, we're used to it, and we talk so loud that we probably don't even need this, but just for the staff's purposes, Roxana, I know would appreciate it if she could get everything recorded. So thank you for that.
Amen. Is it okay? The challenge that I have is, civil is the only one that push on that. I have difficulty getting electrical department to encourage their student to do it. I have trouble with chemical engineering department. Mechanical is a little bit neutral. They support somewhat. I don't know whether other institutions have problem. The reason I have is like electrical engineer or computer, especially in computer engineering, we don't need to be a PE. And I say it's not about a PE. It's about program assessment. That's what we use FE for. But I have a hard sale on that. I don't know about other institutions. Do you have problem with computer engineering and chemical engineering in particular?
Just anecdotally, we've had this conversation a lot. In fact, when we used to have these at the different sites, and we'd go to different engineering schools around the state to have this annual meeting. And one of the things that we always told the students, was in 2008, 9, 10, and 11. I got a tremendous number of unsolicited applications from people who had lost their jobs during the recession. Many of them were not licensed. And the opportunity for them to gain employment was extraordinarily difficult, whereas had they had the license, it would have been significantly easier. So, I mean, we won't always have the type of economy that we're in right now. About once every 10 or 12 years, it's going to change. The PE has a significant value, I mean, beyond the respect associated with it and professionalism associated with it. It's also sort of incidental to continuous practice and opportunity for continuous employment. So I don't know how you communicate that to your students, but it would be of some value for them to know that. And I'm sorry, I think you had also had your hand up.
I was
Ms.
just
Oswald.
going to respond. We also have a 0 credit review course in civil engineering, and faculty teach that. We've experimented with different ways. We also use a product by PPI, which has a database where students can go in and take practice exams, and that is part of the course. They have to. The department pays for them to do that. So.
And in the School of Engineering, how many? Is it mostly CEs? I think one of the reasons, like EEs, some MEs, computer guys, they'll go into industry or they'll go into somebody that has the practice exemption, and they don't feel like they need it. Therefore, they don't want to. They want to, one, pay the cost, and two, have to go through the study process and sit for an 8-hour exam. There's some nuisance or maybe some fear associated with it. Not sure how we overcome that exactly, but that's the PE part of it. But I'm sorry, I think there was, did somebody else? Oh, yeah.
At Lipscomb, we don't have a course that's required, but we do have a review course for all 3 of the disciplines. And we use the PPI reference for that, the discipline-specific review manuals that they put out. We also teamed up last year with TDOT, and our review sessions are now recorded and webcast. They're also live on the Lipscomb campus, and we've joined in with some TDOT instructors and some Lipscomb instructors, and that's actually available to anybody that wants to sign up for it. I think it's $200 for seniors in any program anywhere, $350 for professionals that are coming back for the review, and it's free to our students and to TSU students as well. So, and we've gotten probably maybe 10 outside people that have registered this year for it. It's live for civils all the way through mechanicals and electricals. It's only live for those shared review sessions like math and statics, dynamics.
But it's available on campus.
It's available on campus for the other 2 disciplines. Yeah.
Let me, as we're talking about the FE, let me try to give you the end game and why some of this even becomes more important in today's world, in a world where we got going forward. One of the things that we've been looking at over the last 2 or 3 years is what we call threats to licensure. And those threats are, there's a perception that what an engineer doesn't need to have a license, may not even need to have the education component of it. They just need to put out a shingle and say we're an engineer. And there are some initiatives that in this kind of run to deregulation, which I applaud a lot of that, but it's that's almost a barrier to somebody having employment, and we're starting to see a lot of that across the nation, and it's heavily funded, and we believe as a board that the professional licensure is the ultimate protection to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. I mean, there's a standard that we're held to. There's a level of ethics, honesty, competency, and stuff that the PE gives you. And we don't want to see it to where it's the Wild West and, I go hire this person, this person, this person, this person, this person, and all of a sudden the bridge falls down. That's ultimately why we have a little bit more insistence or towards FEs, PEs, and why we really want to make sure that it's getting encouraged, because you say, well, it's just the PE's going away, but eventually that trickles down even to what you all do, which is an education world, where they say, well, why do you even need an education to be an engineer? Can't you just call yourself that? And we get back to that again, the Wild West of professions. And so just kind of give you a little background to what we're seeing. That I don't think I'm understating that, overstating that, or whatever, but you get back to kind of what we see as the underbelly of things that are going on too. So we want to encourage you all to start graduates down that path towards licensure. And along with that line, what do you think? Why do you think students? You said they don't need it, and I understand industrial. But why do you think students think the license is not important, those that say they don't? Or maybe you don't have those conversations. I'm just curious.
In civil engineering, we think it's important to have it, and our students take the exam. But with the other disciplines like biomedical, they tell us they don't need it. Faculty doesn't support it. The industry doesn't need it. So the students not.
Together, and that was, I just go ahead.
That's basically true. The attitude of the departments. The College of Engineering, in our case, promotes the taking the exam, and almost all of the programs, the students do take the exam, but the variation is very large. In civil engineering, they have a review course. They are required to finish and pass the review course. They're required to take the exam, but they're not required to pass it. That is based on a faculty decision that they do not want to have decision to the graduation be made by people outside of the college. So that was the argument used. But they want to do everything possible or the department civil engineering wants everything to do in order to students to be taking exams. So that's why we are reimbursing the fees and removing all the obstacles. But material science and engineering does not really need it in many ways. And biomedical engineering is another one. The question of quality of the program is often argued that it is really accreditation that decides that issue, not just a simple exam. So we require every program in our college to be accredited. So that so if there is a long-term need to see this as a critical phase, I think the best way to do it is to go through the professional societies and convince them to make this a mandatory part of ABET. Maybe that is a way to do it. Accreditation will require mandatory taking of the exam, maybe the way to do it. How many of these professional societies that are all prima donnas, and there's how many you can convince, I'm not sure. But civil engineers, you don't need to convince them. So if this was part of accreditation process, it could work. It could be a good idea.
I'm wondering if any of you get feedback from your students who move on, who go to work in industry. Are there any companies out there in the industrial that push their engineers that they hire to go ahead and get a PE? I know that'd be unusual in the industrial world, but do you hear of any that actually support that? I know TDOT had at some point in the past decided they wanted their engineers to be licensed because they didn't necessarily weren't stamping plans going in front of code officials, but they wanted the licensure in place.
I think the Corps of Engineers moved that direction.
Corps of Engineers, but I was just wondering, do you get any feedback that any of the car manufacturing or?
We have quite a few students who end up in manufacturing type jobs, either mechanical, electrical. It's actually, I can't tell you of anybody who motivates it. From our student standpoint, we require them to take the FE and pass it to graduate, and many of them want to get a PE when they get out. But they take a job in a manufacturing or industrial type setting, and there is no one for them to work under who is licensed. So we have students who if they're really serious about it, who will turn jobs down until they find one where they have, just out of luck, somebody working there that has a PE. And then they'll take that job so that downstream they think they will have a license, be able to get a license. So in some industries, it's very uncommon for the industry to require the license, and that hampers students graduates who would like to go on and get one. So the problem lies not so much, in my mind, with the engineers necessarily thinking it's important. They don't think it's important because the industry doesn't think it's important, and that's your problem.
And a couple of things on that too. I agree with you. I worked for Siemens and Texas Instruments for about 6 years out of school, and there was no need there too. But the industry didn't push it. A couple things on the reference issue. We do, as a board, try our best to make accommodations for some of those. So it may not be a direct supervisor. It may be somebody that they've worked closely with that is a PE that's maybe outside of their business, outside of their industry. A supplier, for instance, that's a PE that's worked closely with them on a big project or something that they're able to see. So we try to look at those things and have some flexibility, because we realize the same thing you do. You know, it's hard to get a reference if there's only two people in the entire world of what you're doing to get a reference. The second thing is on the industrial side. I think we just have to do a much better job. It's funny, when the industry gets in trouble, they run to the PE or put that up as, we need to have that part stamped, or we need to have that done by a professional or whatever. We need to have a professional opinion. We need our professionals to do this. And you'll hear that once they get in trouble. So we need to do a better job, I think, as an industry, of being preemptive to those folks and saying, you know, don't wait till you get in trouble. Go ahead and do it now to promote that culture of doing things right in your organization. So, but we are trying that on the industrial side more and more to try to make as much accommodation as we can. Yes, sir.
I ask a different subject.
Go ahead. Yeah, this is wide open.
In our graduate program, we get a lot of international students come from disciplines in the civil engineering and other disciplines that are not from universities or ABET accredited. So when they get their master's and PhD, they cannot get licensed in the state of Tennessee. So is there some other states, they accept higher degrees, and a lot of our students end up getting their PE in other states or moving to other states. Has the board talked about or discussed possibility of accepting higher degrees as acceptance for taking the FE exam?
Well, the board makes a lot of decisions along those lines every board meeting. We meet 6 times a year, and we have numerous candidates who come before us with degrees from foreign institutes. So we have set up a process by which we have an independent reviewer, not a member of the board, who reviews the curriculum and determines for us whether or not it meets the NCAAS standard for a ABET accredited bachelor's degree. So we do accept that. There is certainly not a across-the-board decision that just because he got an undergrad from a foreign institute that he cannot get registered. That's not the case.
Also, we do give 1 year's credit for a master's degree towards the
toward the progressive experience.
I understand, but we have a lot of students come from real well-known universities in other countries, and they can get. Well, I thought they can get licensed here. And
no, they can get it. Yeah. They can get licensed in Tennessee. You need to just tell them to submit their credentials.
Let me tell you the 2 or 3, and you all jump in too. Kathy's exactly right. There are 2 or 3 things that we see from that limit the non-ABET foreign degrees from being licensed in the state of Tennessee. Number one is just they can't get transcripts. I mean, I bet we have a certified transcript from their university, and that's something that we do require. We do try to. There are a couple of cases that, for instance, if you're in an area where your university's been destroyed because of military action or something like that, we try to find some other ways around it. We rely on NCAAS because, I mean, they're the national clearinghouse for the test, and as well as some of the educational stuff. And some of the foreign degrees that we get, they are very deficient in some things, which we like humanities and social sciences, which we try to have a way to make that up. We've got different, years in the United States. There's belonging to professional organizations. There's a lot of other things, but this is the part we have. We just had this recently where we had a foreign degree. They maintained that they took a lot of some of their basic science courses in high school. Well, that sounds legitimate, but there's no proof that we can't go back to their high school to figure some of those things out.
I was not asking just somebody come here. I think they come get a degree, master's or PhD from our program.
Master's degree. We've had. That's one of our topics we need to flesh out more, because the master's degree is to us not a qualifying degree, because there are, and I don't have all the reasons in front of me to tell off the top of that, but there's some real potential gaps between an undergraduate in a non-engineering degree and somebody that gets in a graduate master's program, especially in the environmental. I think that's the historic one. There's some real gaps that can happen. So we don't give credit. The qualifying degree is the bachelor's degree, not the master's or the PhD degree. And that would probably be an ongoing issue. Just I think in most states are that way. Yes.
I would think some other states, they do accept these.
They accept the master's degree.
Well, master's or PhD. I mean, right. Students go to California and they get the license over there, or I think some other states.
And there's probably 20 or so that do. The master's degree is probably can be the qualifying degree, but there's some gaps there that we think are problematic.
I was just going to encourage you, though, to see the board as probably more open-minded and looking for solutions to those problems than maybe 20, 30 years ago, because it's a bigger world. I mean, there's just more people coming into the country that have diverse backgrounds. So I always use the phrase when we're talking about it of trying to get to yes. We're trying to get to yes for these candidates. So if they have a background that is non-traditional, if they come from an institution that is hard to document, but we're working really hard to get to a point where if they are truly qualified, we are doing everything we can to help them give us the documentation so we can sign off on that. So I just want you to share that when it comes up for conversation.
It's great because we also get faculty come to our department that they don't have a bachelor from the United States, and we hope they could get PE license. Right.
We give like the humanities just as an example, because like Robert said, we've come up with a whole table of how to give credits for humanities, which is one of the ongoing curricula deficiencies for undergrads from foreign institutions. And one of them is if they just take the citizenship, I can't even say it because I'm from here, citizenship test is worth 3 credits. So things like that. I mean, there's just a lot that we're trying to do to recognize that not everyone that wants to be a PE in Tennessee went to UT Knoxville, like my kids did. So we're just trying to get there. I just want you to be encouraged by that and to see that we're trying to be progressive along those lines.
Just so it's clear, we're not just moving in that direction. Every month there are candidates with foreign degrees that are approved. Every batch that I get to review, every time they're approved. So it's happening. So it's not that they can't. It's just when we run into problems. Right.
Yes, sir.
Let me use my case as example. I got a foreign undergraduate degree. Even my master degree is from foreign country as well, from Thailand. And my first registration is in state of Florida when I worked over there about mid-80. And they asked me, I was instructed to send to an organization, I forgot the name of that because it's years ago, that they evaluate my transcript. And if it say that your degree is equivalent to ABET, equivalent to ABET program here, then the board over there accept. So when I moved to Tennessee in the late 80s, I applied for the PE in Tennessee. I didn't have to take the exam. The board approved but I got foreign degree too. But I have to go through an organization that certify my transcript. I think they probably have those organizations now. Yeah,
we use them.
That task may become easier as ABET has become very international in scope. That kind of decision could be made easier if it's based on ABET accreditation.
I agree. I think they've recognized that there's a proliferation of non-U.S. citizens that come to this country both to study and to work. And the more that's happened, the more I think NCAA and ABET has agreed, hey, look, we need to be able to review and sanction foreign degrees. And it's not really a challenge. It's not nearly the impediment or the challenge for us that it used to be.
Roxana's getting ready to tell us something important, but I'm going to say one thing before she does. So now we've been through the FE, the computerized FE, and it's been going on for 2 or 3 years, I think, roughly. NCAAS is actually getting ready to start, and I think they start this year with the PE being a computerized test. And I think it's Chem E and nuclear, if I remember right, are the first ones. And then I think civil is 2020-ish, 2021, something like that. Yeah, it's about that. So about every year they have another one that's coming out. And structural engineering may never be done on a computer just because of the amount of reference material that you have. And you mentioned that that's one of the things that we see. It's a reference material issue because in order to make it computerized, everybody has to have the same reference material, and that becomes progressively more difficult in the world that we're in. But so our hope is that we're making it a little easier as we go. People have more flexibility on when they take the PE like they do with the FE. And we're making this process a little easier. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of hiccups, but that's just something to put in your, hey, looking forward type thing. But it's going to be probably over the next 10 years, realistically, before everything is computerized on the PE level. And again, hopefully that makes things a little simpler. So I'll shut up and go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
At one of these earlier meetings, we had a discussion about doing away with the FE and having the PE move down at the time you graduate, having a single test system, and then after you took the test at graduation, then you would satisfy the experience requirement and then apply for your thing. Did anything ever come of that?
So what's come of that is this. Some other states, Kentucky, there are others that will allow you still have to take the FE. You still have to get 4 years experience, but you can take the PE anytime from the time you graduate till you have your 4 years experience, or obviously beyond 4 years experience. South Carolina, I believe, does it, and Texas, there's 13 states or something, I don't know how many there are, but several states are doing that now. We are not yet. Right now, there's not a real urgency to do that. The pass rates on those tests that people that have done those still say that you have to be in that 3 to 5 year after graduation time period to pass. I mean, it's a bell curve that that shows that. Obviously, there are some. Had a couple. I think you said 3 people that had passed it a couple years out, and so there's some others that are but we don't have it in Tennessee. But if somebody wants to go early, we're not looking at all about combining the two tests. That may be something in the way future that does that, because the test. One more quick thing, they're actually trying to make the test a little more robust from instead of a discrete question type test, which it is now, to have things where you have to put the specific answer in instead of picking A, B, C, D. You now have to put 3.17 instead of going down and finding B, and it's close enough. And with some of the graphic capabilities they have with a computer-based test, maybe being able to actually start solving problems where this answer dictates this, and a little bit more engineering feel to the problems, what you do from a day-to-day. So, but all that to say, we're still kind of in a holding pattern when it comes to separate or being able to early take the PE test. Go ahead, Rick. I'm sorry.
At the national NCEES meetings, I don't remember hearing anything about any other states combining those tests into one. It's still the three-legged stool thing. So I don't think there's a move that we're aware of to combine those tests. It's really just to decouple the PE test from the 4 years of experience, but you would still have the three legs of the stool required.
Thank you so much. I know many of you have got to be hungry, if not all of you. So lunch is here, but before we go to that, and your colleagues are already there, I just want to remind everyone that the board office, myself, now that you know how to reach me, that's what we're here for. If you've got students, international students, anyone specially with licensing questions, that's what we are here for, to assist you. So definitely tap into us, or obviously a board member, but we welcome those questions and calls. So I know many of you have to drive back home, so we do want to get you fed. Your colleagues are already there, so feel free to leave anything you have if you want to come back to this room. But many of you are going ahead and leaving from here home, and so we are just thrilled that you joined us. But I'm going to be locking this door, so if you need to leave, and I'm going to join you, know that this room will be locked with the iPads, purses, and so forth. If you're leaving straight after lunch, then definitely take that with you. 1C is just across this hall and down on the other hallway to your right. And so please go and join your colleagues and enjoy lunch, and thank you. This was a wealth of information. Thank you.
42 years. What rules?
What are you going to do? I don't know. I haven't done anything else.
That's always kind of the question.
And you've taken my business card?
No.
Yeah, but you're right. No.
There's nothing in the program, right? Nothing like a discussion at lunch.
You can.
I need to run, so.
Oh, yeah, no discussion at all. I think they've covered it, many will, but you go right ahead. Good.
Look at my notes, I got a lot of pages.
You got a lot of notes, that's fantastic. That
the one
makes
that
me
I
so
put
happy.
asterisk is something that
So
I'm
happy.
going to look into.
Good. Have a safe drive back. It was wonderful to meet you.
All right.
I'll lock up, so I'll let you go. I'm going to lock up. You all go eat. And you know where 1C is, right? It's around the other corner. Yep.
You guys are enjoying it.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much.
You got it. And You're all set.
All right, this is the Grants Committee, and notice was sent to the public as of September 26th of this meeting, of October 4th at 1:30 p.m. I want to call this meeting to order, and do we need to do a roll call?
Yes, if you will read the grant committee.
Here.
Claire Parker,
Here.
Frank Waxter,
Here.
Brian Tibbs,
Here.
Grant Minchuk.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you'll open your iPads to the Grants Committee under the iBooks on page 1, we have our distribution that we initiated in terms of based on attendance of the students, enrollment. This year we had an additional 1,200 students of the colleges, and so that's certainly a plus for our education system, but also makes things a little bit thinner in terms of our distribution. There are a few things I wanted to bring up. Under landscape architecture, the remainder amount of 210, that is an error. So that will not be part of it because it's supposed to be 6710. And then under engineering, the amount that Vanderbilt asked for, the $45,722, is supposed to be $27,361.
I'm sorry, Susan, which one?
Under Vanderbilt?
Yes.
The request amount, based on the tally sheets, it's supposed to be $27,361, not the $45,722. And then there are 3 programs under engineering that did not ask for as much money as they were eligible for. Those 3 programs are Tennessee Tech, UT Martin, and Union. Tennessee Tech has asked for $2,092 less than what they're eligible for. Martin has asked $3,795 less than what they're eligible for. And Union has asked for $10,380 less than what they're eligible for. And those 3 items total $16,267. That money is what we need to discuss in terms of if we're going to do a distribution or if we would do a special grant. Now, I know it's less than what we had before, but it is up to the committee to decide how the money will be spent. We have always used the formulas that Mr. Lim came up with, and they were very appropriate and fairly done, and so we do have that option. So I'd like to open up some discussion at the moment. Alton, you raised your hand first.
Yeah, I'm not on the committee. I apologize, but I guess I'd like to know and understand, and maybe I'd need the spreadsheet to be able to do that, to click into it to see the formula, because I tallied them up last night, and they're all off just a hair. The percentages are not correct.
Okay. And you and I discussed.
Philip may have set it up some way that I don't understand.
Yeah. John has always had it in the past. We have not had an active sheet. We always had a printed or a PDF.
Right.
And so
I think, Roxana, the one that you use is based on some formula that Philip created.
It is. It's the Excel spreadsheet you all are welcome to look at. I've not touched the formula, so I'm trusting that the formulas, and I've looked at them, they've never changed, so they're whatever they were in the past. I haven't redone my math to rethink them. I trust Mr. Lim much more than I do myself.
So outside of the interior design ones that you and I discussed, and since you weren't here when interior design was given a flat $3,500, were there any other formulas that you felt that like the percentages were off? Okay.
All of them.
Almost all of them? Okay.
Yeah, and again, but I may be misreading it or misusing it. I haven't seen the actual formula yet, but I know that, like, for example, in engineering, 3,393 is not 28.91% of 11,639.
Okay. How far off is it?
29.15.
Give me the numbers. I got a calculator. What do you want to calculate?
Do 3,393 divided by 11,639. See if it comes out 2915. Yeah, that's what I've got.
Okay.
I'll give you.
Okay.
I just wrote them in.
I think that the formulas actually are not just within each one, but take into account the grand total of the enrollment.
I
Does
did that
sound
too.
right? You did that too?
I did that too. If you did that, it would be like 26.05%.
It's my understanding that Philip based it on the total registrants. So, for instance, engineering having the largest number of registrants got a certain percentage, and then architecture, landscape, interior design.
Right.
And we
Exactly.
based it off of that.
That's what he just gave me. So he gave
Okay.
me the total
Well, I meant the registrant numbers. That's how the percentages were based upon, and then within the enrollments of each college, then it was taken to the next level. So I'm not sure. Since Philip's not
Roxanne,
here
I
and John's
think
not here.
she's sending the formula,
Okay.
so we can just check it, just
Okay.
for verification.
So before money is issued, we can tweak it and
Absolutely.
verify. Right. So, but in the meantime, we can still decide our surplus funds, which may end up being a little bit more or less, depending on what we come up with. We can determine how we want to use those funds. So,
That's a
Robert.
question. I was doing some math here too, but what's our total? How much have we got? If we just have what's down here now, where it says architecture, distribution, interior, those. What's that number? Engineering district. No, 257. The 21. What's the total?
250.
350,000.
It all comes to those
Yes.
those districts. Okay,
And the
so that's-
totals are made up of the 257,664 for engineering, 21,000 for interior design. For landscape, it actually is the 6,920. I'm almost positive because I've looked at the formula enough in my brain. And then for the architecture, it's the 64,416. I believe if you add all those, it's the 350.
So if we add the total request 268.20, and that's what you were saying, Susan. I didn't get the number, I don't think, but the total request, if you put Vanderbilt at 27,361 instead of what's in there now, right?
Okay, let's go back to, you said Vanderbilt? No. Oh, yeah, the 27,361 is what they have on the request sheet. So then there is what they request versus what we grant is not necessarily the same number. Okay?
What's the total request number if you put 27,361 in? I reckon that's what I'm trying to figure. I mean, I've got a calculator too.
What?
If you add 64,416, 67.
To talk louder helped. My hearing is gone.
I'll talk.
Thank
I'll actually
you.
follow my own advice and actually speak into the microphone.
349 what?
Yeah, somebody check me on that, please. But
If you use the number Roxana said, though, you do get the 350.
Okay.
Yeah. So don't use the 6710. Use the
Correct.
6920.
Robert, did we answer your question? Okay.
So I come up with 367,183 is the total request. I mean, if you, every request, every college, so we're 17,000 over what
Correct.
we have is that right?
Mhm.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
Yep.
So we have to trim 17,183.
No, that's
additional.
No. So we can't necessarily fulfill their requests, okay? Because we have to stay within the 350. We have 3 programs who are not requesting the full amount they're eligible for, okay? So we've got $1,267 that we can special grant or put it back in the general fund.
would, if it were me, I'd do a pro rata shared distribution of that amount.
It's another opportunity.
And because, so for instance, I know some are not asking for their full amount, and I don't want to belabor the point, but if the grant amount is 360, I'm just going down the request for everybody. 367,183 is what I get.
But if I could just, if you start at architecture at the very top program, they're based on the percentages that you all decided, I guess, years ago, and how to distribute it fairly between the different disciplines. Many programs aren't getting what they asked for.
Understand?
Oh, okay.
No, I understand.
I got you.
So what I'm trying to do is,
I'm going to take the 16 and divide it.
I want to take what we're over, which is really we're over 7. I mean, from a request standpoint, I'm trying to get as many requests as we can, and get some people closer to what they requested, and just divide whatever it is by 17,000 or 16,000, $17,183, and get those to closer to the whole. Because I'll give you some examples. So the request here for UT Knoxville architectures were 44,000, but the grant only goes to 40,000.
Right.
So they, if we could make them whole, or
You want to start writing numbers I've already put down?
yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I mean, but if we could get them closer to whole,
Yeah.
$3,000 closer to whole or something,
Right.
rather than do a special grant. And that may be exactly the question you're asking. I was too busy over here doing math, so I'm sorry. I can't talk and do math at the same time.
Well,
Pretty obvious.
But does that mean then we'd have to cut somebody who has, okay.
No.
No. So I went through and looked at that also, Robert. So let's talk about from the top down. I figured the difference between what they asked for and what the grant would normally give them based on our surplus.
Okay.
So we could give UT Knoxville an additional $3,422. We can give the University of Memphis $1,745, and that would equal what they've asked for. Okay, so that comes to $5,167.
What?
$5,167, $5,167. If we look at the interior design programs, then looking at MTSU asked for $222 more. ETSU asked for $332 more. O'Moore, $299, and the University of Memphis, $247, which totals $1,113. And if you look at the engineering programs that did not get their full request, we can start with UT Knoxville at $1,043. We're going to skip tech because they didn't ask for the full amount. Going to UT Chattanooga, it's $1,785. University of Memphis, $3,543. Vanderbilt, yeah, they're over 3,000 roughly. Until I saw the corrected number, I didn't have that one in there, so I apologize. TSU, theirs was 6270. Christian Brothers is 4230. MTSU is 4436. And let's see, UT Martin, I'll get my lines mixed up, yeah. They're under. Lipscomb was 2954, and then Union is also giving back money. All that adds up to way more than the amount that we had, so I took the 8 engineering programs, divided it by the 10,000, and came up with $1,250 extra per program. So in general, architecture between the two schools would be $51.67. Interior design, I just did a flat $1,100, and engineering would be $1,250 of the 8 programs. Full funding request. It would just divide it up equally. Now, $1,250. That comes to the $16,267. That was not taken in the original distribution. So we've got Vanderbilt's number adjusted. We'd have to come down and give them some and make it 9 programs. So that's just one opportunity. It doesn't mean we have to do it that way. So
just get it up there now.
I wish we could just give everybody what they need. So
it looks like to me the architects are overexposed about $5,000.
$5,167.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Landscape architects are dead on. And like you said, the others are, the interior design's over by 1,100. And then okay. So my deal would be, and I think it's what you just said, is to get everybody to where they get their grant amount based on the formula. And
Yep,
then
so
figure out how
Vanderbilt-
they split it up in each. Either we don't necessarily need to prorate it because you're requesting more and asking more, but just make the different areas whole based on their expected grant amount.
So Vanderbilt would need an additional $2,908. So we could include them in the 10,000 for engineering and just divide it by 9, which would make it, less than the $1,250. But, we're not that far over. That's the sad thing. We're really not. Yeah. And we don't, of the money that was returned, that would not make up for this, and we can't use it because it came in a different fiscal year. Right. That's why I want us to spend every penny, because if they don't use it and they give it back to us, we don't get to use it for grants the next year. So, and I'm certainly open to other suggestions as to how we can distribute this. Speak up.
Well, no, I think the way she did it, it sounds like the fairest way. Like I said, it would be good if we could see it all, but is there, I don't know if there's just a functional thing we can say that train of thought is the way we like to see it, and then after we actually, spreadsheet it out, make sure it's calculating right and everything, then that we'll give a conditional approval or something? Or?
Yes.
Can we not hook up a laptop here and pop it up on the screen?
We had it. So I think we can.
I mean, I don't. Could you got access to the original
I do.
Excel spreadsheet? I mean, we can pop it
Give
up
us
here
a
and throw the
minute.
numbers in and have this done in a few minutes. I would think.
That'll be good. Then we could just.
I mean, we can do the numbers and let Alton debug the program. I let him and Philip get in an argument over what's right. I'm gonna put my money on Philip though. Just,
Oh, wait a minute, that may be.
I'll put my money
You're
on
not
Philip.
biased, are you?
Yes, I am biased. Okay. He's an electrical engineer, me and you're civils. We know we're not that smart, man.
That's right, you're right. I agree. My money's on Philip, too.
My money's on Philip.
You can't bet against yourself.
You
Al.
went against your basic.
Something. It's like a Pete
Your
Rose.
worst instinct we're trying to put on me about me
Bet against himself.
putting somebody in a hole or something. I was just talking about electrical and civil engineers. Come on, Alton.
Me too.
You're supposed to
That's
be
what I
more
meant.
biased than that.
The projector down in a minute. You will have a real live,
Very much.
large Excel. You can keep going if you want for a minute while I sign on.
Well, I think yeah, I'm gonna get over here where I can see. But I think what Susan was talking about, as long as we make each subsection whole and then distribute it based on how much they're over across the thing, that's easy.
Well, that was the only way I could come up with, spending the money, because, for instance, and I'm using interior design, they're asking for a certain piece of equipment that's $222 over what the grant amount is. It would be sad not to be able to buy that piece of equipment if they couldn't get the remaining funds. So, got a question on your face.
No, I was wondering if we could suspend this discussion and shift over to our next committee while maybe one of us is working on the spreadsheet, because all we have to do is copy that over and punch in the other numbers.
Sure.
That way the original's safe in case Philip is right. But
We know Philip's right.
we know Philip's right.
Because that was notes for two, so we're way past. Yeah. I think that's perfect. And Susan, if you want to sit here and plug your numbers.
Alton, come over here.
Alton, come on over.
Let me call Philip
You're
and say
hired.
that your question and his.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear what he said.
So the grants committee is going to recess, and then we'll come back later. How's that?
And I'm going to take this off the large screen, at least for now.
I'm going to watch and be critical.
It's Alton.
No.
I think it's loading me.
Oh, okay.
We're getting ready to start
Laws and rules.
with our esteemed chair,
I don't
R.
think-
Thompson.
I said it on yours. Please feel free.
But shut up. Don't say that.
That's what he meant.
That's what you're supposed to tell me.
Zip it.
Sir, you're not a member of this committee. From what I understand, you don't have any right to say.
Or out of order.
You are out of order.
We can say this now before we call the meeting to order because we're just kidding.
I don't use Excel.
Hey, Law and Rules Committee, we just need to make sure who's on here again. Where's the?
Did you say who was on what committee?
We sent something out.
Go ahead.
Rick, Robert, Blair, Susan.
On rules, and that's next. Yeah, Blair is here somewhere, but he's not in the room.
Blair, you're here. Susan's on it.
All right. Yes, the legal committee is now in session. Wanda, would you please call the roll? Thank you.
Thompson.
Present.
Robert Campbell.
Here.
Blair Parker.
Present.
Susan Ballard.
Here.
Brian Tibbs.
Here.
Kathy Ware.
Here.
Quorum.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Typically, as we start this committee meeting, there may be some items that staff want to bring up in regard to additional laws and rules we may need to consider, and then I have a couple from yesterday from our architectural board meeting if you want me to bring those up today, or I'll do that tomorrow.
Tony is coming down soon to discuss the architecture.
Save that for the very end when he gets here.
Yes.
Okay.
The ones that were discussed a bit yesterday in the other committee, or if you
Well, we can make it easy on you guys. So if you want to wait till Tony gets down here to do that.
Let's talk about this one.
Yeah, we'll talk about whatever's. Yeah.
I mean, we can the one that
yeah,
you
we'll
guys,
just save that for the.
That's fine. We can, because I think what we can say can kind of help move some other stuff forward on that. So what you did, Liz, was exactly what we want to do.
Yes.
Except we don't want to do it right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. There was some understanding that part of the reason for some of the holdup may have been it might be better to wait to do some other things in combination with any clarification that we do. What we want to make sure that everybody understands is the way, if you'll look at your, I'll get it here in just a minute, the rule that says, I'm look for a qualifier on here.
Is that on the second sheet of this handout?
It's the first, it's the one that's got, it's section Rule 012-0-003, individuals registered in other jurisdictions.
That's
the read
old,
it out.
The
That's
old
the old
version
rule.
of the rule.
And the rule underneath it is 0201-03, clarifications to offering to practice.
It's the second sheet of the
This is not it.
So are you looking? Are you looking at
I'm looking at the
iPad?
one. No, I'm looking at what we have yesterday.
Okay.
I've just got a paper copy. I'm not
Okay.
an iPad.
So are you looking at?
What got sent out for the meeting?
Yes. Okay.
This.
Yes. That's also on your iPad if you don't have a paper copy.
But this paper copy you just handed out.
Don't worry about the paper
So
copy.
the paper copy that I handed out today was in response to the committee's comments yesterday about proposed further changes to the rule. But I believe Mr. Campbell is referring to the red line that was originally included in your materials, which was just to show you what the new change
could be.
Is now, what had occurred from the past. So that's on, there's a section called AEL Proposed Rules, red line on your iPad library. And Mr. Campbell is referring to page, I believe, page 2 on the iPad. This is the red line that was submitted with the board's original changes. You'll see that individuals registered in other jurisdictions, 1 and 2 was crossed out under the red line, struck through, and then below it you'll see in blue the clarifications to offering to practice. The blue underline reflects what is currently effective and is the amendment that this board proposed last year, and through some edits from the AG and a little bit of kickback from the legislature, it took a journey, but is now, long of the short, it is now effective, the blue underline portion. So yesterday, one of our committees proposed some further changes to the blue underline portion, but Mr. Campbell is saying that we're going to hold off on those for now. So does that catch everybody up to speed?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay.
And let me explain a couple, and we'll go through. Remember, the original reason that we proposed this rule was because out-of-state firms, we wanted to make sure they were registered in the state of Tennessee before they could submit requests for qualification, because the reason for that was a simple one. Since we have the QBS process and the things that we do, you could have a firm that submitted an RFQ, they could get selected, and since they're not registered in the state of Tennessee, they could have still gotten selected. But it was possible, not 100, but possible, they could not get licensed in the state of Tennessee after becoming selected. Okay. Which would put the people hiring them at a place where they had to go pick number 2 and start a lot of this process over, which again, we think of public works projects of having some time sensitivity to them because of budgets and safety, or whatever they are solving. And so you could put somebody behind the 8 ball 6 to 8 months and having to kind of go back through some of that process again. So we want to make sure that you're registered in the state of Tennessee before you do requests for qualifications in the state of Tennessee, because we think that, it does keep the project from being delayed longer and longer and longer. That was part of the reason that this rule was put into place to begin with. What our concern was, if you'll look in B1B, it said responding to letters of inquiry regarding requests for proposals or requests for qualifications. There was some concern that was a little confusing because the way RFQ and RFP are used somewhat interchangeably. But if you go down into number 2, it eliminates a lot of that. We were just trying to clean that up some. But based on what and I'm kind of mumbling, so please stop me or throw something at me. Based on what we talked about yesterday afternoon, it would be better to keep the rule in place like it is, because trying to clean it up may take some more effort that we're not ready to go do at this time. So forget about the paper copy that you have for right now.
And I believe Mr. Campbell is also referring to the rulemaking process, and there's a little bit of strategy that comes along with that. And as your board knows, this rule that's on the iPad that's now effective in the blue underline, it did receive some criticism at the legislature, and we thought that the rule was disapproved, but actually it was put on hold. It was given a stay for 45 days, and they did have the option then to disapprove it, but they chose to take no action. So we did get this rule passed, but I think there is some concern that bringing this same rule back in front of the Government Operations Committee that they didn't like once before, and being a little bit more picky about it, it might just not be the right time to do that. And also, just to clarify, the rule as it currently stands achieves all of the intent of the board. Could it be more clear for our licensees? Of course, and we can do that at a future date, but it does, in practice, achieve the intent of the board at this time. So.
Ricky. Thanks. I caused some of this because I received a question by telephone about a week or two ago about what you see in blue on those clarifications. And I thought it was worth bringing up just so even if we don't change the wording, we're all together on it. Basically, what my understanding of the rule says, and what everybody on the engineer committee, was that an out-of-state registrant would have to, an out-of-state architect or engineer would have to be a registrant of Tennessee in order to respond to both RFPs and RFQs, to any kind of request for proposal or request for qualifications. And the way the words were being interpreted by somebody who called me and asked a question, they were interpreting that to think that an out-of-state architect or engineer who wasn't registered in Tennessee could not propose to offer a response to an RFP, but they could to an RFQ. And I didn't think that was the intent behind what we did on these rule changes. And so we brought that up at the engineer committee yesterday, and that was, we all agreed it was that we felt like that rule applied to both RFPs and RFQs, that you had to be a registrant of the state to respond to those. And the reason, even if we don't change it, and Liz feels like the language is good enough, it's there to achieve that intent, even if it could be worded better. But I wanted to bring it up in this meeting just to make sure we were all together on that interpretation.
And this is the thing, again, this is a rule that we've already digested through this committee, this subcommittee, but most other states have that same deal where you can't submit an RFQ if you're not registered in that state. A lot of states have that same provision. And I think it's for the same reason. Just what I mentioned is one of those possibilities, that if you're not licensed in that state and you get chosen to do that particular project, there's a possibility you can't get licensed in that state, which would keep you from being able to do that. And whoever selected you to do that work would have to go to number 2 or whatever and start this whole, so a lot of the process would have to kind of go over, delaying projects. And I mean, there's some other things that could happen too, but the way it's written, there may be a couple things, as Liz did for us last night, that kind of help. Because the words RFP, request for proposal, request for qualifications, are sometimes used interchangeably, even though I think technically they're not the same word. And we want to make sure that people understood those different things. But this rule's already passed. We're through that, and really, it was just kind of to clarify for the committee what had gone on and why we had this other piece of paper, which we probably jumped a little too fast on this.
So it's my understanding that we are not going to make any recommendations on this rule. We're going to leave it as it is.
That's up to you as a committee.
But you said it might cloud the waters if we went back in front of the legislature.
That's just my input. Of course, the board is still free to submit whatever you would like to the rulemaking process. I was just giving you some background as to the climate and the rulemaking process that we face.
The climate, yeah. Climate change.
Political climate.
In about, another 30 days. Anyway. So.
But I have included this. Amendment in the rulemaking folder, so we can come back to this at any time. I do think that these changes are great and would help clarify things further for licensees and non-licensees looking to, make sure they're not violating our rule. But it's up to you as a board if you want to move these forward or not. I was just want to make sure you're informed of all of the different things that you would face in the rulemaking process.
I think we leave it as it is, and then if there are some clarifications, I think you all have got some things maybe that are part of this, could be part of this. We go back and kind of do some of those clarifications all at one time if we need to, or there's another item that we're not going to talk about today or anything that, based on the definition of engineering and architecture, that may lend itself.
Okay. All right. So from what I understand from the conversation is that we're comfortable that the way it's written currently, it reflects RFQ and RFP. So even though there's some confusion sometimes to those, I'm certainly not confused by what an RFQ is and an RFP is, but some people may be. But I think if we feel comfortable that we can enforce what we need to enforce, then there probably will not be any action on this at this time.
It helps to define that offer to practice, with advertisements, and if somebody calls you up and says, "Can you do this?" Yes, without going through an RFQ. That we're not making an offer to practice when we do those kind of letters of inquiry or just questions over the phone. Can you do this? Can you do that? Type of stuff. We think a little hiccup yesterday.
Okay, so summary is that for the report tomorrow is that we recommend that this just be left as it is for now, and there may be some additional conversation in regard to this and some other issues that could be rolled into one possible. So right now it's status quo. We're fine with it. Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Okay, so not to throw another loop at you guys when you don't need one, but under portion of things that I wanted to talk to you about for rulemaking, because of what happened at the legislature with us thinking originally that this rule was getting disapproved, but really it was on hold and then got approved. In the meantime, we sent up an amendment. You'll remember the rule package that contained the architectural associate change and then also the co-op credit change. So the architectural, so there's no issues with the co-op credit change, but the architectural associate change is still under the same rule 0120-01-.03. And when we submitted that to the Secretary of State, we thought that the change was actually not approved, so we sent it up as if it used the old language as being current, which is incorrect since the new version of that rule is now actually effective. So I will need permission from the full board if we want to maintain what's in that blue underline in the clarifications to offering to practice that we just discussed that everyone seems to be on board with. If we want to maintain that as our current effective rule and not revert back to the old language, the very original language, I will need the board's permission to strike the architectural associate portion of that rule package, and we'll resubmit it to the Secretary of State. Now, this would still allow the co-op credit portion to continue on and get discussed at government operations and be voted to be approved and then become effective. But I will have to submit the architectural associate portion with the rest of the new effective rule language. So that is just the other thing that I wanted to discuss with the rule committee today and then also with the full board tomorrow.
Although I'm following the train.
I'm sorry. Yes, right now I'm referring to page 15 out of 22 under the on the library. It's called AEL Proposed Rules Red Line. If you'll see there, the first rule 0120-01-.03, it has the change that we made to add the architectural associate, but it has the old rule language from page 2. You'll see page 2, we've got the red line. That was the original language that this board recently changed into the clarifications to offering to practice. And when we later on, when we submitted this second rule package that has the architectural associate rule and the co-op credit rule, we were under the impression that the amendment to clarifications offering to practice was not approved, so we had to send it in with the old rule language. But now that that rule actually did get approved and is effective, when I sent in a subsequent rulemaking form with the old language, the Secretary of State is saying, wait, Are you trying to go back to the old language you had before? So procedurally, I will need the board's approval to strike that rule and resubmit it with the correct remainder of the rule that is now actually effective, unless the board wants to revert all the way back to the very original change. So. Yeah, yes, that's fine. Okay.
Everyone
A motion from
sufficiently
Kathy.
confused? All right.
I think
it might be better for me to show you
I'm
point
still,
at them.
I'm a little confused.
It's hard to explain verbally. So let's see. So we submit things to the rulemaking process in separate rule packages. So very originally, the change that we were discussing earlier on page 2, it was part of a large rulemaking package, and you'll
Page 15 on their iPads at the bottom, your page 2.
Page 2. Right. No, page 2, not page 15, page 2. If you'll turn to page 2 on your iPad, you'll see the red line strike through red portion of Rule 0120-01-.03. That is the original rule language. Okay? So when this board submitted this entire rule package that has the current change to the clarifications to offering to practice, the blue underline that you see right underneath the red strike through on page 2, that was the amended language that this board put forward. We put it through the rulemaking process. It went all the way to the legislature, and then they said, it was under the impression that they said, we're disapproving this. It actually was put on a 45-day stay. They took no action, which means that it became effective. So the blue underline on page 2 is actually our now effective rule. So the second topic that I brought up that was confusing is when we submitted an additional rulemaking package later on, about a year later, the one containing the change on page 15 with the architectural associate, and then on the next page, the co-op credit. There was some overlapping with the language. We were under the impression that the amendment to Rule 0120-01.03 was not approved, so we sent it in. We sent the amendment to the architectural associate in with the previous language, the very original language, in order to get that second rule passed. So when we received word that really it didn't, the original language, the amended language that we submitted did not get disapproved, it actually just got put on hold and was effective. The subsequent rulemaking package that we submitted didn't have that change reflected in it. And because it didn't have that change reflected in it, now they're thinking we want to revert back to what the original language was. But really things got stuck in the crosshairs, and because we were making so many changes, they overlapped each other. And so I procedurally have to have the board's permission to essentially resubmit the rule with the correct language.
So the question is going to be, if you're on 15, page 15, the B is really what you're submitting that B statement.
I will submit B with the language on page 2.
Where does it go on page 2? Where does it, because on page 2, where does it fit?
So it would go as a third, number 3.
Number 3, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So on that definitely helps, Mr. Campbell. I appreciate that. So page 15, where you see letter B, that would be submitted back with the language you see written in blue underline on page 2, but it would become number 3.
So after the thing that says number 2, notwithstanding paragraph 1 proposals may not be, then number 3 would be the intern.
Yes.
the intern language.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to be able to explain that tomorrow.
Oh, no, that's okay. I'm happy to explain
Thank
it
you.
again. It's just procedurally, I can't do it
We have
without
a
your
procedural
permission.
issue
Yes.
with this.
Yes.
And you need
Not a content issue, just
it's a
procedural issue.
that we need to let you take care of.
Yes, and essentially, I don't want to sacrifice the progress that the co-op credit portion has made. So instead of resubmitting the whole thing, I'll have to have you motion to just take away that one rule that was faulty. I'll resubmit that with the updated information, and the co-op credit rule will continue to move forward so that one can be effective soon. I do think that there's not a big concern with that happening because technically under our current rules, the architectural associate is allowable. We just made that more clear to our licensees, so it's not going to harm anyone. Whereas like the co-op credit, I don't want to have to start over again because that is going to help more licensees come to Tennessee. So we don't want to stop the progress on that one.
This is going to be a number. It's going to be number 3 under the first rule we've got on page 2. It's going to be a bullet point number. Or
Yes, and I think just visually, I know it's really hard to explain verbally, so I'll be happy to put it all together and bring a printout tomorrow for everyone to see what the big package looks like. I do apologize that it is hard to explain just verbally without pointing at the changes to you all.
I understand it, but it's difficult for me to explain it because I'm not much of a link.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm happy to re-explain it at the board meeting tomorrow. And I do appreciate your patience, and I do apologize for the extra steps that we'll have to take here. But I think we're going to accomplish everything we've set out to accomplish. I just have to do a few procedural steps to
It's a
make that happen.
procedural clarification that you have to do.
Yes.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, no problem.
Maybe. All right. Okay.
you need a motion from us for that.
To recommend the change to the
Sure.
full board.
So we don't make a motion here. We just make that recommendation at the
We
board.
need to, we can make one then.
Well, let's do it.
Do it to the whole board, and that way you can say you've got the whole board to the board.
Motion?
Motion to approve this change and add it back to the approved law.
Second.
Approved rule.
Motion and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Motion carried.
The Law and Rules Committee have anything else they wanted to
Do
discuss?
we have any other?
Are we talking about the architecture thing? Whatever that word was that we were going to talk about.
Oh, yes, the continuing education portion
what
of
I
the
thought.
rules.
Yeah, that when we were waiting on Tony. So Tony's perfect
I didn't
timing.
see Tony. I saw the
Perfect timing,
one in
Tony.
the back
Thank you.
here, so I didn't see Tony.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to just regroup myself here.
I thought, well, if I just tape myself doing it the first time,
So Tony
just
will
keep playing that, 2 more times.
Tony
or
will be
whatnot.
addressing a completely different rule package than the two that I just discussed.
Right.
So I just wanted to.
So put on your rule hat.
Oh, all these other rules away and start all over again. I got you.
No.
Recently, a few months ago, this board had approved a rule package to move forward regarding changing of the PDHs and how the submission of PDHs that we talked yesterday. And I think some of those were updates to look at kind of on a national level what is being done. Those PDH updates, when we were going through the approval process, noticed that the architect's PDH amendments were significantly different than the other professions. And when the when that was raised to us, we started to do the calculations because there's a difference as what happens pre-2021 and post-2021. And for the architects, there is not a provision that allows any type of different first biannual PDH process, such as the engineers had taken up in the other professions. And the architects specifically says that there's a requirement that they obtain 12 PDHs per calendar year, which created a difficulty in administering when you realize that some registrants renew and obtain a license mid-year. So in order to obtain per calendar year, which we have traditionally interpreted as January to December, we found that over a 2-year period, registrants would be within parts of 3 calendar years. And in order to obtain 12 PDHs per calendar year became difficult in administering. So when we looked at that, we realized that there was going to be an issue moving the rules forward. So my suggestion was that we talked about yesterday is if we amend those architect PDH rules to mirror what the engineers, the landscape architects, and interior designers have, because it would allow, instead of 12 PDHs per calendar year, 24 PDHs within a 2-year period. Each of those provisions do show that post-2021 there are no carryovers, which I believe was a point of importance that we discussed yesterday. It also allows for the alternative approach method, which is used by other states, where you could accept 12 PDHs per calendar year I believe that's if a renewal cycles in the future became on a calendar year period. So in order to help simplify that, that's the suggestion that we would propose, that the rules be amended for the architects so that they would essentially mirror the other professions in order to move this package forward.
Go ahead. Yeah.
And I think the main, and you clear me up too if I'm wrong, I think the main thing was we wanted to be on a calendar year because that's where most other states are. So that's kind of that's where we really want to be. Even if it's 2 years, we just want to make sure that our registration is based on, not August anymore or whatever it is. Is that kind of what it really kind of was? So that way it wouldn't just be kind of arbitrary where the 24 credits would come in. I'd say that like Elizabeth.
You're right. What we were trying to do is get in alignment with national or NCARB, where most of the states require you on a calendar year to have 12 either PDUs or HSW, whatever their regulations are, and right now almost all of them are HSWs. And so just trying to keep tracking, and I mentioned this before, being licensed in multiple states, as everyone's going to the 12 and 12, it's easier to track, it's better on the staff, and it's easier on the applicant or registrant, excuse me. So that was the theory behind that, which is still a good theory. But what Tony's saying is we have an issue with that currently that we can correct over the next couple of years.
Right. Yes, it creates an issue of people who just recently became registered, and the impossibility of getting 12 PDHs per calendar year, when, for instance, in their first year they may not have received any, and so they wouldn't meet the requirement. So that was, it is a bit of impossibility moving towards 2021. And so we did notice, however, when I mentioned earlier the alternative approach, if we amended it, we could amend it so where you would mirror the other professions, but you also have an alternative approach where you can alternatively accept 12 PDHs per calendar year that would allow for those 12 HSWs to be in there, because all of the other programs actually have that alternative approach, and I believe that was put in there so that if that was the mainstay in the future, it could revert to that.
And the architects agree that this is acceptable, or do we not?
Yeah, I actually was planning on bringing this another alternative up at the Continuing Education Committee meeting, but is there an objection administratively or among the professions to change our renewal period? And this has happened in other states because I've dealt with it, to where it is a calendar year, where it is the first of the year, or whatever date you designate. You know, some of them are like June to June or July to July. Some of them are January to January. But is there an objection, and I'm kind of talking to Roxana, from an administrative, because all of a sudden you're going to get more at a particular time of year and then none the rest?
So if the question is moving everyone to one common renewal date,
yes.
I think for a program, one, we'd have to make a decision if the architects are going to do it differently than the engineers and the other four professions, because right now it's considered one big
Right.
profession, Profession 12. So you all renew based on when you got your first license every 2 years. So we stagger it throughout the year, which obviously from efficiency in the office, it keeps us busy all year, and we never lag behind for that. So we've got a few programs that renew all together, and I would caution to go to that. That means you're drowning at that period and barely live through it, like our land surveyors do, but there's 1,200 of them, right? So we get through it. Our court reporters do once a year, but there's 487 of them. But for a profession as big as this, it would almost, attorneys used to for a while, and we switched them to all throughout the year because of that. It really makes it difficult to get the work done on that busy month.
And the only thing I was going to throw out in respect to that was, and probably wouldn't make a difference, but since we're doing it biannually, which is every 2 years, if the architects, landscape, and interiors were one year and the opposite year was the engineers, kind of break that up. Probably not enough because there's a lot of engineers renewing, but I was going to ask that question. This brought it.
It's a definitely huge change if we were to go to that, and the technology could. I did it when I worked for the board that regulates attorneys. Making that change means a lot of communicating, a prorated year, because it's not fair for that person that just got the 2 years to all of a sudden be due again. A lot of those moving pieces. If we can think of other options for the continuing education, it may be worth it just from that side. The profession as a whole, I don't know that I could split the engineers from the other three.
I guess it wouldn't be. I mean, we already have. If all the architects and the interior designers decided to go to a calendar year basis, apparently we've got an alternate way to do that for CEUs. Not for registration necessarily, but for CEUs. Does that create a problem when we're renewing biennially? And ask it another way. How many people are actually taking the alternate option?
Can I address that?
Is the alternate option that you're referring to?
It's where you can, that's the option he was talking about, where it actually, you can align with the NCARB's recommendations.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
I know this is kind of a mixed up mess, but.
I'm taking that option.
And no disrespect to what the architects want to do. Most of the interior design, health, safety, and welfare classes start like September through December. And I know that's when I get the majority of mine. And I know from our profession, most of those occur in the fall because our busiest season is January to September when we're trying to get construction documents done and, we're on the job sites. And then, we start in the fall with the new programming and moving forward, and that's when most of our CEUs are. And we end up spilling hours over into January. So,
and given that, there are a lot of states for whatever reason, that the renewal period is in like the 1st of June or 1st of July.
February is when Florida is now, so I've got to get Florida's hours in, you know. So, anyway.
I mean, that would solve that
Interior
problem.
design needs to leave it alone based on how our CEUs typically come in, if that's.
We go by birthdays now.
Registration dates.
What's the date?
Registration, when you got registration.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's based on that
Well,
first license.
either
Attorneys
way.
go by birth date, so it's all, you know, it's one of those options out there. But right now, it's based on when you got your first license.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So I don't think there's an issue here. I think, here, let me tell you why I don't think there's, because my original memory of this discussion was this. Even if we go to calendar year, so let's say that everybody's CEUs are due January 1st. For the previous January, there's no carryover. And we all agree that the carryover thing is a bad deal. It creates issues for us for a long time, so I think we're good there. But what I believe the conversation was is that you would still go, the audits would still be based on your license registration date, because it really doesn't matter. If my license is in March and your license is in June, that's when they're going to pull the random sample to see who gets audited in those two times. And you still have to go back to that previous year before and say, did I get my 12 in this year? It doesn't give you any more time than somebody else. So it really doesn't create more. We're still going through the same number of audits being done for those people that got them in March versus the people that got them in April or June or whatever. If you use that date as the audit generation date, you're not getting any more than you have right now, because it still cuts off December 31st of, in this year, it would be 2018. Right? And so you're just looking at that audit for the year of 2018, even though your license is February or whatever. Now, that's from what I remember as the original discussion, and I'll wait just a second to make sure that's right. Because we talked that with, I thought when we we had that same discussion, well, we're going to get everything at one time, but then we were told, no, the way it's the list is generated is 5% based on your date, but it still goes back to that calendar year. It's a lagging it's a lagging number. Do you see what I'm saying? Well, you're not getting a bunch at one time, and here's why. I'm going to try to use a real number, and I got this script. So we got let's say we got this rule in place in 2018, and it's 12 per calendar year. Well, if my license is in February, Rick's is in April, and Frank's is in July, you're still going to audit the February, April, and July just like you do now. You're going to ask for 100 people to give you, or whatever the number comes out to be every month for that, whatever that registration date is, and you're going to say, give me your records for 2018. You're not going to say, give me your records for this calendar year, or for this registration cycle. When we discussed this originally, it was not going to create any work because we're still under the same audit. You're still the computer's going to spit out to you on July 3rd, 27 names, and on February 3rd, it's going to be 47 names, whatever it is now. But the record will be confined to that calendar year of 2018. So, and we thought that was a much better deal, because then that got rid of the multiple state thing where everybody was on a different cycle. It's also one of the things that, from mobility standpoint, NCAAS has brought up that says if we could all be on one renewal cycle, so that we're not having to do this in Florida and this in this state and this in this state and this in this state. And I think the reason we put the alternative whatever was to catch up. I mean, it was basically in there we're going to have people that are used to doing it on that registration cycle, but our preference would be going forward to have everybody do it from January 1st to December 31st or whatever. It just makes things simpler. But your audits are going to be the same as they are now, same number. So you shouldn't be getting a big wad of them based on the calendar year.
Right. As long as in the audit, we can ask for, you just renewed your license as of February, like you said, and we need your audit.
Of 2018.
Of 2018. That's
Yeah,
it.
2017 and 2018 or
Right.
whatever. We need that 2-year period, because when you cut it up, because we still have that same problem now, people, you say, I need your record for this 2-year period going backwards, and they still have to have it by a certain date. So whether you give somebody 11 more months or they have it the day after, they still have to have it by this certain date. So to me, it's not, if that makes any, I mean, that's what our discussion was originally of why we decided to go do this, because it really wasn't going to create any extra work.
That's correct. And part of the other discussion was carryover hours. There are only a tiny few states that allow that, and the other states do not allow you to have carryover hours. So you can't get licensed there if you're carrying your hours over. So it's trying to get in line with the National Licensure Act. But I'm fine. I think if Tony wants to go to the
So Tony, does
2-year. I mean, what do you think? I mean, it's getting awful. It's not a calendar year is the problem. We'll have to call it something else. 12 and 12.
Robert, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, but
I
you
think
have
the alternative or CEU option is only for architects and interior designers.
That's right. Yeah.
That's part of was Tony's comment was about it's not apples to apples if it's just architect.
Yes, the amendments. So Mr. Campbell, the example that you brought up, that for engineers, that's correct. I mean, you're going to look. It's 24 within a 2-year period. The architect's rule as amended doesn't say 24 within a 2-year period. It says 12 per calendar year. It's specifically different language.
Okay.
If the approach to review them would be the same as for the engineers and the other professions, then I would just recommend we just change that language so that we can clarify that you intended really to do the same thing. And then you would also pick up that alternative approach that the other professions have that you currently don't have in the amended rules, which would allow for a 12 PDH per calendar year after, with no carryovers after 2021, which is what all of the professions are going to have. So that I think I think it's smart in the way that it sets all of the professions up to have this alternative approach if there's a change in the future or whatnot. So.
One other aspect of the alternative approach is they all have to be HSW.
Yes, and so that yours was slightly different than the others, where all 12 would be HSW, and that's the note that we have in here.
But that's not going to create an issue if that's specific to our approach.
No, because they're not all the same. Because engineers currently on their alternative would have 7 HSW, landscape architect 7, and then interior
individually
design
notated that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They are annotated separately.
Annotated.
Yes, and so yours would also say 12 HSW.
Annotate, whatever. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think making that change would be good because, yeah, good.
Tony, I think thank you for explaining that again for the. And you only have one more time tomorrow.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
To do that. But now that everyone seems to agree, it's going to be a whole lot
more head nods every time I do it. So I apologize.
No, we won't ask the same question.
No, thank you. Thank you,
we had to
Liz,
have
both
several,
for keeping us straight. I mean, it's just
every time I emailed it to somebody, we had to sit down and have the face-to-face and kind of draw it out because I completely understand.
He's got a great drawing, by the way.
I have an Excel spreadsheet.
Mr. Collin, you could have been an architect. So is everyone clear that the recommendation would be for the language to be modified so it would be for the architects and the engineers? No?
The engineers would remain the same because they're currently under what they intended to be, is my understanding. Specifically, we would change the architects so that they would have a similar PDH requirements for the first biannual renewal, for subsequent biannual renewals, and for an alternative approach similar to the other professions. I think that gets you where you want to be so far, because the alternative approach will be exactly what you currently have amended it to, which is allows that 12 PDH per calendar year. All 12 would be HSWs. No carryovers after 2021 for everyone.
Yes. Could we get a motion?
Motion
please.
to approve.
Aren't you going to explain that?
Yeah. A motion to approve that language.
Get a second, please. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Ayes carry. Approved.
I'll need your that diagram if I would.
I'm sorry, procedurally, were there any?
I will actually print it out for everybody to have tomorrow. I kind of offered it yesterday. I probably should have offered it here, but I'll actually have it printed out, because I think if you have the diagram, it makes a little bit more sense.
But the motion is to accept legal's recommendation. Yeah. Very simply. All right. Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, Tony. See you tomorrow. Do we have any other business from the law and rules? My eyes are going counterclockwise now, so I think I need a break. So, if we have no other business, I recommend the meeting be adjourned. So moved.
At the Finance Committee, do we want to take a quick break or roll straight to that committee?
We have this other thing worked out? Okay. I'd say go to finance.
Move ahead.
Just for the record.
Won the bet.
So yes on the Finance Committee?
Now let's go to Finance Committee,
Okay.
because
And
he
that's-
didn't understand Philip was using Boolean algebra, which we don't have any idea what that is, but he was using
He
it.
was using it.
Cheers, Bob.
Mr. Blair Parker, I'll turn it over to you for the Finance Committee meeting.
Let's bring the meeting to order. We'll have a roll call.
Blair Parker.
Here.
Susan Ballard. Here. Robert Campbell.
Here.
Rick Thompson.
Here.
Alton Heathcote.
Here.
Thank you. I'm looking for my notes since we shifted over to us real quick. Hang on just a moment.
Under board meeting material on the iPad, isn't it?
Yes.
I've got them here too, so.
Yes. Okay, well, let's, new business, review of the financial data, and that's under in the iPad. Roxanne, what page are we on with?
If we're wanting to look at the full financial information that I'm presenting, you are on the main A&E board meeting material, and the director's items that have the finance. That's a good question.
Page 42.
42. Thank you, Wanda. We do not have the closure for 2018 fiscal year yet. They were not done, so I give you a heads up. I hope to have it. We definitely should by November, but just in case, I know we're almost there closing that fiscal year. And I've got nothing special other than the items here that we'll review again with the full group. The year is just about ready to close with whatever final costbacks that they do. So we're ending 2018 with $248,548, if I'm reading correctly. And hopefully by the next meeting, we'll have that 3 or 4 year carryovers. That's the important number to me often. So this year should end a little bit higher than last year, just cost backs and so forth things. So.
Okay.
And then the next page to that is the July. So we finished the first month in the 2019 fiscal year, again, with a surplus of $80,182 at this point. So I don't think I had any other items. I did want to remind the board that the intern, and we talked about it a little bit with the engineering intern committee, that small fee, it's $15 for our engineer intern, that fee reduction has already gone into effect.
Anybody have any questions about what's before us? And Roxanne, you'll give us the full report tomorrow.
Yes, and it's exactly what you're looking at. We'll review to make sure that everybody else has had a chance to look at it, have any questions. We'll look at the registration numbers, all those items as well.
All right, great. Any other questions? All right, let's move on to the proposal for increased grant appropriation. Proposal for the grant, increase in grant appropriation. Ms. Ballard?
I would love for us to, based on what we're looking at right here.
So we need to wait until we get that. That's right.
And I'm going to base this upon the fact that we have at least 1,200 more students within the existing programs that has increased the need. And so we're coming up with some wonderful things over here.
I like the idea that we're doing this now and getting it done.
Yes.
So it's great.
So,
So maybe we suspend, we hold this meeting temporarily and move to the next committee meeting, unless we have any additional.
Are we talking about more funds right now, or for future budgets?
For future budgets. Well, we're going to talk about both, really.
Yeah.
Once they get the spreadsheet.
Okay, so let's ask about future. Well, just ask. If we ask for $50,000 more, how's that going to be received? You think? I mean, we've got a fee reduction. We've had 2 or 3 fee reductions that we've asked for, but I think the point is a really good one, and we heard that from the deans today. That was kind of hammered home. Every one of them that got up, I think, in every department except for Vanderbilt, which holds their population to a certain number, have seen an increase over the last several years. I think it was like 2 or 3 years. Most of them had that information. They've had a real increase in the number of students, and I think we're seeing the Hope Scholarship stuff. I mean, it's been kicked in for a while, and I think we're seeing some of the Drive to 55 stuff that has kicked in, and what that's done is it's created a larger population within universities for all fields, but in particular STEM fields. And excuse me, I think we have some justification because there's more students, more needs, more whatever to go do that. I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm listening for
I agree
everybody
with
else.
that. And while the presentations were being made, I made notes about each one of them, and on every one of them, they all said thank you, and they all made some type of reference about what a difference it makes, a positive difference it makes for them. So I agree with the increase in students. It would sure be nice if we could somehow allocate a little bit more. Cost of living is rising too with all this boom we have out here. So, Roxana?
So I think as far as the committee today, you definitely can discuss exactly as you're doing and propose an amount that, based on the dean's presentation, which that's why I'm glad both rooms were recorded. That way not only the students can see, but you all can refer back to, they can as well. All that information is clearly there. So we'd have to go through all the proper channels to get that 350 touched in any way. But this is where that would happen, that request and that dollar amount that you all think is what you want to look at. So this round of proposals, whatever this the grant committee agrees with the full group, will move forward. We'll start the contracts, I believe, before the end of October based on these numbers. And that takes care of the 2018-2019 cycle for the grants. But now would be the time to look ahead at the next one, because then come next June, myself or whoever's doing this will start looking at those numbers, and that's where we want to know what's there.
Make a recommendation to the board, to the full board, for an increase.
I think let's make a motion. I'll make a motion that we ask for another $50,000 to come from our to go to our grants.
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Passed. Okay, anything else for the Finance Committee? Seeing none? Now we want to shift back to the
Can I get you to bring the mic near either one of you to be on the record? So we can't skip to the continuing education because that can't start till 3:30. So if you all are close to ready, it is all yours.
We're close to ready.
Do we want to put it on the projector for everybody to see? That was the goal, right? Give me just a second. I'll make sure I plug it in.
No, you're not allowed.
Yeah, we were streaming live what we were doing the calculations. We didn't realize that. Sorry.
Like it's just, I mean, some of that stuff is state of the art. I mean, they're doing some of that stuff they were doing down at Chattanooga with the
Before you do that, let me save this.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Your panic a minute. I was going to pick you up.
No, I've got all that. All right, we're ready. Go ahead. Thank you for this. You need to raise up. All right, we lost everything there.
Are we taking a break? I need to check my...
Here, let me get out of your way, Roxanne. We can get back in.
Watch you all jump over it.
Oh, y'all been fine.
Okay.
I promise.
Rick, thanks for your leadership.
If it was all that easy. Yeah.
I was inspired. I don't know if anybody else was. Yeah, I was inspired.
Rick, I always love it when the leaders.
First time I have a staff person that does it.
I just wanted to go with so moved because I have no idea what you said.
Following you, but then it just wasn't working.
Okay, so we don't have a...
There it is. Okie dokie.
So let's highlight the two engineerings that are exceeding.
So we had some of our, well, I'll let you start. You go ahead and start the program, and then we'll explain
Well,
the differential.
So Alton was correct. The formulas were not in place.
Wait a minute, what'd you say?
Never repeat that again.
Alton was correct.
This isn't streaming, is it?
It is.
He'll hold us to
That
that.
some of
you're
the
on TV.
formulas were not in place, and some needed to be corrected, and so that has been done. So what we're showing, since architecture is first, the $64,416 is based upon the percentage of registrants in the distribution of the grant amount. So everyone gets a 50% portion, and then it's based on your enrollment. So those percentages have been updated, and therefore what you see in yellow is the corrected figure. And you see a column that is the difference between what they have requested versus what we use our formula to give them. And then when we took the percentage of student enrollment against our surplus, they would get an additional $912.84. And then moving on to Memphis, theirs would be $222.11 from the surplus monies, okay? Then moving on to landscape, you see the $78.10. And then same percentages with the interior design figures for those 4 programs that asked for more than what they were allotted of the $3,500. And then we come down to the percentages based upon the enrollment at UT Knoxville in the engineering department. And UT Chattanooga. $731 is what the engineering department had asked for in excess of what their grant amount was. But when we use the percentages, it comes up to be a lot more because their enrollment is higher. And same thing for UT Chattanooga. We can't.
If we distributed it if we distributed that service on a pro rata basis, UT Knoxville would have gotten an additional 8. Put them in, that would have exceeded
their grant amount.
Their grant amount.
Right. Their request. So while the formulas work out
here's the
fairly,
grant amount there.
yeah, that's the grant amount.
And that's what was going to be awarded to them.
Right.
And if we did it on a pro rata basis, they would have gotten an additional 8,000 to put it up to 57,000.
So we would not typically give them more than what they ask for. So we wanted to show you this. Once all the percentages were input and corrected, what you see in red were the programs that did not use all the funds or did not request the funds that they had available. And so that's why there's a dash in those, and that's where we came up with the $19,633 surplus. So our decision would be how to prorate this fairly. And that's where we stopped because we were able to come back to the committee. So we're open for thoughts, comments. And I want to thank Alton for his extreme knowledge of Excel.
My opinion is go up to the top. I think I'm getting ready to give you my opinion. It's just to take the total enrollment.
That's what we did.
Well, for everybody. So you got 465, you got 515, you got 11,639.
Correct.
Divide that, see what percentage each group gets.
That's what we did.
That's what we did.
And then figure out, then give them the rest, then make up the difference.
That's exactly what we did.
That's what we did.
The problem is when you do that based on that pro rata distribution, UT Knoxville
you'd have to cap it at whatever
they've asked for.
Whatever they've asked for.
But that would still leave us, if we did that, then that would leave us a surplus of unused funds this year.
Yeah.
How much?
About $8,000.
So you're left with $11,000, $12,000.
Roughly 8,000.
Yeah.
There's if you took that total and subtracted it from that total, that'd be what the difference.
Have $8,000 left over.
Correct.
Are we not doing anything like we just did with the
This particular year, I don't think there was a proposal for a special grant,
Well,
correct?
that was on the table, and the committee preferred to distribute it equally among the programs, so.
Thank you, Kathy.
Sorry, I said I sure would love to see us continue to encourage those people because of the lives that they positively impacted. Is there any way to do that?
What about with that exactly? I think what you're saying with what's left over, treating that particular amount.
I mean, it's if we got $8,000 left over, I mean, I realize that we're somewhat circumventing the process of allowing everybody to throw their hat in the ring, but is it possible that we could grant that money to the bricolage project? I can't remember. I'm not saying it right,
I
I'm
think
sure.
you did as close as you can on pronouncing that. So, any other thoughts, Robert?
I think that's a good thought, where you just, to make it, maybe you open it up for 30 more days for a special project. And I mean, I think they've obviously got, I mean, not to weigh the scales, but they've obviously got their
Memphis
documentation
also has,
ready, yeah.
Memphis has opportunities like that. Lipscomb does. Union, am I correct? Did Union? No, Union today, never mind. So Lipscomb and UT Memphis, sorry, University of Memphis, and then UT Chattanooga all have programs that, you know, they do community service. And so I'm fine with taking the surplus and putting it to something like that. Do we just divide it equally among the three? And
We just asked for another $50,000 too. Is that not going to be in this distribution? That would be next year's? Okay.
And that isn't guaranteed. We've
I
made a
know.
motion.
Right.
Yes,
I
yes.
just
I think just to ask, say, look, we've got an extra we've got another $8,000 this year, 8,000, whatever the number is. You've got 30 days to give us and make it a 2-page something, what you're going to use it on, and make it a competitive thing, right? I mean, I think for just
those three or all of them?
All of them. I mean, I think.
And
just
I'm
send
not
it-
disagreeing with you, Robert, but one of the comments that we had 2 years ago when we did the special grants were a lot of the engineering programs didn't feel like $20,000 was worth their time, and that's why we had so few respond to that. So I don't want to waste their time. If 20,000 is not enough, 8,000, they'll, you know.
I understand. But
Yeah.
send them a letter is not going to waste anybody's time.
Okay.
I mean, send them a letter saying,
Raise
we've got
your
this
hand.
amount of money. We
Yeah.
got this amount of money.
Raise your
if
hand
you
if
want to
you're
use it,
interested.
if
Yeah.
you don't think it's worth your time, then don't give it. Don't send us something back saying here's how we're
Are we
going
going to
to
designate it for a community service project?
Yeah, why don't we do that? That'll
I think that's whichever.
Okay.
That's fine.
that'll probably, hopefully, not have as many.
I like that idea.
Okay.
I like the use of that fund.
Well, community service project using engineer architecture and
Landscape?
landscape architect principles.
engineer.
With,
Whatever your
yeah,
proposal would be.
within the, yeah.
Right. Or STEM principles or something, however you want to put that.
So Alton has come up with a difference of $8,282. So we probably need to make it
$8,282.
$8,250 just to make an even number.
No, that'd be exactly.
You can make it the full amount if you want to.
Okay with that?
They'll just think we're crazy for
You seem to
doing
be a
it.
little crotchety. You're the one that came in late
Yeah, I
with your
am, come to
sunglasses
think
on.
of it.
It's part of the community.
I'm going to express my thoughts. I like community service, but, it was my feeling that this special grant, or grant for a special project, would be for some, and I'm not saying that what they did wasn't creative, but some come up with a new idea, or you know what I'm saying, especially from the engineering, architecture, interior design, landscape collaboration part. I see the things they did, and they're good for the community, and I like that. But there's nothing new, innovative about screwing in LED light bulbs and making a better wheelchair ramp. It's good for the community. I don't want to sound, to use of a overused term, politically incorrect, but I would like to see, we're a technical, all of us are a technical profession, and I would like to see it used in that manner. even if we continue to do this and we say this year we're doing one that's for community projects and the next year we do one for, design of a new widget or whatever it is. And maybe nobody else has this feeling at all, but I'm just throwing that out. I'd like to see it used, even, it may sound weird, but even if we designated a project and say, we want you to build something that'll do whatever, and let everybody compete, and the prize is $20,000.
They don't have to come up with the other 50,000. Not that we can't do
It's their
it,
deal, but I don't know. I just
oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you.
Next year,
I understand. I'm not.
I just know
We don't have enough money to really
University
do
of
that right now, anyway.
University of Memphis came up and spoke to us afterward, and they have a similar to the Auburn Rural Studio and Urban Studio. They have their own urban studio. So part of theirs was like a creative thing that they talked about at amphitheater that they actually, and I don't want to oversell it, but if you, Susan, you might remember, it was like a amphitheater design I think they did to help a community that was involved with education. So it wasn't as much of a we have a Nashville called Rebuilding Together, and that's what Chattanooga is doing, exactly that. So it was a little bit more creative, at least the way it was described. So that's kind of what I was thinking we might get back as more of that, where it is architecture kind of more, and not just, not that that's, I like the fact that we're changing light bulbs too, but you know what I mean. It's just I felt like that would be something that they could submit for, and others that are actually impacting the community in different ways. So for
I
this,
may.
yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Our special topics for the grants were research and development, community service, energy conservation, zero carbon output, historic preservation, low income, human resources and poverty, educational needs of the community, recreational needs of the community, and other projects fulfilling a need in a community. It was up to the people submitting their proposal for the grant money to decide which category they wanted to go in. So there's lots of opportunity. We don't have to limit it to, building ramps and changing light bulbs. It could be any of these. And, we could submit it back, but $8,000 is not a whole lot of money for, to do a project. So,
But those were done in the sense of collaboration between. See, I think that's kind of what the original intent was
Yes.
to make sure that we were looking at some sort of collaboration. And I agree with you. I'm not sure that we're going to get an aha moment, but I think it's important for landscape architects, and engineers to work together while they're in, because they got to when they get out of school. So some of us do, and so. I had to say that as soon as Rick got here, but it's one. I just think as long as we got that collaboration thing in, put it out there, see what they come up with, and see how that goes. I think I agree with you. I think it needs to. That's why I kind of asked that question about, do you use a bill material? I mean, do you go look at these things and kind of develop a, but even if you're doing changing light bulbs and putting in ramps, teaching them how the process that they have to go through to do some of these things and get realistic budgets for this and what codes that they may have to go look at. And those are all pretty valuable things that we have to go through every day on a, larger scale.
They didn't do.
Right. That's exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess one other learning thing I guess we got out of this one is it appears difficult that it's like if UT Knoxville, they could handle all the disciplines. Most others, and University of Memphis, most of the rest can't. And then you get the distance, and it's like one of them's going to be heavy into it, and one of them's going to be light, and it's almost like the light end is just there to justify the collaboration.
So UT Knoxville and the University of Memphis architectural programs both agreed that they would team up with the other schools to make this happen, because like Tennessee Tech doesn't get to work with architecture, and it works in other areas as well. And so opening this up, we would again have to ask them if they would be willing to collaborate as part of a team if it was pursued. So a lot of it depends on if they're willing, and then if they're not, then what are we going to do? Again, so it's all the logistics of trying to start something new and work out the bugs. And I think we did fine for the first go around. Maybe we made the opportunities too broad. But on the other hand, if somebody were to come up with a zero carbon output project, wouldn't that be great? And there's no reason why they can't when they're doing some of the stuff we've seen them do. So.
Let me ask you a question. With the amount of money we've got there, we've kind of talked about that there may be some disincentive, obviously, from a time to come up with something. How hard is it to send out another letter to everybody that submitted an application and say, we've got X number of dollars available over all the programs. We're going to give you 30 days to submit a supplemental. I mean, does that screw up the timing from
talking about redoing
everybody
the
on this
whole,
list?
Oh, no. Please don't do that.
Oh, no.
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, so the letter itself, no, doesn't take time, but I had to follow up quite a bit just to come close to the deadline, and we didn't quite hit it, and so I think that would be difficult. I also don't, off the top of my head, know, but think contracting needs to be finished. You all had it done by the end of October, so I know
that's the question I was asking.
Yeah, I think that's set in there. So with that in mind, I don't think we've got the 30 days for them to respond. We can draft a letter for the special grant, send it out. We've got emails. We may need to email it to get them to even go ahead and put something together for the $8,250. But I don't think we've got time to reach out to everyone.
I just thought you could put in a supplement. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I think we ought to just get it out there for the reasons we said earlier, that if we don't spend it, it's going to go back in the pot. Frankly, the whole program was not something I had really thought was a great thing when I first joined the board a few years ago, because I felt like we were just paying out taxpayer money. But I saw the results 2 years in a row, and I was very impressed, and I think this is good. And we think it's not a lot of money. $8,000, I grant you it's not a lot of money. But if you look at the people who are in that brochure whose lives were affected, and we think in terms of changing light bulbs, first one I read, I went, really? We gave money to change light bulbs? Until you read where the lady said she took the light bulb out to go to another room.
It's pretty smart.
Changed her life, right?
Right.
So if we have that chance to change those people's lives and have a positive impact, we need to do that. And I would say, just make it an addendum grant to the what do they call themselves? Bricolage. Just give it to them and let them continue their program because it was so effective. Can you do that?
Well, I mean, okay, I'm sorry.
So if the thought is that we go ahead and reach out to the one school
Program.
that had the special grant, I think given that, and we're not talking $50,000, the amount that's left,
Right.
and that they've already presented what they've done.
They already have a program in place.
And they've got it in place to continue. I think contracting would be fine with that because it meets the statute that
true.
we've got in the
Yeah.
special grants.
And
if
their
everyone's
documentation was on spot. We got 74 pages of receipts for everything
yes.
that they purchased.
Everything
and
they
did.
purchased.
the
Everything they
most
purchased.
of any school.
And it was truly collaborative,
Yes,
and it was community driven,
correct.
and it made an impact.
On poverty as well. So there
Correct.
were multiple areas. I can't imagine being so poor that I have to move a light bulb from one room to the next.
I can't conceive of that. So
And
Do we need a motion?
I would love to have a motion.
And I don't know if the motion needs to be for the final numbers because we're,
It's, yeah.
and then
dual
the
thing.
leftover.
Whatever surplus we
Yes.
have left available to go towards the
Perfect.
bricolage.
Yes, we would need a motion without a doubt because
I'll make
that's.
that motion.
second.
We're in grants.
Well, report me to the doggone committee. I've been doing all this work.
Because you love me.
Oh, okay.
And we're talking about to Bricolage Studio,
Correct.
So I've got the right name. Yeah. So we've
All
got
right.
a motion and a second, I think.
Are
we
you
have to have
legal
a
on that
motion from a
motion?
committee
Can you
member.
make that motion?
You
We
can.
have to have a motion from a committee member.
Okay.
Alton's not on the committee.
I'm on the
Sorry,
committee,
Allison.
aren't
You are on the committee.
I? I'll make that motion.
Okay,
Second.
second. Thank you all. Is there any other discussion?
This is the $8,000.
Correct.
Have we voted on the original thing yet?
No, we have not.
Okay.
So that will all go together in just a second. So is there any other
Would you like to
discussion
offer a
about
friendly
use of those
amendment?
funds?
Let Robert offer a friendly, so we do it all
Let's
together.
just do it on one
Do it
motion.
all together.
Okay,
I think we distribute the money per what our
Ms. Rattenberg.
spreadsheet tells us to do and based on the grant requests that we've had from universities, and take the additional $8,282 and distribute it to the bricolage because they have an existing program that is vetted and meets our criteria and our objectives for additional funding.
I'll amend my motion to what Robert just said.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you all very much.
And I'll also add that they were actually asking for more money.
Yes, they were.
Looking for more money.
Yes.
So this is good as well.
And we need to explain to them this is a miracle one-time event, okay?
Right.
So
They don't get the next 50,000
that
just
is
by
correct
default.
until.
Yeah.
Thank you all very, very much. Thank you for supporting the special grant and supporting education. As you all know, has been my passion on the committee and on the board. So
And thank you, because like Kathy said, I was lukewarm on this when I first joined the board, but now that I've seen the fruits of the labor and the process, it's a wonderful thing. It's good.
I'm not on this committee, but can I make a statement? All right. You know, one thing that if it was said when I was at, I apologize, but helping the public understand what we do as a profession or professions, I think that there's a lot to be said for that in this program as well, because the people that they're touching are not people that are normally going to be dealing with architects, engineers, interior designers, or landscape architects. So I think it goes a long way, other than just helping some people that need that are in need. So just an observation. Thank you.
So we adjourned as a grant committee and a finance committee?
I'm sorry.
Are we adjourned?
Grant committee is
What
adjourned.
about finance? Did we adjourn the finance committee?
We did.
Yes, we did.
Yep.
So who's the continuing ed and outreach? Who's on it? I'm not on either one, I don't think.
We can start the continuing education.
I'm the chair.
Frank Wagster's the chair.
Yeah. Can you, Wanda or
Yeah, we can
Roxana,
take
can you
this.
tell us who the members are?
Absolutely.
Well, you're going to
Not
do a
from
roll
us.
call anyway. Never mind. I'd like to call to order the on the October 4th, 2018 meeting of the Continuing Education Committee. And this was posted to the Board of Architects and Engineers Examiners website on September 26, 2018. Can we have a roll call, please?
Frank Wagster,
Here.
Kathy Ware,
Here.
Blair Parker,
Here.
Susan Ballard.
Here.
Excuse me. Stephen King.
Here.
Ricky Bursai.
Here.
You're all here.
Thank you. It's one of the main things that I was going to discuss. I think it's already been taken care of by the Rules Committee, which had to do with Tony's, as he explained, I'm going to call it a fix for the calendar year question in the proposed rules. So I think if that's taken care of, it was voted, and so I'm not going to get into that unless somebody wants to. Okay, good. Other than that, I didn't have a whole lot. Liz, do you have anything we need to discuss in this that you can think of?
Not at this time. Tony covered the rules portion that I needed to address.
The only other thing that I can remember, and I'll let y'all bring up things, but is Blair brought up to me, and I kind of ran into it in reviewing, and I don't know how we can solve this problem, but in reviewing an audit for landscape architecture CEUs, even though the person had written in that more than more than 13 hours or more was a HSW for a 24-hour period. None of the certificates, or very few of the certificates, indicated that they were HSW. And so, you know, and when I saw this, I was going, how does this happen? And then I talked to Blair. Blair was familiar with the most of the courses that were there, and said some of them were and some of them weren't. But apparently the landscape group doesn't have a designation, or you let me know what an HSW is or isn't.
No, they know what an HSW is, but they have maybe in error did not indicate on the certificates from the previous two state conferences whether a course or CEU was an HSW or not. And so they're very aware that they need to make a decision on how to do that, or understand that their membership, their Tennessee membership in ASLA, is going to have to go other places to get the PDHs. Because from a board's perspective, what I have mentioned to ASLA, had I not gone to those 24 hours of continuing education and known that that about half of them, in my opinion, were not HSW related, we as a board, how would we make that determination? So I really think that what we should do is any certificate that comes in, if it does not say HSW, then it's not. I mean, that would be my recommendation, because for as many applications as we all look through, and when the audits come around, in particular with the great numbers that the engineers and the architects have, without that, it's just mayhem. It takes a lot more time than it really needs to. So my recommendation would be that when a certificate comes in, it must say whether it is, or if it's an HSW, then it should say it on the certificate. And the engineers and architects may already do that. I'm not sure. You do?
Yeah, if it doesn't say HSW, we don't.
Engineers doesn't say that. Nothing I go to has ever had HSW on it by the provider. That's correct. And I don't think they will. I don't think that we can make providers do that. I think we have on our website a policy on what is HSW, and have you read that recently?
Oh yes.
It's everything that you could go. I mean, I don't know what's excluded.
Let me ask you this, you know, and I thought that was the case. But when y'all are reviewing audits, and we do require by our rules that, you know, of the 24 biennial CEUs, that more than 50% of them have to be HSW. How do y'all sit there, and no wonder your meetings take forever?
No,
but how do you determine?
No, they're all HSW. When you go to the policy and use our policy that's on our website, they're all HSW.
Wow.
But however, usually on the audit, the person submitting it marks what's HSW, and they're not all marked. But if you use our policy, they're all HSW.
In this one particular audit that Frank's referring to, every box, every one that this person had gone to was clicked, marked as
We're
HSW.
probably looking at our policy.
Well, it may be.
And just
and then the handwriting within in the boxes, we couldn't read the handwriting either.
Just to clarify, there are separate policies for each of the professions. So there is a policy for the engineers, a separate policy for the architects, a separate policy for the landscape architects, and a separate one for the registered interior designers. So the engineer policy might have some information in it that the landscape architect currently does not have. And we can certainly update that if you'd like.
I'm thinking that as far as engineers go, I don't think we could ever get providers to, or even to go mark their course, whether it's HSW. I think we've got our engineering policy in front of us, and if there's a question about it. But
when y'all are doing audits, if they give you a certificate,
it doesn't say HSW on it.
but that's whatever it says.
It's never. I've never seen one that says it on
I mean,
it.
you never turn one down if you get a certificate. Is that correct?
You know, it seems like
I've turned them down before. If it's just something totally unrelated. I had an engineer that was going to law school that turned in all of his law school courses one time that I turned down. Turned some down before, but in my world, I do TDEC certification, I do TDOT, local programming training and things like that, and it's, obviously doesn't say HSW or Health, Safety, Welfare, but it gives a very general description of what the training was. And like Ricky said, it's typically all considered.
It's inferred.
Yeah.
Because it has to do with design for.
I don't know if I've ever turned one down for not being health safety.
A couple of questions to y'all. Is there a reason that your providers don't do that? Does that cost them more money? Or, I mean, if they're getting a certification, I would think whether or not it's HSW would be easy. It wouldn't cost them extra money.
Well,
if it's a certified
I think one of the
course.
reasons is because we don't require courses to be pre-certified. The land surveyors require everything to be pre-approved. So it's a much more formal process, and we've never done that. And I'm not suggesting we do it either, because it's a pain in the rear end. I think we've satisfied the requirement that the legislator put on us to do continuing education, and I think it's working.
Yeah, the only
opinion.
question, I guess, is where it says that a certain number of them have to. It makes a distinction in our rules. That a certain
It
number
does,
have to be
and I
health,
think
safety, and
when there's an audit and we review and we approve, we're agreeing with if the registrant says so many of them, we're either agreeing or disagreeing, and if we approve it as it is, we're agreeing.
I think I've always had the thought that AIA is just so much more organized about continuing education, and it's really it's just more organized. Engineering continuing education just comes from a million different places, and I think it's up to the registrant to say I've got to have at least 13 HSW. Let me look at the policy, and I'll pick the continuing education that I need to satisfy the HSW number. So I think it's up to the registrant, not the people who are organizing the continuing education classes. They've just got classes available, or not classes, they can be presentations available, and the registrant is the one who needs to pick the right kind of continuing education. That's the way I've always looked at it.
I think Ricky is reminding me a little bit about this conversation that we had about that, and I think that is a big part of it, was that the potential sources of training for the engineering disciplines is so vast, and a lot of our registrants are out of state, so that brought in another layer of complexity and variation in the supplier side. And so we decided that it would be almost impossible for the board to determine that, and so it would be left up to the registrant to say, I'm a mechanical engineer, and so I took something on fire suppression, and so that's by health, safety, welfare, as opposed to I'm a mechanical engineer and I took something on sizing pipes for fluid transfer, which had nothing. So I'm going to say that's not. And I think we just decided that it was just too big of an issue for us to try to put parameters around what constituted health, safety, and welfare, when if you looked at it, we felt like there was probably somebody could make a pretty darn good case for almost anything they took, that it had some component. And I think that was, you're just reminding me of it, that was kind of the basis of our conversation.
And in our policy, when you read it, it's got technical, it's got business, it's got almost some personal
Got a list
kind of
of-
things.
yeah.
Yeah, it lists a very broad. But I'm like Steve. I think I have turned down a course before, but it's pretty rare.
I guess one thing, and Roxana, you can tell me this, but a lot of the continuing education for out-of-state applicants where their initial registration is somewhere else besides Tennessee, we accept the fact that their state is, they're okay in their state, and so we're okay with it. So
And we wouldn't be alone
do
in
our
that.
audits ever go to them, or is it always just in-state?
No, we audit everybody. It doesn't matter if you're in-state or out-of-state. If your home state's New York, but you're licensed here, the minute you renew your Tennessee license, you're still being audited, just like our Tennessee.
The only reason I
architects
ask that is, do we ever get something where that we have accepted out-of-state CEUs, but then when we audit it, we find out it doesn't meet our requirements? Has that ever happened?
If it's an odd course, then Sandra would reach out to the board members and say, this doesn't meet the normal things that I get a chance to look at. And Wanda just reminded me on one particular case, she got someone that submitted a yoga course that they took. And I've had that presented. And another program we have actually accepts it because it's a wellness kind of thing. So it depends on the profession. But I know you all wouldn't. So that's when she would send it to a board member to say, this doesn't look like it meets.
Yeah. I just asking, I never even thought about that part.
But that does raise a question. If you audit somebody from out of state, can they just provide you with proof that they met their in-state, and like a letter from their board, like the Indiana board, that they met the criteria for Indiana?
They would still need to provide the certifications that they provide at their Indiana board. So they'd have one more time to provide the visuals because we actually load those in the system. So just like you would, it would be their courses that they took that Indiana accepted. And chances are, as we've just discussed, very few times would we say this obviously doesn't meet it because most states are along the same lines. That's the good thing. But they would have to still present their certificates. Just
okay. Like,
no, we take. So Wanda just corrected me. So if you're in Indiana and you just renewed your Indiana license and met the requirements for CE, that would be enough apparently for us to accept without the certificate. So that would be the image.
That's the way our
their
rules
license.
read.
Okay, so we're just taking that license as the image.
Okay.
Blair, what do we do?
Well, I've had some pretty in-depth conversations with ASLA, and I'm not sure what they're going to do. Your perspective is interesting, so this is a reminder for me to go back and to read the rule, read what our definition is, policy is. I'm sorry, yeah, policy is for continuing education. So I will certainly do that. It was interesting though of this one audit that came in. As I read it, and because I had attended these, 11 out of the 24 would not in any form or fashion meet HSW, my opinion. Of course, maybe I'm tougher than others would be. But I do think people with really strong verbal skills can justify about anything. I really do. I really do.
And that was the only issue that I had. Does anybody else want to complain about anything? If there isn't any other business, I guess we can entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
And second. We're adjourned.
So next and the last committee on our agenda is the Outreach Committee, and we can go ahead and name who is on it to make sure that you stay. Anyone else, because we have to take a 10-minute break that is not on it, can go home. I do want to remind everyone that tomorrow we're starting at 9, which is fantastic. I think it still gives us time to get through board business and get you all home at a decent time. So we will pause the recording, and then Wanda, if you can read. I know our chair is Stephen King, but whoever else is on the committee.
Ricky, Blair, Brian, Susan, and Alton.
Left, but we still have quorum?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
She did.
Just knock it out.
You won the.
I'll pause us until 4 o'clock.
Oh, do we
And
have
then
to
we'll-
wait till 4?
Yeah, we
Are
can't
you on
start at
every
4.
committee?
I need to read this.
Yes, just that it was posted. I can if not. Yes. Thank you. And this is our Outreach Committee meeting and our final committee meeting for the day. It is 4 o'clock. And notice of this meeting and everything else that was held yesterday, today, and will be held tomorrow was posted on the board's website on September the 26th. Thank you. Mr. King, all yours.
Okay, we'll call this meeting of the Outreach Committee to order, and I guess we need to have a roll call.
Stephen King,
Here.
Ricky Bursai,
Here.
Blair Parker,
Here.
Brian Tibbs,
Here.
Susan Ballard,
Here.
Alton Heathcote. I think he's out in the
He's
hallway.
out in the hallway.
Close.
Hey, Frank, would you tell Alton to come in?
And we have quorum, so we have a quorum, so you can go
Okay,
ahead.
we'll proceed in. We've got, Alton just said he was here, so we've got a few items on our agenda. The first two, I think, there's not much for us to do. We're evidently not doing newspaper or newsletter articles anymore, and I know we took the QBS stuff off. We still have a document for building officials. I don't know that that's been looked at in a while. Is it time to do that? Maybe that would be something for the future, but
I can make a note that you would like legal to review the building officials' information that's posted currently.
Thank you.
and you could, if there's something that needs to be done, one of y'all could let me know and we could work on it and schedule a short meeting if we need to do something with it.
Perfect,
in
thank
conjunction
you.
with another board meeting. Outreach activities. Does anybody have any outreach activities? You know, there's a lot of things we talk about. Meeting with industry, academia, prospective engineering students, like in middle school, high schools. I know some of that goes on. Is there anything anyone would want to report on at this point?
I don't know about reporting on it, but I don't think we had, from my perspective, from the engineering schools, enough time with the deans today. There were a number of other questions that I had, and it seemed like they had a lot of information they were sort of anxious to share, but we ran out of time before we ran out of subjects. And I like the notion that we have this venue to meet with them. I'd really like to promote maybe us doing it. Do we just do that once every 2 years?
It is. It's every 2 years, and it isn't easy for them to make their way to wherever we meet, so that's one of the issues. But so far today, I was approached by Lipscomb for having our meeting next year at their school, and I don't know that we couldn't meet more often with the deans, but it is difficult for them to get away as well. We were officially invited to UT Knoxville to visit their campus at any point. Their dean, mentioned it to me again if we ever want to visit their engineering school or whatever. So I know that they're always excited to have anyone come by.
And I appreciate that, but in consideration for the fact that people from Christian Brothers in Memphis would have to,
Correct.
Well, and Union for that matter, if they elected to have to come, that would be sort of a trek for them. It might be easier if we were actually going to do something at the will of the committee, that we probably do try to do it somewhere here, a little more centrally located, if that makes sense.
And we may be here again in 2 years when we do our grant, our full 3-day board meeting again, just like this one. But that's 2 years from now, if that's the case.
It's kind of a long time.
Yeah, it is long.
I don't think it necessarily has to occur at the retreat meeting. Other boards I've seen have set guest input, roundtable type meetings at their regularly scheduled meetings too. Roxana, of course, would just need to have a larger heads up to make sure we have the right size room, everyone's invited that's supposed to be invited, and create an agenda. So I think that is feasible at other meetings and not just the retreat meeting.
And that was kind of my point. I'm sorry, Susan. I'm violating protocol. Just blaming on my redneck.
Nope.
That was the point. Again, there were a number of other things that I think they had to tell, and other things we may have wanted to ask today, and it would have been really, really good to have more time with them without a lot of other agenda items to accomplish behind us. So I would think that may be a separate meeting. I don't know if we'd want to make it part of or a subset of the engineering committee meeting. Those are usually long anyway, but
I think we
Can I say
definitely
that?
need more time.
You did. And something to think about, not December, because that's a holiday month, it's hectic, but maybe February, April, one of our normal meetings, the engineering committee is always that one on Wednesday. We could have that be a longer meeting and invite them with plenty of time, and those that are interested and still had other things to talk about would just RSVP that they're coming. I think that's definitely an option. I would make sure to reach out to all the engineering schools or all the schools, and then they could decide whether we do it April, June, one of those. And June may be a good month. I'm just thinking from having less students in the schools, they may be able to make it. I know this one was complicated for several of the schools.
I willingly yield the floor to Susan.
So one of the comments that I had from one of the engineering programs is they missed the previous setup of the room where we were all, we could all see each other. He said we could talk to each other. He said then after the meeting, we could, because we were, at a park, we could all sit around and get to know each other better, and they collaborated more. And he said, I really miss that about the meeting. And, I know our circumstances were different this year, but I know in the past, programs have gotten together. They share lectures via Skype is not the right word, but however they do it in education, where they have one instructor for two different schools remotely, and so they've worked out things like that because they were meeting here and they were hearing things, and they're excited because they see what other programs are doing, and they're thinking, well, we could take our equipment and do that too. And so it's a really good collaborative opportunity for us to share information. And so I think we need to encourage more time for them to talk. And even though we extended our presentation time, we really needed more time. And I think moving forward, we need to look at expanding it as well. So
I agree with the comment about this room setup. It was, it all worked fine, and it was nice. As far as having the screens and everything, but it wasn't the same feel as being around the same table like we have been. It was kind of an audience, and we're up here behind this desk. So I don't know if there's a bigger room or a different room available.
Or we could do it at Lipscomb or some other Vanderbilt or some other location.
So this building is being, I don't want to call it remodeled because but it sort of is, as we've worked toward working adjusted work schedules, and so much of our time is home now, 3 days a week.
Right.
We're changing a lot of the layouts and the floors. Officially, almost every floor in the building is being redone. So, yes, I think we will have the ability to have more of an open area. Like the 6th floor had that. Our plan originally was completely different. It was to be on the 6th floor in one huge room that we could partition and divide into breakouts, but not have this kind of thing. And when that fell through, I did attempt to get another state building, but we couldn't really get separate rooms because. So I think for our next meeting when we do that, it'll be a different layout altogether in this building, which will be exciting. But if before then, we don't want to wait 2 years. We want to go ahead and invite universities here or however we see fit, or try to see what's available with technology for those that can't come but want to participate. That's something we can definitely look at.
And I agree with you that if it could work tacked on to a regular meeting, or just as well as it lives.
You all feel that that's part of a grant presentation, or just conversations in general about the educational setting and the board?
From my perspective, it's more an interaction with them about specific engineering related issues, and not set the grant thing aside.
Okay.
It did seem to me that you delved into the important issues that really do affect our rulemaking and issues that affect your evaluating of granting the licenses after the presentations were done. So I definitely think expanding that time would only benefit the board, since the deans are helping to educate our future applicants.
Well stated. I do have one other thing. I actually put my thing.
Stayed up.
Go ahead, Alton. You were quiet for a little while.
I feel like Robert Campbell. The other thing that I don't think we do very much, and maybe somebody else does, and I don't, we should, is, there's always student chapters of either ASCE or NSPE, or I don't know what the other organizations are, but there are student chapters, I suppose, right? When we've, in the past, when this was a traveling road show and we were going to UT or UT Knoxville or Memphis or even when we went to Lipscomb, we'd get an opportunity to go speak to student chapters and sort of help them understand the importance of licensure. And I think we should do more of that. I'd love to hear anybody else's opinion. Whoever puts their thing up there.
I was asked by two different. Oh, I'm sorry, Vicki. Go ahead.
Mine was about the deans.
Okay.
Meeting with the deans.
Okay. Susan?
So I was asked by two of the programs today to come and speak with them. Nothing's been booked yet, but they want me to come and talk about interior architecture and why it's not a licensed profession based on our conversations that you all weren't in our meeting, and then talk to them about how we practice and what we do and why we do it. And so that collaboration starts when we have these meetings with them, and it's another opportunity to stress registration and why it's important to support their profession. And that was one thing I failed to do today, was to thank them who are supporting the FE exam and the interior design examination by providing money and a means to help them take that exam. Although we know it's all important, I have to remind them it's important, and so I failed to do that. But anyway, we have to get out there and be the ambassadors for our board, and so that was something that occurred today. So.
On that topic?
Yes, just protocol. If we do go and do that, like I've been to Lipscomb before, and we spoke at Memphis, spoke at Knoxville. We're not speaking as board members. We're speaking as professional engineers.
Sure. Interior designer, yes.
Thank you.
Unless the board, now we've had that where Mr. Campbell was actually asked to speak to a particular organization and his role would have been on behalf of the board. And then the board would have to vote and give you that authority to do that if that's the request. Generally speaking, it's not the request. They want you as a speaker in your industry and that kind of thing.
I have done that at
Right.
Union before where it was for the board. It was representing the board about why would you want to become a PE. And it was the slides that came from the board. So it can happen that way.
And that we would have to approve and give you, the board would have to say, yes, you're going to represent us at that meeting.
On the same subject, I know there is a slide a PowerPoint presentation about licensure, the value of licensure, correct? Is that something you can make available?
So right now, what Commerce and Insurance has for the regulatory boards is actually, it is about licensure, but it's more about the system, the online system, how customer service is working, that piece. And we actually go out and do those. The executive directors do, because it deals with the technology and how you would do things online and that kind of thing. So I'm happy to do those if any of the schools ever need them. For example, if they're wanting to assist their students to get started. I don't know that in this program, they're taking the FE exam and they're taking advanced courses. They'd probably get online and whiz through it. But for many of our professions, I go and speak to the schools all the time to walk them through that and rule changes and law changes. And if it's complicated, an attorney might come. But otherwise, the executive directors do those speaking things all the time when it comes to the licensure piece.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ricky?
Okay. Just a couple other thoughts about the meeting with the deans. It might be good to get their feedback to know if they think they'd like to meet more than once every 2 years, because they may think it comes around pretty soon. Because if we did it might want to be one of those things where if you did it every year, they start not coming, and that wouldn't be good either, because we've had really good attendance. And the other thing is, if we have meetings that aren't associated with the grant, I think we would still probably want them to feel like they should give an update on what's going on at their schools, because I think a lot of them show up because they like hearing what's going on at the other schools. I would, and that when else are they going to hear that kind of information? And that's probably why we have some nice attendance. So we ought to encourage that.
And I think this is a great opportunity to send a thank you for coming on behalf of the board and myself. We had a great day. I hope you did. Feel free to give me feedback. I don't know how to quite say this, but getting them all to come wasn't quite that simple. Yeah. But so if we did it every year, I don't know that would work. But especially those that left with questions and still not finishing the conversations, I think in the next 6 months they would be the ones to come, because they've got things on their agenda and want to share and want to learn and grow. But those that thought they were at a better place may put it off until 2 years from now, and that's perfectly fine. So I will do that. I definitely not this week, but I promise that next week I'll send an email to all of them. We've got their information, thanking them for coming, the effort, the expense that many of them made, their time, their commitment, everything that they've provided. It's going to give me a chance to review all the receipts and everything in line, just in case anything is still missing, and then share with them that question. Would you be interested in, and have them actually let us know. Thank you.
Adding to that was a survey to see what suggestions they might have. They may come up with a fabulous idea. Instead of what we've done, do it a different way. And, we started this, 6 years ago when, was it Bell Mead? Was that? No, Montgomery Bell. Montgomery Bell, where they did a presentation and talked about how they used the money. And then when we were at Pickwick, then we got a better response. And then this year, the people who had been here before knew what to do. The new ones, had a little more of a struggle, but they can talk about their programs. So anyhow, I think when we issue the letters that we need to get them to realize it's 5 minutes and they don't have to tell us everything about the program, but it would be nice to know what's your percentage of, students, minorities, women, just to see how things have changed, because we do know, like in architecture at UT, it's 61% women now. That's a huge shift from when I was in school. There was like 3. So, those sort of things, just for general information. It doesn't affect their grant, but just to see how their diversity is being affected. And then, tell us what they use the money for. We don't need, I think we only had 137 pages this time to read for the grants, but I've had as many as 300 pages to read. And thank you for sending them to me as you got them, because that helps, because it's hard to get work done and get out the door and get that sort of thing read. So I think even sometimes the setup that you gave us, they would fill this out, make it concise, and show us the pictures. It'd save them a lot of time. They don't have to sell us on their program. They just need to sell us on what they want to do with that resource, to help the students. And this is just me suggesting something, doesn't mean we need to do it that way. Engineers and everyone else may have a totally different opinion. And I would like to see someone from landscape architecture come.
As would I.
And
yes, I would.
I realize their program is the only one in the state and their staff is limited, but man, it would be nice. When we were at Montgomery Bell, we had a presentation board. That was before you were on the board. It was phenomenal. The student did an amazing job. We haven't seen one since. So, and not that we can see the 15 engineering programs, from UT, something from everybody, but, it would be nice. So, anyway, 2 cents worth.
Any other comments about the deans? And
I think we need to give them plenty of notice, multiple reminders, and hopefully we've got a clean set of emails to send information to. So some of them you could tell they were getting tired and bored and wanted to leave, So
I do think some of the presentations were so long.
Yeah.
If they, I understand them wanting to do a dog and pony show, if they could limit that to 3 minutes or something and then get to the meat of the subject, that would be.
Maybe we need to give them guidelines.
I think that's not a bad idea at all. That's what I took out for myself for this, to just give them a time limit, no less than 3 minutes, so you can tell us what you did. And here's some basic questions that we do want answered. And you can't go past 6 or 5, whatever that magical number is. So I think next year, I've got it in my notes, but if you'll all also remember, as we get closer to the October, by the way, this is how we need to narrow it down, to be fair to all the universities, so that the last one presenting, by then everyone's not asleep and tired. I got the same impression.
I was impressed by the response and how many of the schools showed up and presented today. Because the first one that I attended was up at Paris Landing, and it wasn't, I don't believe it was near as many, but I believe there are more here this time.
But that took 4 or 5 follow-ups. So
yes.
Yeah, for them to come, which is still okay, because I think, especially it being new, definitely to me, I really wanted to understand what they did and be able then to understand closing 1 year of grants and opening the next one. So it was well worth following up. But yes, and thanks to Wanda helping me, we even called. So, but it was well worth it. Those that couldn't come really couldn't. They explained why.
Let's back up to outreach activities. I think we kind of skipped. Is there anything that we're not doing that the committee thinks we need to be doing? I think a lot of times we look toward our professional societies to handle that, and maybe that's okay, but does anybody know of anything, or can you think of anything that we ought to be doing?
The program that UT has in the fall, it may have already happened. It was the job fair. John used to set up a table, and they had it at UT Stadium upstairs in the executive levels. Multiple employers would come, but we always had a table as a board to promote registration. And I was with John maybe 2 years ago now. I don't remember. But anyway, it was something that the students they know there's a registration, but they don't know when they need to start the process. And so the table was helpful in that. We gave them information about when you need to start this process and when you need to start logging your hours and getting within, a system and set up and, making it happen for them. So I know that's one program, but I don't know if you've seen anything about
Not
it.
at all.
They
This
may
is
not
the
be,
first that I'm
and I
hearing
didn't
of
even think to ask David about it,
Okay.
but it may not be occurring this year. So or may have already happened. I don't know. But anyway, it is certainly a opportunity to meet students, and I saw quite a few when I was there the last time. So anyway, I don't know how many other programs have something like that. I would think there would be a job fair within engineering of some sort, but again, it's taken a half a day of our billable hours to go do things like this. So
That's certainly good, and I think as we know about those kind of things, we can participate. But anybody think of anything else?
Well, I think probably the possibilities are endless. And this is like the one time where we kind of asked this question and I'm not ready.
Well, I hated to just gloss over it because I think it's important. But here, it's the last committee meeting of the day.
Yeah, yeah.
But I wanted to give us an opportunity to.
But and it seems like we have done kind of surveys before and found that outreach is one of the things that we lack the most. Is it does the public know that there's such a thing as a professional engineer? Probably most of them don't, and it makes me wonder. Rather than have us. We can start dreaming of ways to do it, but maybe asking other state boards, maybe NCEES is a resource because they're really good at marketing. What can we do on a state level for public outreach and maybe identify try to focus on a couple of things? I don't know. TV commercials during the Big Bang Theory or something like that.
better hurry. It's almost gone.
That reruns.
Yeah.
Well, I agree, and I don't think our professional societies nor ourselves do that really justice. And I hated to just read it off on the agenda and go home. But I think we all ought to think about that, and we don't have to wait a year to talk about it. We have some ideas that we want to talk. We can ask Roxana to give us 15 minutes around another board meeting to talk about some ideas.
Yeah, you let me know for whatever meeting.
So I guess if you have any ideas, email you, and
yes,
we can
absolutely
go from there.
And I've gotten speaker requests. So Commerce and Insurance has on all of our websites it's under Consumer Resources, I think, one of the tabs at the top, and it's Request a Speaker. And so if that were to come in for the engineering or architect profession, and I think, Ricky, at one point we've got one, it was students in elementary school, like second and third graders, and there was, it's just hard to speak about engineering at that level unless they really wanted clear examples. But anytime we get those from a school, whatever school it would be, if it's about licensure, things that I can do, I would, but many times it's for board members, so I would always pass those on to you if I got them. So that's a way for schools or the public to let us know we've got a situation and want to learn more about this.
Okay, anything else? And I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
that's a motion and a second. I guess we're adjourned. Thank you.
We have a dinner plan location.